I've been a park ranger at Blackwood State Forest for 8 years. In that time, I've dealt with lost hikers, illegal hunters, the occasional black bear getting too comfortable near the campsites. I've seen plenty of wildlife, tracked plenty of animals, and heard every local legend and campfire story about these woods. The Goat Man was always just another story. Someone to scare teenagers, explain weird noises in the night, give the local bars something to talk about during slow seasons. Half man, half goat, haunting the old railroad bridge on the north end of the forest. I'd heard it 100 times, never gave it a second thought. That changed 3 weeks ago. I'm writing this because I need to document what I've learned, what I'm about to do. If this goes wrong, if I don't come back, someone needs to know the truth about what's been living in Blackwood Forest, about what it really is. It started with Henderson's dog. Late September, just after Labor Day weekend, when the tourist season was winding down, I got a call from Tom Henderson. Owned a farm on the eastern edge of the forest. His German Shepherd had been killed. Not just killed, torn apart. He found pieces of it scattered across his 40 acres, some of them hanging from tree branches. "Never seen anything like it," Tom said when I drove out to look. He was a tough guy, raised on that farm, worked with livestock his whole life, but his hands were shaking as he showed me what was left. Whatever did this, it wasn't a coyote, wasn't a bear, nothing natural. He was right. The damage was extreme, violent beyond what you'd expect from a predator kill. And there were marks in the dirt, tracks. They looked almost human, boot-sized, 5-toed, but the shape was wrong. The heel was extended, elongated, and there were 2 distinct impressions, like whatever made them was walking upright, but had hoofed feet. I took photos, measurements, told Tom I'd look into it. Filed a report with Fish and Wildlife about a possible aggressive animal in the area. 2 days later, Sarah Michaels went missing. Sarah was a graduate student studying forest ecology, doing field work in Blackwood for her thesis. She'd been camping at one of the designated sites near Miller's Creek, had been checking in with the ranger station daily. When she didn't call in on Thursday morning, I went to check on her. Her camp was destroyed, tent shredded, equipment scattered, her research notes torn to pieces and scattered across a 50-foot radius. There was blood on the sleeping bag. Not much, but enough. And those same tracks, everywhere, circling the campsite, leading into the woods, coming back, circling again, like whatever had made them was pacing, watching, waiting. I called it in. Search and rescue deployed. We spent 3 days combing the forest. Dogs, volunteers, state police, the whole works. We found nothing. No body, no trail, no sign of Sarah beyond that destroyed campsite. But I found something else. Following the tracks away from Sarah's camp, I found a deer carcass about half a mile into the woods. It had been butchered, not eaten by scavengers, not killed by hunters. Butchered. Deliberately. Methodically. The hide removed in sections, the organs extracted carefully, the meat stripped from the bones with precision. And nearby, I found a small clearing where something had been living, a crude shelter made from branches and forest debris, a fire pit with recent ashes, and bones. Lots of bones. Deer, rabbit, what seemed to be a raccoon, all cleaned, some of them arranged in patterns that I didn't understand. That's when I started thinking about the Goat Man stories. I went to the local library in Milson, the town just south of the forest, started reading through old newspaper archives, local history records, anything I could find about the legend. The stories went back decades, sightings of a humanoid creature with legs and a head of a goat, walking upright, lurking around the old railroad bridge. Mostly dismissed as hoaxes, misidentifications, drunk teenagers seeing things. But there was a pattern. Every 10 to 15 years, there'd be a cluster of sightings, always in late summer, early fall, always in the same general area of the forest, and often there'd be disappearances. Hikers, campers, people who went into the woods and never came out. The most detailed account I found was from 1987. A hunter named Richard Moss claimed he'd encountered the goat man near the old bridge, described it as 7 feet tall, covered in matted fur, with the hindquarters of a goat, but a mostly human torso. The face, he said, was the worst part, almost human, but elongated with a goat's horizontal pupils and curved horns. Moss had shot at it with his gun, said his rifle bullet hit the center mass, and the thing laughed. Actually laughed. Then, it ran off into the woods, moving impossibly fast on those goat legs. Moss died in 1993. The article didn't say how. I kept investigating, talked to old-timers in Milson, people who lived near the forest their whole lives. Most dismissed the goat man as nonsense, but a few, the ones who'd actually spent time deep in the woods, they got quiet when I asked. They heard things, they said, seen tracks, knew better than to go to the old bridge after dark. One woman, Marjorie Price, she was in her 80s, had lived in Milson her whole life. She told me her grandfather had been a ranger back in the 1940s. He told her stories about something that lived deep in the forest, something that had been there longer than the town, longer than the railroad, maybe longer than anyone knew. He called it Old Cleftfoot, she said. Said it was smart. Said it could mimic human speech, lure people off the trails. Said it only came around when it was hungry. And when it was hungry, people die. I asked if her grandfather had ever tried to kill it. She shook her head. He said you can't kill something like that. You can only survive it and hope it goes back to sleep. But I'm a ranger. My job is to protect people. And Sarah Michaels is still missing. And those tracks were real. And that butchered deer was real. And something's out there. So, I decided to hunt it. I spent a week preparing, studied the tracks, the pattern of sightings, the layout of the forest. The goat man seemed to have a territory centered around the old railroad bridge and extending about 5 miles in each direction. It avoided the main trails, stuck to the deep woods, but lately, it had been getting bolder, coming closer to the forest edge, closer to the town. Tom Henderson wasn't the only one who'd lost animals. 3 other farms reported livestock kills. A woman in Milson said something had looked in her window late at night. Something tall, with eyes that reflected the porch light wrong. It was escalating. Whatever this thing was, it was getting more aggressive. I assembled my gear. My rifle, camping equipment, trail cameras, flashlights, flares, rope. A satellite phone in case cell service failed. I told my supervisor I was doing a multi-day patrol of the northern section, checking on trail conditions. I didn't tell him I was hunting a cryptid. That's a good way to get put on administrative leave. I started at Sarah's campsite and worked outward, following the tracks. They were easy to spot once you knew what to look for. The disturbed earth, the unnatural gait pattern, the way they appeared and disappeared in places where a normal animal wouldn't go. The trail led deeper into the forest, away from any marked paths. The terrain got rougher, more overgrown. This was old-growth forest, the kind that hadn't been logged in over a century. The trees here were massive, the canopy so thick that even in daylight, the forest was dim. I found more signs, claw marks on trees high up, like something had been climbing or sharpening claws. More bone arrangements in small clearings, and scat. Definitely scat. I'm trained to identify animal droppings. And this was wrong. It had the composition of omnivore waste, but it was too large, and it contained things that shouldn't be there. Fabric fibers. It had the composition of omnivore waste, but it was too large, and it contained things that shouldn't be there. Fabric fibers. What looked like human hair. On the second day, I found the bridge. The old railroad bridge crossed Blackwood Creek at its steepest point, about 30 feet above the water. The rails had been removed decades ago, but the wooden trestlework remained, slowly rotting, covered in vines and moss. Local kids used to dare each other to cross it until the Park Service put up barriers and warning signs. The Goatman's supposed home. I approached carefully, rifle ready. The area around the bridge was silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just that oppressive quiet you get in places where predators hunt. And then, I smelled it. Rank, animal musk, mixed with something worse. Rot and filth, and something pungent I couldn't identify. The tracks were everywhere around the bridge. Fresh ones, old ones, layers upon layers. This was definitely its territory. I set up a trail camera pointed at the bridge, from a concealed position about 50 yards away. Then, I made a camp another 100 yards out, in a defensive position with good sight lines. And I waited. Nothing happened that night. I stayed awake, watching, listening. The forest remained silent. Too silent. I spent hundreds of nights in these woods, and there's always sound, always life. But here, nothing. The next morning, I checked the trail camera. It had captured something. At 2:47 a.m., a figure had emerged from the woods and stood on the bridge. The infrared footage was grainy, but I could make out the shape. Tall, easily 7 feet. The body structure was wrong. Too narrow at the waist, too thick at the shoulders. Tall, easily 7 feet. The body structure was wrong. Too narrow at the waist, too thick through the shoulders, and the legs bent backward, ending in what definitely looked like hooves. It had stood there for 3 minutes, completely motionless, facing toward where I had been sleeping. Then, it walked off the bridge and disappeared into the forest on the other side. I packed up and followed the new tracks. They led north, deeper into the forest, into an area I'd rarely patrolled because of the difficult terrain. The land rose sharply here, becoming rocky and steep. I found a cave. Not a natural cave. The opening had been widened, shaped. The rocks around it deliberately moved, and the smell coming from inside was overwhelming. I turned on my flashlight and went in. The cave extended back about 30 feet, opening into a larger chamber, and that's where I found Sarah Michaels. Or what was left of her. I won't describe it in detail. That wouldn't be respectful. But she'd been dead for at least 2 weeks. And she wasn't alone. There were other remains. Old ones. Mostly bones. Partially buried in the cave floor. At least 4 other people. Maybe more. And on the walls, scratched into the rock with something sharp, were symbols. Hundreds of them, covering every surface. Some looked like crude writing, others like diagrams or maps. And there were handprints, human handprints, done in what looked like dried blood, layered one over the other. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, going back years, maybe decades. I was backing out of the cave, fighting the urge to vomit, when I had heard it. Breathing, heavy, rhythmic, breathing from somewhere deeper in the cave system, somewhere I hadn't checked. I ran. I made it 20 yards before I heard it coming after me, the sound of hooves on stone, moving fast, impossibly fast. I turned and fired blindly back toward the cave entrance. The rifle crack echoed through the forest. The hoofbeats stopped. I kept running, putting distance between myself and the cave. I could hear it behind me, pacing, staying just out of sight. I caught glimpses through the trees. Something large, moving on 2 legs, keeping parallel to my path. It was hurting me, driving me somewhere. I realized too late where. The bridge. It had circled around and was pushing me back toward the bridge. I broke through the tree line and there it was, the railroad bridge spanning the creek. And standing on it, blocking my escape route, was the Goatman. I got my first clear look at it. The legends were mostly right. 7 feet tall, covered in matted brown fur. The legs were bent inward, ending in cloven hooves. The torso was humanoid, but too long, the arms reaching almost to the knees. And the head? God, the head. It was like someone had tried to make a human face, but failed. The skull was elongated, the jaw too pronounced. Curved horns, maybe 8 inches long, sprouted from the temples. And the eyes? Horizontal pupils. Goat eyes. But they had an intelligence behind them that was purely human. It watched me, studied me. Then, it spoke.
Ranger.
The voice was wrong. It was resonating from somewhere in its chest, but it was clear, articulate, unmistakably speaking English. I raised my rifle. "Don't move!" It tilted its head, almost curious.
You've been looking for me. Why?
Sarah Michaels. The others. What'd you do to them?
What I've always done. What I must do.
It took a step forward on the bridge, hooves clopping on the old wood.
You don't understand what I am.
I know enough.
Do you?
It spread its arms, almost plaintive.
I didn't ask for this. Didn't choose this.
Then what are you? It was quiet for a moment. Then,
my name was Jacob Ashford. I came to these woods in 1873. I was a surveyor, working for the railroad company. We were mapping routes for the line.
I didn't lower the rifle. That's not possible.
I found something in these woods. Something old. Older than the trees. Older than the mountains. It was buried deep, waiting. It called to me.
The creature's voice carried a terrible sadness.
I touched it. And it changed me.
You're lying.
Look at the cave walls, Ranger. Look at the handprints. Every one is mine. Every one marks a year, a decade. I've been here for over 150 years, watching, waiting, becoming less human with each passing season.
My hands were shaking. Why kill people? Why Sarah Michaels?
Because the change requires fuel, human essence, human flesh.
It said it so matter-of-factly, like explaining a scientific process.
Every 10, 15 years, the hunger becomes too much. I try to resist. I hide deeper in the forest, away from civilization. But eventually, I have to feed. Have to sustain what I've become.
You're a monster!
Yes.
It lowered its arms.
I am. I've been a monster longer than your great-grandparents have been alive. I've killed 37 people. I remember every name, every face, every scream.
I started to squeeze the trigger.
Shooting me won't help, it said calmly. I've been shot before, many times. The change makes me resistant, resilient. I heal. I endure.
Then I'll burn that cave. Destroy whatever changed you. The goat man laughed, a terrible wet sound.
I destroyed it decades ago, hoping it would reverse this change. It did nothing. Whatever I am now, I am it permanently.
Then what do you want? It was quiet for a long moment.
I want you to kill me. Properly. Permanently.
I stared at it. What?
I've been trying for years. I've thrown myself into the creek, starved myself, set fires. Nothing works. The change won't let me die.
Its voice cracked.
But you're a ranger. You know this forest. You know fire spreads. You know how to make something burn completely.
You want me to burn you alive?
Yes,
It took another step forward.
I'm tired, Ranger. Tired of killing. Tired of becoming less human. Tired of watching decades pass while I stay strapped in this form. Please, end this. End me.
I looked at the creature. Really looked. Beneath the fur and the horns, and the inhuman features. I could see something else. Pain. Weariness. The exhausted desperation of something that had been suffering for over a century. The cave, I said slowly. If I trapped you in there, set the whole chamber on fire with enough accelerant, it would have to be hot enough. Complete immolation. Nothing left but ash. I lowered the rifle slightly. And you'd go willingly?
Yes.
The goatman's voice was barely a whisper now.
Please, let me die. Let Jacob Ashford finally rest.
I thought about Sarah Michaels, about the others, about the fact that this thing had been killing people for over 150 years. And I thought about the fact that it was asking me to help it die. If I do this, I said, you tell me where you buried all the bodies. Everyone. Their families deserve to know.
I will.
We walked back to the cave together. It told me names, dates, locations as we went. I recorded everything on my phone. 37 people across 15 decades. Some I've heard of from the archives. Others were completely unknown. Missing persons never solved. At the cave entrance, I made it go in first. I followed with my camping fuel, my flares, everything combustible I had. The goatman sat in the center of the chamber, among the bones and the handprints, surrounded by evidence of its century of horror. One question, I said as I prepared the accelerant. Why tell me the truth? Why not just attack me like the others? It looked at me with those terrible goat eyes.
Because you were hunting me with purpose, with determination. No one's done that before. They run from me, fought me in panic. But no one's actively hunted me.
It paused.
It reminded me of being human, of having a purpose beyond hunger. I thought maybe you could give me a different ending.
I poured the fuel around it, soaked the cave walls, created a perimeter I could ignite from the outside.
Thank you,
the goatman said.
Thank you for listening, for giving Jacob Ashford a grave instead of another century of damnation.
I stood at the cave entrance with the flare. Any last words? It thought for a moment.
Tell them I'm sorry. Tell the families I'm sorry. It won't fix what I did, but tell them.
I lit the flare. Goodbye, Jacob. I threw it in. The cave went up instantly. The accelerant caught with a whoosh, flames spreading across every surface. The heat was immediate and intense. I backed away as the fire roared, consuming everything inside. I didn't hear screaming. I'd been afraid I would. Afraid it would cry out in pain. But there was nothing. Just the sound of fire consuming wood and bone and whatever Jacob Ashford had become. I stayed until it burned itself out. It took hours. When the flames finally died, I went back in with a flashlight. Nothing remained. The bones were ash. The symbols on the walls were scorched away. The handprints were gone. And in the center, where the goatman had sat, there was nothing but a fine white powder. I collected a sample, had it analyzed by a private lab, told them it was from a fire investigation. The results came back inconclusive. I filed my report, said I'd found Sarah Michaels' remains in a cave, along with several other victims. Said it appeared to be the work of a serial killer who'd been operating in the forest for years. and that the perpetrator had died in a fire while I was investigating. Accidental death, evidence destroyed. They bought it. Sarah's family got closure. I provided the info Jacob had given me, and over the next few months, several other missing persons cases were solved. Remains were found where he said they'd be. The Goatman legend has died down. People say whatever was hunting in the forest is gone. They're right. But I keep thinking about what Jacob said, about the artifact he found buried deep in the woods, about how it changed him. He said he destroyed it, but what if he was wrong? What if it's still out there, waiting for someone else to find it? I patrol the forest more carefully now. I pay attention to places that feel wrong, areas where the animals avoid, spots where the silence is too complete. Because I know the truth now. Monsters are real. And sometimes they used to be human. I'm writing this as a warning. If you're in Blackwood Forest, if you're hiking or camping or exploring, pay attention. If you find something buried in the earth, something old that calls to you, that makes you want to touch it, to uncover it, don't. Walk away and get the fuck out of the forest. Because the Goatman's dead. But the thing that made him might not be. And I can't hunt what I can't find. Jacob Ashford is at peace now. Finally, after 150 years of horror, he's at rest. But I wonder, late at night when I'm alone in my ranger station, if that peace came too late, if the damage he did, the lives he took, the families he destroyed, if any amount of remorse can balance that scale. I gave him the ending he asked for. I let him die as Jacob Ashford, instead of as the Goatman. I hope I made the right choice. I hope there's nothing else out there, waiting to be found. But just in case, I'm keeping my rifle loaded, and I'm still hunting. They say there's nothing lonelier than the open desert at night. For me, that emptiness was supposed to be a refuge. I had taken a temporary job as a weather observer at an isolated outpost in Utah, near the edge of the Navajo Nation. The outpost, a rusting metal structure held together by duct tape and wishful thinking, was perched on a high plateau. It overlooked miles of just nothing. I wanted solitude, but what I got was a waking nightmare. It started with the coyotes. I heard them yipping and howling in the dead of the night, their voices carried on the winds. That first week, I loved it, the raw wilderness of it all. I'd sit on the observation deck with my coffee, staring out at the dark expanse, imagining myself as some rugged frontiersman from another century. By the second week, the howls began to feel wrong. There was something off about the way the sounds carried, too high-pitched, too broken. Sometimes it didn't even sound like coyotes, more like something imitating them. That, or a person screaming. I kept brushing it off. My brain's good at rationalizing things that it doesn't want to deal with. Coyotes are weird animals. Their cries sound like children sometimes, even like people. Well, that's what I told myself at least. I tried not to think too hard about it, until the night that I saw one. It was 3 a.m, the wind rattling the loose bolts of the outpost like angry fingers. I'd stepped outside for a smoke. The stars were sharp, the air biting me. My flashlight swept over the scrubby desert below the cliff, catching movement. At first, I thought it was a lone coyote, skulking low to the ground. But as the beam settled on it, my skin turned cold. Its movements were stilted, jerky, like its legs didn't bend the right way. Its head swiveled too far to look at me, the eyes catching the light with an unnatural greenish glare. It froze as my flashlight pinned it, staring at me with something too focused, too human in its gaze. Then it turned and ran, not on 4 legs, but 2. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I radioed headquarters to report the sighting. I wasn't sure what they'd say. I think I saw a sick coyote is what I settled on. They told me someone would be out in a couple of days to check on it, but the static in their tone felt like they didn't care. My unease festered. That day, while making my routine weather observations, I found something odd at the edge of the outpost. A cluster of tracks in the red dirt. They weren't paw prints. They were something between paw and hand, as though some huge animal was trying and failing to mimic the walk of a person. There were too many tracks, a swarm of them circling the base of the outpost like something had been pacing or stalking. My stomach churned, and I couldn't bring myself to follow the trail. Instead, I shut myself inside, triple-checking the locks. That night, the howls came again, but this time, they were much closer. I woke up at 2:47 a.m. to scratching at the door. My bed was a thin cot on the back of the outpost, barely softer than the floor. I lay there frozen, the thin blanket pulled to my chin, straining to hear over the blood pounding in my ears. The sound came again, slow, deliberate, long dragging scrapes across the metal. At first, I thought it must be the wind blowing debris, but the cadence was too regular. It was like something out there wanted me to know it was there. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe for what felt like hours. Then came the voice. Help me. It was soft, muffled by the thick steel door, but unmistakable. A woman's voice. My breath caught in my throat. No one was supposed to be out there. The closest human was probably 50 miles away. Please, it said again. A whimper now. It hurt me. Every instinct screamed at me to ignore it, but another part of me, the stupid part, couldn't. I grabbed the rifle from the corner of the room, checked the chamber, and edged toward the door. Who's out there? My voice trembled with adrenaline. The voice didn't answer. Instead, there was silence, heavier than anything I'd ever felt. Then, a low chuckle, a rasping, guttural sound that made my skin crawl. Something slammed against the door, the force of it rattling the whole outpost. I staggered back, my rifle shaking in my grip. Whatever it was hit again, even harder this time. My heart felt like it was trying to beat out of my chest. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. By morning, the scratches on the door were deep and deliberate, gouged into the steel like claw marks. I wanted to leave, to drive back to civilization, but I was stuck. Headquarters hadn't sent a vehicle yet, and then I'd have to hike 20 miles to get to the nearest dirt road. Instead, I spent the day pretending nothing was wrong, trying to drown out the memory of the voice with meaningless busywork. I fixed the instruments on the weather station, inventoried supplies, and read a trashy novel I'd packed as a joke. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I caught glimpses of movement on the edges of the plateau, too quick and too far to be sure of what I had seen. Shadows that didn't match the shapes of the rocks, vanishing the moment I turned my head. And always that eerie, unnatural silence when the wind died down. As night fell, I barricaded the doors and windows, stacking everything I could find against the entrances. I didn't sleep. I just sat in the corner of the room with my rifle, waiting. The second night was worse. It started with howling, closer this time. It was almost on top of me. The sound reverberated through the thin metal walls, a cacophony of inhuman wails and shrieks. It wasn't just one voice. It was many, overlapping and discordant. At some point, I must have blacked out from exhaustion because I woke to complete silence. No wind, no creaking metal, nothing. And then came the knocking. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the door. My stomach dropped. No one could be out there. No one human, at least. I stayed silent, clutching the rifle, hoping it would just go away. The knocking came again, and the voice returned. It's me, it said, the tone eerily familiar. Let me in. It's safe now. It took me a moment to realize why it sounded familiar. It was my voice. I don't remember how long I sat there, shaking and listening to that thing imitate me, pleading to be let in. At some point, it stopped, but I didn't feel any relief. The silence that followed was heavier, more oppressive, like the outpost itself was holding its breath. That was when I heard it. Soft, almost imperceptible, scraping inside the walls. It moved slowly, deliberately, traveling from one end of the outpost to the other. I realized with a sickening jolt that whatever was out there was now in here. My breath hitched as the sound grew louder, closer. It was above me now, in the crawl space. I pointed the rifle at the ceiling, trying not to hyperventilate. Then, it stopped. I didn't move, didn't dare to make a sound. My finger hovered over the trigger, shaking. The quiet stretched on for what felt like hours. And then, with an ear-splitting crash, the ceiling buckled, and something fell through. It landed in a heap, limbs twisted at impossible angles. My flashlight caught it as it began to move, and I wish I'd never seen it. It looked like a man. No, it looked like several men, as if someone had stitched parts together in a grotesque patchwork. Its skin was stretched too tight in places, sagging in others, and its face wasn't right. The features shifted, sliding over the skull as though it couldn't decide which face it wanted to wear. The thing let out a low, guttural growl that didn't sound human. I didn't even think. I just pulled the trigger. The rifle kicked against my shoulder as the shot rang out. The sound was deafening in the small room. The thing jerked back, a spray of dark liquid hitting the wall. But it didn't even fall. It stood there standing. It let out a sound, a laugh, wet and gurgling. It came at me faster than anything that size should have been able to move. I fired again and again, backing into the corner as it lunged. One of my shots caught it in the leg, and it stumbled, giving me just enough time to scramble through the door into the next room. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and shoving a desk against it for good measure. The thing hit the door once, twice, before going still, and then I heard it speak again. "You can't hide," it said, its voice shifting, blending my own with the chorus of others. "We're already inside you." The rest of that night is a blur. I don't even remember falling asleep, but I must have, because I awoke to sunlight streaming through the cracks in the boarded-up windows. The door to the other room was wide open, the desk shoved aside. That thing was gone, but I wasn't alone. There was more tracks in the dirt outside, leading away from the outpost. Dozens of them, all different sizes and shapes. They led to the edge of the plateau, then vanished. I radioed headquarters again, desperate, pleading for them to send someone. They said a vehicle was already en route and should have been there by now. But it never arrived. That was 3 days ago. I haven't heard from headquarters since. The radio's dead. Just static now. I've sealed myself inside the outpost, but I know it's only a matter of time. The howls are back, closer than ever. The voices come too, mimicking the people I've known, even people I haven't. Sometimes, when it's quiet, I hear myself begging for help, whispering from corners of the room. I tell myself I won't fall for it. Not again. I won't. But then, I hear footsteps in the next room. At first, I freeze, clutching the rifle, my heart pounding. It's here. Somehow, it's in here again. But when I swing the door open, rifle ready, I find myself staring down at myself. It's me. Same face, same filthy clothes, same terror etched into my features. My double's eyes widen, and it scrambles backward, hands raised defensively. "Wait! Don't shoot!" It screams. My voice, my exact voice. "It's me! The real me! You have to listen!" I hesitate. My mind reels, twisting into knots. Is this another trick? But its fear is so convincing, so human. Then it lunges for the rifle. We hit the floor in a triangle of limbs, and the weapon skids across the room. It's stronger than me, unnaturally strong. Its hands claw at my face, its nails too long, its movements jerking and wrong. I grab a metal pipe from the floor and swing wildly, smashing it across the head. Its face splits open like wet paper. But what's beneath isn't a skull. It's something darker, pulsating, writhing. It screams a high, chittering wail that rattles my bones, and the entire room shakes with it. I scramble back as its body twists and contorts, limbs splitting into new limbs, flesh bubbling like boiling tar. It grows taller, broader, filling the room, its shape devolving into pure chaos. Arms erupt from its torso, twitching and grasping, mouths forming and screaming along its grotesque surface. And then, I hear them, The voices, not from outside, but inside me. We're already inside you. I can feel it now, crawling under my skin, wriggling in my veins. My reflection in the shattered glass of the console flickers, the face shifting, breaking apart. My fingers curl involuntarily, not my own anymore. I stagger to the door, clutching my head as the whispers grow louder. My legs are weak, my vision blurring, but I manage to stumble out into the cold desert air. The wind howls, carrying the sound of laughter, my laughter, echoing from every direction. I look down at my hands. They're no longer mine. The skin stretches, tears, revealing something dark and alien underneath. My breath comes in short, ragged gasps as I drop to my knees. I don't know how much longer I have. I don't know what's left of me. The stars above are sharp and cold, uncaring. The desert stretches out in every direction, endless and empty. I open my mouth to scream, but the sound that comes out isn't human. It isn't even mine. The last thought that runs through my splintering mind as I dissolve into something other is this. How many others have heard the howls? How many others will it take? I got the call last Monday. It came through an app I used to pick up freelance cleaning jobs. Nothing glamorous. Old storage units, order homes, that sort of thing. I've done it all. But this one stood out because of where it was. A crumbling post-war apartment building in Sumida, Tokyo. I almost didn't take it, but the pay was pretty good, and the request was urgent. The client was the landlord. He wanted the place cleared out fast. The tenant, an old man named Nishida, had apparently been dead for weeks before anyone noticed the smell. Natural causes, they said, but it didn't sit right with me. Natural causes usually doesn't lead to bloodstains soaking into the tatami mats. When I arrived, I understood why nobody had noticed for so long. The building was a tomb. The cracked facade, rusting railings, and broken tiles gave it a defeated look, and there were maybe 3 working lights in the whole place. The stairwell reeked of mildew and something sharp, almost metallic. I tried not to think about it. Nishida's unit was on the 4th floor, room 406. If you don't know, there's a superstition in Japan about the number 4. The word for, she, sounds like death. That's why you won't find a 4th floor in a lot of hospitals or apartment buildings. But this place didn't care about superstitions. I climbed the stairs, each step creaking under my weight. When I reached the landing, I hesitated. The hallway stretched out in both directions, dimly lit by a single flickering fluorescent bulb. My footsteps echoed, but they felt off, like there was a delay. I'd take a step, and half a second later, I'd hear it again. Brushing it off, I found room 406. The door was a sickly green, the paint peeling like dead skin. The landlord had left it unlocked for me. The smell hit me first. Even with a mask on, it burned my nose. Rotten food, sweat, something sour. The place was tiny, a single room with a kitchen area and a cramped bathroom. Nishida had been a smoker. The walls were stained a dull yellow, and ashtrays were scattered everywhere. There was a framed photo on the floor, face down. When I picked it up, I saw an old man standing in front of a torii gate, his expression somber. Behind him, the sky was a flat gray. I set the photo aside and got to work. At first, it was just the usual grimy stuff. Magazines piled high, empty instant ramen cups, and clothes so old they practically crumbled in my hands. But then, I found the scratches. They were on the walls, deep and erratic, like someone had daggered a knife across the plaster in a frenzy. Some of them formed patterns, circles, overlapping triangles, and even jagged spirals. My flashlight flickered as I traced them with my fingers, and for a second, I thought I heard something. A whisper. I froze, the hairs on my neck standing on end. It sounded like someone was breathing right behind me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. No answer. I was alone in the room. At least, I thought I was. The first real scare came when I opened the closet. It was one of those sliding doors made of thin wood and paper, and when I pulled it open, a stack of boxes toppled out, spilling old photos and books onto the floor. One photo caught my eye. It was another shot of Nishida, but this time he wasn't alone. A shadowy figure stood in the background, just barely visible. Its face was obscured. My heart sank. There was something wrong with this photo, something I couldn't put my finger on. The figure's proportions were off. I tried to shake it off, but the more I cleaned, the more I noticed things weren't right. Doors that I had closed were slightly open when I turned back around. The kitchen faucet dripped, even though I was sure I'd tightened it. In the air, it felt heavier, like the room was watching me. Then I saw it. I was kneeling by the futon, bagging up the trash, and something moved in the corner of my eye. I turned my head, and there it was, a shape, darker than the shadows, standing in the doorway to the bathroom. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. I froze, my pulse hammering in my ears. The thing was tall, too tall for the doorway, and its head was tilted at an unnatural angle. I couldn't see its face, just a faint glow of eyes reflecting the light. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. No response. I blinked, and it was gone. I should have left. Every instinct screamed at me to grab my stuff and run, but I didn't. The landlord had prepaid me half the money, and I needed the other half to make rent. So, like an idiot, I stayed. By the time I finished bagging everything up, it was dark outside. The building felt even emptier now, the silence pressing against my ears. As I carried the last bag down the stairs, I glanced back up at the fourth-floor landing. The lights flickered, and for a split second, I saw it again. The figure, standing perfectly still, staring down at me. I dropped the bag and bolted out of the building. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, and the way it stood, how its head twisted at that awful angle. I told myself I wouldn't go back, no matter what. But the landlord called the next morning. He offered to double my pay if I'd finished cleaning the bathroom. I should have said no, but I didn't. I spent all morning pacing my tiny apartment, staring at my phone. The landlord's voice still echoed in my head. "Just the bathroom. In and out. 1 hour. Double pay." I knew I shouldn't go back, but money has a way of overriding common sense. By noon, I was back at the building, standing outside and staring up at the fourth floor. It felt different in the daylight, less oppressive. The flickering lights, the smell, the shadows, they were still there, but somehow muted. I told myself I'd imagined the figure last night. Stress, fatigue, it just wasn't real. It couldn't be real. The door to room 406 creaked as I opened it. The smell had worsened overnight, thick and choking, and I had to pull my mask tighter over my nose. The room felt colder, too. Not the kind of cold you get from a draft. This was something deeper, like the walls themselves were leaching the warmth out of the air. The bathroom door was ajar, but I hadn't even touched it yesterday. I stood there for a long time, staring at that gap, the dark silver space beyond it. My mind screamed for me to turn around, to leave and never come back, but my legs moved on their own. I pushed the door open. The bathroom was tiny, just a toilet, sink, and a cracked mirror above a yellowing countertop. The walls were covered in the same erratic scratches I'd seen in the main room, only here they were deeper, more deliberate. They looked less like random marks and more like writing. I couldn't read the symbols, but they made my stomach churn. The floor was sticky underfoot, a dark stain spreading from the base of the toilet. It smelled faintly of iron. The mirror caught my attention. It was fogged up, like someone had just taken a shower, but the room was ice cold. I wiped it with my sleeve, and for a moment, my reflection stared back at me, wide-eyed and pale. Then, something moved behind me. A shape. A shadow. I spun around, but the bathroom was empty. I wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, so I started cleaning. I scrubbed the walls, bagged up more trash, and tried not to look into the mirror again. The scratches seemed to shift when I wasn't looking, the symbols rearranging themselves into patterns that made my head throb. It wasn't until I opened the cabinet under the sink that I found it. A box. It was small, made of dark wood, and bound with a red string. The moment I touched it, my vision blurred, and the air around me grew heavy, like I was sinking underwater. I heard a low hum, faint at first, but growing louder, a vibration that rattled my teeth. I don't know why I opened it. Curiosity? Stupidity? Whatever it was, the knot slipped free easily, and the lid creaked open. Inside was a photograph, old and faded. It showed the same Tory gate from the picture I found yesterday. But this time, Nishida wasn't alone. He stood next to the figure. The thing was even clearer in this photo. Its limbs were too long, its head misshapen, and its eyes. They weren't eyes. They were empty black voids that seemed to stare right through the camera. My hand shook as I turned the photo over. There was something scrawled on the back, in the same jagged script as the scratches on the wall. I couldn't read it, but the symbols burned in my mind like a brand. The humming grew louder. Then the lights went out. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness and that awful sound rising to a deafening pitch. Then the bulb in the bathroom flickered back to life. It was standing in the doorway. The figure loomed, its head twisted at that impossible angle, its limbs contorted like a puppet with its strings tangled. It didn't move, didn't breathe, but its presence filled the room, suffocating me. I backed into the corner, clutching the photo like a talisman. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. "Nishida?" I whispered, the name trembling on my lips. "Is that you?" The thing's head snapped upright with a sickening crack. And then it laughed. The sound was inhuman, a guttural choking noise that echoed in my skull. It stepped into the bathroom, its movements jerky and unnatural, like it was fighting against its own body. The scratches on the wall seemed to glow faintly, pulsing in time with the low hum that filled the air. I couldn't move. My legs refused to obey me, and all I could do was watch as it reached out, its fingers impossibly long and thin, tipped with jagged nails. "Leave me alone!" I begged, tears streaming down my face. "I just wanted to clean the place!" Its hand stopped inches from my face. For a moment, everything was still. Then, it spoke. "You brought it back." The voice was rasp, low and wet, like words scraping against rusted metal. I didn't understand. "Brought what back?" I stammered. It didn't answer. Instead, it reached past me, grabbing the photo I dropped on the floor. It held it up, tilting its head as it studied the image. Then it turned its gaze to me, those empty black voids drilling into my soul. "You shouldn't have opened it." The humming exploded into a deafening roar. The lights flickered wildly, and the room seemed to twist and distort around me. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by all the chaos. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the figure stepping closer, its hands reaching for my throat. I woke up in my apartment. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. The bathroom, the box, the figure, just my imagination running wild. But then, I noticed the photo on my coffee table. It wasn't the same as before. This time, I was in the picture. I was standing next to the Torii gate, my face pale and hollow, my eyes blank and black. And beside me, the figure loomed, its hand resting on my shoulder like we were old friends. I stared at it, trembling as I noticed something new at the bottom of the photo. A date. Tomorrow. I don't know when it first happened. People say it was last week, maybe 2, but I don't even believe that. Something that big, something that wrong should have been noticed immediately. It should have been breaking news. The town should have been in a panic, but no one saw it until they were ready to see it. No one except Remy. She had been drawing for weeks. I found the first picture tucked under the couch, crumpled into a ball. I almost tossed it, but something about the dark swirls of crayon caught my eye. A huge black circle, scrawled in frantic loops, hovering above tiny stick figures. Their faces were stretched, mouths open too wide, eyes pulled upward. "Remy, what is this?" I asked, holding up the picture. She looked up from her cereal, spoon dangling in her hand. "The sky." I frowned. "It's not the sky, baby. The sky isn't black." She shrugged. "It's coming." A chill worked its way up my spine. "What's coming?" Remy just smiled and went back to eating. She drew more of them. At first, I thought it was just a phase. Kids draw weird shit sometimes, but the details got more disturbing. In some pictures, the black circle had tendrils, like it was reaching downward. In others, the people weren't people anymore. Their bodies were long and thin. She drew more of them. At first, I thought it was just a phase. Kids draw weird shit sometimes, but the details got more disturbing. In some pictures, the black circle had tendrils, like it was reaching downward. In others, The people weren't people anymore. Their bodies were long and thin, necks stretched until their heads touched the sky. The worst was one I found taped to my bedroom door. It was me, standing in front of our house, looking up. My face was blank. No eyes, no mouth, just a smooth, empty oval staring at the void above. I took it down and shoved it in a drawer. Then the sky changed. I remember standing in the driveway, tossing a bag of trash into the bin when I felt it. Then the sky changed. I remember standing in the driveway, tossing a bag of trash into the bin when I felt it. A weird pressure in the air, like before a thunderstorm. My ears popped. The wind died completely. And then I looked up. A massive black shape pulsing faintly, like something breathing. It wasn't a planet. It wasn't the moon. It was just wrong. I stood frozen, stomach twisting, as a horrible thought settled in. Remy knew. She knew it was coming. Claire was the first person I called. "You see it, right?" I asked, gripping the phone tight. She hesitated. "James, I don't know what I'm looking at. Is it the moon? A storm?" "It's not anything," she whispered. That's when I noticed the silence. No wind. No birds. The ocean, usually crashing against the docks, was dead still. Something was horribly wrong. I hung up and rushed inside. Remy was at the window staring up at it. "Baby, don't look at it," I said quickly, pulling her away. "Come on, let's play a game or something." She didn't fight me, but as I led her into the kitchen, she asked, "Do you think it sees us too?" That night, the town tried to ignore it. The news didn't mention it. No one online was talking about it. It was like it wasn't there. But people knew. You could see it in the way they hurried home before dark, how shopkeepers locked up early, how even the bars, usually alive with fishermen and dock workers, sat empty. The silence had weight, like something was watching. The first incident happened 2 days later. A group of teenagers had gone out to look at it. They sat on the old fishing pier for hours, staring up, joking around, and daring each other to keep their eyes on it the longest. The next morning, they were found at the docks. Their bodies had fused together. I don't know how else to explain it. Arms, legs, torsos, all melted into one another, like a pile of twisting limbs and half-formed faces. Their skin was smooth where it connected, as if they had always been one thing. And they were alive. Their mouths moved soundlessly, their fingers grasping at nothing, their eyes wide and locked on the sky. I threw up the moment I saw them. The town lost its fucking mind. Some people ran. Most didn't get far. The highway looped back into town. Some people locked their doors, pretending nothing was happening. And then there was the preacher. He stood in the town square, arms raised toward the object. "This is the Lord's work," he shouted. "We are witnessing the descent of God." I watched from the crowd, Remy clutching my arm as he pointed toward the twisted mass of teenagers still writhing by the docks. "This is a blessing, a test of faith." Some people actually believed him. I saw the way their eyes lingered on the sky a little too long. I turned to Claire, my voice shaking. "We need to find out what the hell's happening." She nodded. "We need to start with the town records." We didn't know it yet, but we were already too late. The preacher's followers stared at the sky for hours. They stood in the town square, motionless, their eyes locked on the pulsing, breathing thing above. The longer they looked, the more their bodies seemed to tremble. At first, I thought it was the cold, but it was something else. They were changing. I don't know how no one saw it sooner. Maybe we didn't want to. Claire and I sat in the dimly lit records office, papers spread across the table. The fluorescent lights flickered, buzzing in the thick silence. "Everything before 1906 is missing," Claire muttered, flipping through a brittle yellowed ledger. "It's like the town just started existing after that." "What happened in 1906? I asked. She hesitated, then slid a newspaper clipping across the table. The headline sent a spike of ice through my stomach. "Local town miraculously spared from a disaster, but at what cost?" Beneath it was a grainy black and white photo of a church. The same church where the preacher stood now, telling his followers to keep their eyes on the sky. We left the records office after dark. The town was different. The streets felt wrong, like they stretched a little too far, curving in places they never had before. The houses looked warped in the dim light, like they had been rebuilt from memory, but not quite right. And the preacher was still there. He stood at the center of town, his arms raised high, his voice booming over the silent streets. "Do not fear! The Lord has come to test our devotion!" His followers stood perfectly still, their heads tilted back unnaturally far. I clutched Remy's hand and pulled her closer. The preacher's eyes met mine. "James," he said, smiling, "why do you resist?" The next morning, the town found the first cross. It stood in front of the church, a mass of twisted, fused limbs, arms outstretched, heads tilted back, mouths frozen in silent screams. It was the preacher's first followers. They had been merged together, their bodies woven into each other, forming a grotesque crucifix. And they were still alive. Their fingers twitched, their chests rose and fell in shallow, uneven breaths. Their eyes rolled wildly in their sockets, but they couldn't move. Someone in the crowd gasped. Someone else screamed. The preacher laughed. "This is proof! Proof that we are being blessed!" he cried. His remaining followers didn't run. They knelt in prayer. And that's when I realized we weren't witnessing a cult. We were witnessing a ritual. And it was working. That night, I woke up to the sound of the front door creaking open. I shot up in bed, heart hammering. Footsteps. Soft. Slow. I bolted down the hall and found the door wide open. Cold air rushed in from the dark street. And standing barefoot on the porch, staring at the sky, was Remy. She was whispering. I scooped her up and slammed the door behind me. She didn't fight me. She just kept muttering softly, eyes unfocused. I held her tight, rocking her back and forth, listening. Her voice was low and rhythmic, like a prayer. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language I could recognize, and I wasn't sure if it was meant for me to hear. The next morning, there were more crosses, 5 of them now, lined up along Main Street. The preacher's congregation was disappearing one by one, but they weren't gone. They were being transformed. I didn't go near them, but I knew what I'd see if I did. The twitching fingers, the silent screams. They were still alive, still waiting. But for what? Claire barged into my house that afternoon, looking pale and frantic. "I know what happened in 1906. I swallowed. "Tell me." She hesitated, glancing toward Remy, who sat at the kitchen table, drawing again. I took her by the arm and led her into the next room. She unfolded an old journal. The pages were brittle, the ink faded, but the words were clear. "We made a deal." My throat went dry. "What kind of deal?" Claire flipped to the last page. "To forget." That night, Claire and I started packing. We were leaving. We didn't know where we'd go, but it didn't matter. We just knew that if we stayed, we would forget. Because that was the deal, wasn't it? The town offered something in return for its survival, and in exchange, it forgot. It forgot what happened last time, and it was about to forget again. We had just zipped our bags when we heard the sirens. Screams echoed from the streets. I threw open the window, and my stomach dropped. The preacher's remaining followers were changing. Their bodies twisted, skin stretching, limbs merging together in horrific shapes. More crosses rose along the streets, writhing and half-formed. The preacher stood among them, arms wide, smiling. And Remy? She was watching. Her tiny fingers gripped the windowsill, her lips moving silently. I grabbed her and turned away. "Don't look!" She smiled. "It's okay, Daddy." She looked up at me with wide and blinking eyes. "It's almost time." By midnight, the stars started disappearing. Not all at once, just one at a time. I stood in the backyard, staring at the sky, watching as each tiny light winked out. The sky stretched darker, emptier, until one thing remained. The object. It pulsed, breathed, and the town held its breath with it. Claire gripped my arm. "We have to go now." We had packed everything. Food, water, cash. But when we loaded the bags into the car, something wasn't right. The road was different. It stretched too long, winding in directions it never had before. The houses along the street looked off, as if they had been rebuilt from memory. We drove for miles. The ocean should have been to our left, but we never reached it. The old highway should have led us back to town, but it kept looping back. We passed the same streetlights, the same signs. And then, the church. The car skidded to a stop. Claire's hands trembled on the wheel. We hadn't even turned around. The car skidded to a stop. Claire's hands trembled on the wheel. We hadn't turned around. We had been driving straight. And yet, the church was right in front of us. We hadn't left the town at all. I grabbed Remy and ran inside the house, locking the doors. Claire paced the living room, running a hand through her hair. "The town won't let us leave," she whispered. "What the hell does that mean?" I snapped. Claire turned to me, eyes wide, frantic. "I think we're already gone, James. I think we were gone the moment that thing appeared." A long silence settled between us, and then, from upstairs, a soft humming. Remy sat on her bed, rocking back and forth, humming to herself. She was drawing again. My hand shook as I took the paper from her. It was a picture of the church. The object loomed above it, and in front of the door stood a small figure. A little girl. Remy smiled up at me. "That's me, Daddy." We barely slept. The next morning, more crosses lined the streets. They were taller now, bigger. Some of them stretched so high they nearly touched the power lines. The preacher's congregation was almost gone. The preacher himself, still there, still smiling. He stood at the top of the church steps, arms wide, his remaining followers kneeling before him. "Rejoice, for he has chosen us! Our faith will bring forth the new dawn!" His voice echoed through the streets. People gathered to watch, not to join, just to see what happened next. Because deep down, I think we already knew. That night, I woke up to something whispering outside. I moved slowly, heart pounding, and pulled back the curtain. Remy was standing in the yard, her face tilted to the sky, her lips moving soundlessly. "Remy?" I said, stepping outside. She didn't react. I reached for her shoulder. "Come inside, baby." The second my fingers touched her, a jolt of something ice cold shot through my skin. I heard something, a low, guttural voice. Not hers. It whispered into my ear, in a language I didn't understand, but somehow, I knew what it meant. "It's almost time." I yanked her back inside and slammed the door. She blinked up at me, unfazed. And then, she smiled. Claire was waiting. "What did she say?" she demanded. I swallowed. "Not her. It." Claire's face paled. She sat down heavily, rubbing her temples. "James, I know what happened in 1906. I stiffened. She took a shaky breath and opened the old journal. "They didn't just make a deal. They made a sacrifice. The town was supposed to be destroyed. A storm was coming. A disaster. But the preacher at the time prayed for mercy. And something answered. The storm never came. The town was spared. But one family disappeared completely. Their names wiped from records. No one even remembered them. They gave something up, and in return, they were allowed to forget." My throat closed. "James," she looked at me, her voice shaking. "This is happening again, and I think we already know who's being taken this time." Outside, the preacher's voice rang through the streets. "Rejoice! It's time!" We rushed to the window. The preacher stood before the crosses, his hands raised, his body trembling. His last followers stood behind him, heads tilted all the way back, their chests heaving, and then they split apart. Their bodies stretched, twisted, their torsos splitting open in one long, wet rip. Their ribs bent outward, their arms outstretched. They became the final crosses. I grabbed Remy and ran. But the moment I stepped outside, the sky opened. Not like a portal. I grabbed Remy and ran. But the moment I stepped outside, the sky opened. Not like a portal. Like something peeling back. The object was lower than ever. Close enough that I could see. It wasn't an object at all. It was an eye, and it was looking right at us. Claire grabbed my arm. "We have to go! Now!" But Remy let go of my hand. She stepped forward. I felt my whole body go cold. "Remy!" I said. She turned to me, and she smiled. The sky split open, not like a crack, not like a portal, like something peeling back. The air rippled as the thing above us descended, slow and heavy, pressing against reality like it didn't quite fit in. It wasn't just an object. It was a body, and at the center of it, where the pulsing, breathing mass had been, was a single enormous eye. It was looking at Remy. She stood completely still, bathed in its gaze. "Remy!" I lunged for her, but Claire grabbed me. "James, wait!" I fought her, but then the preacher spoke. "It's come! The reckoning! The blessing! The cycle continues! He laughed, arms stretched toward the sky. His remaining followers, what was left of them, knelt before him. Their necks tilted back so far they should have snapped. Their faces were empty. They had no eyes. No mouths. Only smooth, blank skin. They raised their hands toward the eye, trembling in silent prayer. Remy took another step forward. "Remy, stop!" I choked out. She turned to me and my stomach twisted. Her eyes were black. Not like she was possessed. Not like they had darkened. But like there was nothing behind them at all. Like she was already gone. She smiled. "It's okay, Daddy." Claire pulled me back. "Listen to me," she whispered, voice shaking. "It's a trade. It's always been a trade." I stared at her. "The town should have been destroyed in 1906, she said. "But they made a deal. They gave someone up." I looked back at Remy, a horrible realization hitting me like a knife to the chest. I'd never questioned why she was drawing the object before anyone else saw it. I had never questioned how she knew it was coming. Because deep down, I already knew the answer. She wasn't seeing the future. She was remembering. Because this had happened before, and now it was happening again. The preacher's voice rang out through the air. "James, don't be afraid. You knew this day would come." I turned to him, rage boiling in my chest. "You knew," I spat. "You knew this would happen to her." He grinned. "It was always her." His skin began to split. His flesh peeled away, unraveling like paper, exposing something raw and glistening beneath. His head tilted back, his mouth stretching open too wide. And then, he was gone. Not taken. Erased. Like he had never been there at all. I turned back to Remy. She was staring straight into the eye. The air hummed, vibrating with a sound I could feel in my bones. She whispered something too soft to hear. Then, the eye blinked. The whole town shook. The crosses lurched forward, their arms stretching, their bodies elongating, as if reaching toward the sky. And I knew then, this was it. The moment the town would forget. I lunged, grabbing Remy, pulling her back. For a second, just a second, I felt her body tense, like she wasn't supposed to leave, like she was being pulled away from me. "Please, baby, don't go!" She touched my face gently and whispered, "You won't remember me." A roaring sound filled my ears. The sky collapsed inward. The last thing I saw was her smile. And then, darkness. I woke up in my bed. Sunlight streamed through the curtains. The birds were chirping. The ocean crashed against the shore. Everything was normal. Claire sat at the kitchen table, staring at a cup of coffee, eyes red-rimmed and hollow. She looked up at me. "You remember, don't you?" My throat felt dry. My chest ached. I didn't answer, because I did remember. But when I walked into the hall toward Remy's room, the door was gone. Not just closed. Gone. Like it had never been there. We checked everywhere. No photos, no clothes, no drawings. No one in town remembered her. Not even the neighbors, not even her teacher. Even Claire, who remembered what happened, struggled to say her name. It was like she had never existed at all. But I knew, and I knew exactly where to find her. The church door stood wide open. My heart pounded as I stepped inside. The candles lined the walls, casting long shadows. The air was thick with the scent of wax and something else. Something damp. And then, at the altar, a child stood waiting. She wore a simple white dress, her hands folded in prayer. Her face was turned away. I took a slow, shuddering step forward. She tilted her head. She turned, and she smiled. "I knew you'd come back." Beneath a heavy sky, the small, unremarkable town of Hirasaka lay shrouded in mist, perched on the edge of an ever-silent forest. Not many passed through these parts, and fewer stayed. Something about the air felt dense, oppressive, like it held secrets too ancient for human tongues. And then there was that ever-present hum, barely perceptible, but always there, like a distant murmur just outside one's ear. The townsfolk claimed it was the wind, but anyone who stayed long enough began to wonder, Kiko, a young woman with a curious mind and a love for strange histories, had been drawn to Hitasaka for a job, an archivist position in the town's old library. It was the only building in the town that had withstood time. The others bore the marks of abandonment or decay. But it was not just the job that brought her here. Kiko had always felt a pull toward the strange and unexplained, and Hitasaka's reputation as a cursed town intrigued her. The curse, however, wasn't one of violent death or vengeful spirits. It was more insidious. People simply disappeared. Some left town, their belongings gone, without a word to anyone. Others were never seen again, their homes left untouched, eerily undisturbed. The police often chalked it up to wanderers moving on, but whispers among the elderly said otherwise. The library was massive, its shelves endless rows of dusty tomes, ancient volumes bound in leather that cracked under the slightest pressure. Kiko's task was to restore and digitize the collection, but she found herself often drawn to the sections most untouched, where books sat in shadow, as if forgotten by time. One afternoon, while combing through a forgotten corner, Kiko discovered a curious journal, bound in a dark mottled hide. Its pages were brittle, the ink faded but legible. What struck her most was the way it began. They say the ground here hums, and that in the earth beneath our feet, something stirs. The entries that follow detailed the life of a man named Hiroshi Tasamura, who had once lived in the town nearly a century ago. He spoke of the strange occurrences that seemed to coincide with the low, omnipresent hum, the one that Kiko had heard herself since her arrival. But what unnerved her was the shift in the journal's tone. As Hiroshi's writing grew more erratic, he spoke of hearing voices in the hum, faint whispers, beckoning him deeper into the forest. Kiko found herself haunted by Hiroshi's words. That night, she lay in her small rented room, the journal on the bedside table. The hum seemed louder than usual, a dull vibration she could feel in her bones. And then, for the first time since she arrived, she thought she could hear it. A voice, soft, distant, but unmistakable. Kiko. The next morning, Kiko couldn't shake the feeling that the voice had been real. Sleep had been elusive, her dreams tangled with images of dark woods and deep, yawning chasms. When she arrived at the library, she dove back into the journal, hoping to find some explanation. Hiroshi's final entries were frantic, full of fear. He had gone into the forest, following the sound of the whispers, and he had discovered an old shrine hidden deep within a ravine. There, he claimed the earth was alive, moving beneath the stone foundations of the shrine like the breathing of some slumbering giant. His last words sent a chill down her spine. It's calling me. I can feel it now. The ground. The hum. It's not just a sound. It's a pulse. A heartbeat. Kiko's mind whirled with questions. What had Hiroshi found? Was the hum truly something more than just a natural phenomenon? That night as she lay in bed, the voice came again. This time it was clearer, stronger. Come. Compelled by a force she couldn't explain, Kiko set out the next morning. She ventured into the forest, guided by the ever-present hum. The deeper she went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees grew twisted, their bark dark and slick as if they had been soaked in something foul. The air smelled of damp earth and rot, and yet the hum remained steady, a constant thrum that vibrated through her whole body. It was as if the sound was leading her, guiding her steps towards something hidden, something waiting. Hours passed before she found it, the shrine. Just as Hiroshi had described, it was crumbling, overtaken by the forest. Moss clung to the stone, and the air here felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on her chest. She approached cautiously, the hum now a deafening roar in her ears. Beneath the shrine's broken altar, there was a crevice, a jagged opening that led deep into the earth. Kiko knelt down, peering into the darkness below. A foul stench wafted up from the depths, and the heartbeat grew louder. Without thinking, she reached out, her hand brushing against the stone. The moment her fingers made contact, she felt it. A pulse. Something alive, stirring beneath the ground. Her vision blurred, and she was overwhelmed with a sudden terrifying realization. The hum wasn't coming from the earth. It was coming from beneath it. Kiko tried to pull back, but it was too late. The ground shifted beneath her, the stone crumbling as the shrine itself seemed to tremble. A low, guttural sound echoed from the crevice, something deep and ancient, like the groaning of the earth itself. She stumbled back, heart pounding as the ground before her split open. From the darkness, something emerged. A massive, twisted form, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was as though the earth itself had come alive, its body made of stone and root, its surface crawling with the grotesque semblance of human faces, all whispering in unison. "Join us. Join us. Join us." Kiko's scream caught in her throat as the creature extended itself toward her, its many faces shifting and merging, their mouths stretching open in silent agony. She turned to run, but the ground gave way beneath her, the roots snaking up to entangle her legs, pulling her down toward the gaping maw of the creature. She woke up in her bed, drenched in sweat, her heart racing. The sunlight streaming through the window felt unreal, like a distant memory. For a moment, Kiko thought it had all been a dream, a nightmare, brought on by her obsession with Hiroshi's journal. But when she looked down, her hands were caked in dirt, and her legs bore deep scratches from the roots. The hum was louder now, filling the room, vibrating through her bones. Panicked, she rushed to the library, determined to find answers. But when she opened the doors, she froze. The library was empty, not just devoid of people, empty. The shelves were bare, the books gone. The windows were shattered, vines creeping through the broken glass as if the forest had begun to reclaim the building. And then she saw it. The journal, lying open on the floor. Its pages had changed. There was a new entry, written in a familiar hand. "The hum is in me now. I can hear it. Always. I can feel it. I'm a part of it. Soon, I will return to the earth, and I will join them in the deep." The handwriting was hers. Kiko fled, her mind unraveling. The town was empty, abandoned. The houses stood silent, their doors open, but no one was inside. It was as though everyone had vanished, leaving behind only the shell of a place once filled with life. The hum was deafening now, pounding in her ears, her chest, her very soul. As she ran through the deserted streets, she saw them, faces in the earth, emerging from the ground, their mouths moving in time with the hum. They were calling her. She could feel the pull, the urge to stop, to lie down, to let the earth take her. With a final burst of energy, she reached the edge of the town, collapsing just as the sun began to set. The hum faded, and for a moment, there was silence. But as she lay there, staring up at the darkening sky, she felt it again. The pulse, the heartbeat. It was beneath her. The search party never found her. Just like the others, Kiko had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The town of Hidasaka continued on, its inhabitants growing older, fewer as the hum remained. A constant murmur beneath the earth. And somewhere, deep in the forest, the shrine waits, the earth beneath it pulsing with life. And Kiko, like so many before her, has become part of the hum. In the heart of Tokyo, buried among the dense tangle of narrow streets, stood a decaying apartment building, silent, forgotten, as though it had been swallowed by time. The tenants who lived there were ghosts of their former selves, but none were more invisible than Kazuki. 28 years old, Kazuki had retreated into his one-room apartment 3 years ago, sealing himself from the world in a life of endless isolation. A hikikomori, a shut-in. Hidden away from the chaos outside, he let the world forget him as he spent his days in the glow of his screen, surrounded by filth and the detritus of his own life. The room was a shrine to decay, filled with rotting takeout boxes, crumpled soda cans, and the occasional scuttling of a cockroach seeking refuge. Kazuki had long stopped caring. His connection to reality had withered, replaced by endless streams of forums, obscure chat rooms, and videos he consumed with feverish obsession. Online, he was not Kazuki, but Ryo, a nameless entity with opinions that mattered, theories that spiraled into dark places, and anger that bubbled with nowhere to go. In the digital world, he had found others like him, disillusioned, invisible, waiting. It was in one of these dark corners of the internet where Kazuki first encountered Itako, a username as enigmatic as the person behind it, and their conversations started out innocuously enough. Discussions about isolation, about feeling forgotten by society, rejected by the world. But Itako's words were different. They carried a sense of power, a hidden understanding that Kazuki could not ignore. He was drawn in, spellbound by the way they could articulate the hollow feeling gnawing at his insides. Itako didn't just see the world as a broken machine. They spoke of ways to dismantle it entirely. "You're not alone," Itako had typed one night, the words flickering on Kazuki's screen like an incantation. "There are others like you. We don't have to live in this cage." Kazuki's pulse quickened, the idea burrowing into his mind. He was wary of feeling powerless, of being locked away, forgotten. The words lingered in his thoughts, even as he tried to sleep, filling his dreams with the twisted images of escaping. One morning, as the dim light of the sun barely pushed through the grime-streaked window, Kazuki awoke to a message from Itako. "Meet me." The message was jarring, almost impossible to comprehend. Meet? In person? Kazuki hadn't left his apartment in over 3 years. The very thought of stepping outside, of exposing himself to the judgmental gazes of society, paralyzed him. But Itako's message burned in his mind. More than a command. It was a lifeline. His curiosity, perhaps tinged with a desperate hunger for connection, drove him to act. That afternoon, he shuffled to the door, his hand trembling as he wrapped his fingers around the doorknob. The world beyond was a foreign, terrifying place. But something inside him, whether it was the promise of meaning, the allure of freedom, or a seed of madness, pushed him forward. He stepped outside for the first time in years. The streets felt alive with menace. Kazuki's heart raced as he slipped through the alleyways, avoiding eye contact. His head hung low. He had no destination, only a cryptic address sent by Itako. As he investigated deeper into the city, the familiar hum of Tokyo morphed into something alien, its usual bustling rhythm distorted. He could feel eyes on him, eyes that weren't there, whispers behind him that didn't exist. Finally, Kazuki arrived at an abandoned, crumbling warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor, the walls coated in grime and forgotten graffiti. Inside, he found a single dim light flickering in the corner, casting long skeletal shadows across the room. And there, standing in the darkened space, was a figure cloaked in black. Itako. Kazuki's breath caught in his throat. They stood silently, watching him. There was no warmth in the way they regarded him, no comfort. But there was something else, something far more intoxicating. Power. Itako moved closer, their face obscured by a dark hood, with only their eyes visible, glinting in the faint light. "You've made the first step," they whispered, their voice smooth as velvet but cold as winter air. "Now, do you want to escape?" Kazuki nodded, unable to find his voice. Itako smiled, though it wasn't a smile of kindness. It was predatory. "Then you know what needs to be done." Kazuki didn't know, not fully, but he could feel it. It was an unspoken agreement, an understanding that had taken root deep inside him ever since their conversations began. The world was broken. Society had left him behind, chewed them up, and even spat them out. And now, it was time to make them pay. Weeks passed, and Kazuki's descent into madness quickened. Itako guided him further, leading him into dark acts, small at first. Petty theft, vandalism, things that made Kazuki feel powerful for the first time in years. The more he did, the more he craved the feeling of control. It was as though he was clawing his way back into existence, his rage feeding off the silence of his former isolation. But it didn't stop there. One night, under Itako's command, Kazuki found himself standing in front of a small, unsuspecting convenience store. The streets were quiet, the city asleep. He was armed with an old, rusted kitchen knife that had once been used for the mundane act of cutting vegetables. Now trembling in his grip, a symbol of something far darker. "Go inside," Itako's voice buzzed through his earpiece, their tone eerily calm. "Make them notice you." Kazuki's mind was a storm of thoughts, fear, exhilaration, anger. He stepped inside. The fluorescent lights above flickering, casting the store in a sickly, sterile glow. The clerk, a middle-aged man with weary eyes, looked up briefly, offering a tired nod before returning to his register. He had no idea. Kazuki approached the counter slowly, his fingers tightened around the handle of the knife. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the adrenaline surging through his veins. The world seemed to slow down around him, everything becoming sharper, more intense. The clerk finally looked up, sensing something off. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice cautious. For a moment, Kazuki hesitated, his breath hitched, his hand trembling. But then, Itako's voice cut through the noise in his head, soft and insistent. "Do it." With a sudden violent motion, Kazuki lunged forward, the blade flashing under the fluorescent light. The clerk's eyes widened in shock, his hands coming up too late to defend himself. The knife plunged into his chest with a sickening sound, the warmth of blood spreading across Kazuki's hand. The man crumpled to the ground, gasping, his eyes locked on Kazuki's, pleading, terrified, confused. Kazuki stood over him, the knife still in his hand, his mind a blur. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. And yet, the man's body lay before him, lifeless, the life draining from his eyes. "Good." Itako's voice purred through the earpiece. "Now they'll see you. Now you're someone." Kazuki stumbled back, his breathing ragged, his heart pounding in his ears. He felt sick, dizzy, but also alive. The isolation, the years of being invisible, all of it seemed to fall away in that moment. He had done something. He had acted. But as he turned to leave the store, wiping the blood from his hands onto his pants, a new thought gripped him, colder than the fear he had felt before. He was no longer invisible. The police would come. They would investigate, and they would find him. Kazuki fled into the night, the city stretched out before him like a labyrinth. But even as he ran, the weight of what he had done began to settle on his chest. There was no turning back now. The cat-and-mouse game had begun. Kazuki was no longer just a hikikomori. He had become something else entirely. But in the shadows, Itako watched. They had unleashed a storm, and they were not done with Kazuki yet. "You've started a fire. Let it burn." Kazuki's throat tightened. He wanted to reply, to ask what that meant, to demand answers. But a soft knock at his door made him freeze. He hadn't had a visitor in years. No one knew he was here. His blood turned to ice in his veins. Another knock, louder this time, more insistent. Kazuki's breath caught in his throat. Had the police already found him? He backed away from the door, his mind racing through impossible scenarios. But something told him this wasn't the police. This was something worse. Who is it?" His voice was barely more than a whisper, but it was all he could manage. There was no response, just a creak of the floorboards outside his door as someone shifted their weight. Then, silence. Kazuki's heart hammered in his chest. His eyes darted to the only window in the room, but they were 4 stories up. No way out that way. He crept toward the door, placing his ear against it, trying to hear any movement. Nothing. Slowly, with trembling hands, he turned the lock and cracked the door open. The hallway outside was empty, just the dim, flickering light overhead and the musty scent of old wood. He let out a shaky breath, relief washing over him for the briefest moment. He was imagining things. The stress, the guilt, it was playing tricks on his mind. But as he turned to close the door, he noticed something. A small, folded piece of paper that had been slipped under the doorframe. Hesitating only for a moment, Kazuki bent down and picked it up. His fingers fumbled with it as he unfolded the note. The handwriting was elegant, almost too neat, as if drawn with careful precision. "Are you ready for what comes next?" Kazuki's skin prickled with a cold sweat. His mind raced, trying to piece together who could have left this, how they could have known where he lived. His phone buzzed again, another message from Itako. "The game begins now. You're not alone anymore." Kazuki sank to the floor, the note still clutched in his hand. He couldn't tell if he was shaking from fear or anticipation. He had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable, and yet there was a part of him, a dark, twisted part, that wanted to see what came next. Days passed, and Kazuki's life began to spiral further into chaos. He didn't dare leave the apartment again, not after the murder, not after that note. But the messages from Itako didn't stop, each one more cryptic than the last, pushing him to the edge. Each night, the knocks returned, always at the same time. But when he opened the door, no one was there. Only another note, another taunt, another promise. You're a ghost now, but the world is watching. Kazuki became consumed by paranoia. His once disheveled room now looked worse, a chaotic reflection of his crumbling mind. The curtains were drawn, shutting out the world, and the smell of rotting food lingered in the air. He barely slept, haunted by nightmares of the man he had killed, of the police dragging him out of his apartment, of Itako's eyes watching him from the shadows. Then came the breaking point. One night, as Kazuki sat huddled in a corner, his phone vibrated again. Another message from Itako, but this one was different. You're not safe there anymore. Run. Kazuki stared at the message, his pulse quickening. His gaze shot to the door, half expecting to hear the familiar knock. But instead, he heard footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, coming from down the hallway. Panic surged through him. This wasn't like the other nights. This time, someone was really coming. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. He heard a soft click, the unmistakable sound of a key sliding into the lock. Kazuki scrambled to his feet, his mind racing. He had no plan, no idea what to do. The door creaked open slowly, casting a sliver of light across the filthy floor. Kazuki backed into the far corner of the room, his eyes wide with terror. And then, a figure stepped inside. It wasn't Itako. It wasn't anyone he recognized. The man who stood in the doorway was tall, dressed in a plain black suit, his expression unreadable. He looked around the room, taking in the mess, the squalor, the broken man trembling in the corner. Kazuki's breath hitched, his body frozen with fear. The man stepped forward, his movements slow, deliberate. You're coming with me, the man said, his voice calm, almost gentle. Kazuki shook his head, backing further into the corner. No, I didn't... But the man wasn't listening. He reached into his jacket, pulling out something small and metallic. It took Kazuki a moment to realize it. A badge. Police. Before Kazuki could react, the two men appeared in the doorway, both dressed in black, both wearing the same blank expressions. Kazuki's world closed in around him. The room, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The man in the suit stepped closer, his shadow falling over Kazuki. It's over. Kazuki's vision blurred, the room spinning around him. Itako had promised him freedom, escape, but there was no escape. There never was. As the officers closed in, Kazuki's phone buzzed one last time. He glanced at the screen, his heart sinking as he read the final message from Itako. Checkmate. His mind was a tempest of confusion, fear, and rage, all swirling together in a storm he couldn't control. The lead officer, the man in the black suit with cold, expressionless eyes, gripped his arm with a force that made his bones ache. It's over, Kazuki, the officer said again, his voice eerily calm. Kazuki's mind whirled with 1,000 questions, but none of them formed into words. His lips moved soundlessly as he struggled to understand how it had come to this. Had Itako betrayed him? Was this all part of some twisted game? And what was the meaning of checkmate? The officers cuffed him, the cold metal biting into his wrists, and they led him out of the apartment. His footsteps felt heavy, as though the floor was dragging him down. The narrow, dim hallway of his building seemed impossibly long, stretching out into a tunnel with no end in sight. The fluorescent lights flickered above, casting everything in a sickly pale hue. Kazuki stumbled forward, his head hung low, but something gnawed at him. Something more than just a fear of the police, or the consequence of what he had done. It was an eerie feeling, as though something was still watching him, lurking just out of sight. The sensation sent chills down his spine. The officers guided him down the stairs and out into the alley behind the building. Night had fallen, the moon thin, sickle-like, crescent above the towering skyscrapers of Tokyo. The alley was bathed in shadows, a forgotten, lifeless corner of the city. As they led him toward a waiting police car, Kazuki's gaze darted around the darkened street, his paranoia growing stronger with every step. The officer in the suit stopped behind the car, gripping Kazuki's arm tighter. "You've caused quite a stir," he said in a low voice, his eyes locking onto Kazuki's. "But it's over now. We know everything." Kazuki blinked, the words sinking into him like lead weights. They know everything? How? He had been so careful. Even Itako's messages were cryptic, barely leaving a trail. His mind scrambled for answers, for some explanation, but then it hit him. A single terrifying thought. What if they were never trying to hide? What if the game was rigged from the start? Kazuki's breath quickened, panic flooding his veins. "What do you mean, everything?" Kazuki stammered. The officer's lips twitched, forming a thin smile, an expression that sent an icy shiver down Kazuki's spine. "You'll see soon enough." Before Kazuki could ask more, the officer shoved him into the back seat of the police car. The door slammed shut, and Kazuki was left in darkness. The world outside the tinted windows distorted and surreal. The officers climbed into the front seats, their voices low as they exchanged words Kazuki couldn't hear. The car pulled away from the alley, merging into the streets of Tokyo. Kazuki pressed his head against the window, watching the city blur by in streaks of lights and shadows. His heart hammered in his chest, his mind racing with 1,000 scenarios, each one more nightmarish than the last. Then, something caught his eye. A figure, standing in the shadows of the side street they passed, dressed in black, face obscured by a hood, watching him. Itako. Kazuki's blood ran cold, his pulse surged as he craned his neck, trying to catch another glimpse, but the car had already sped past, and the figure was swallowed by the night. Had he imagined it? Was it just a trick of his mind, shattered by days of paranoia and fear? But deep down, Kazuki knew it was them. Itako was still out there, watching, pulling the strings. The car turned sharply, and Kazuki realized they weren't heading to the police station. They were leaving the city, moving to the quieter outskirts, where the skyscrapers thinned into residential buildings and narrow roads lined with dark trees. The urban glow of Tokyo faded behind them, and Kazuki's stomach twisted with unease. "Where are we going?" Kazuki asked, his voice trembling. Neither of the officers responded. The man in the suit glanced at him in the rearview mirror, his cold eyes locked onto Kazuki's for a moment before looking away. Kazuki's pulse quickened. Something was wrong. This wasn't standard procedure. He wasn't being taken to a police station. His mind raced with thoughts of escape, but the cuffs around his wrists held him firmly in place. The car finally pulled off the main road onto a narrow dirt path, flanked by trees that loomed tall and dark, like ancient sentinels. Kazuki's heart pounded in his chest as the car rolled deeper into the forest, the headlights barely cutting through the thick, oppressive darkness. The vehicle came to a stop in front of an old, decrepit building, a forgotten structure that looked more like a relic of some past era than anything that belonged in the modern world. It was a long-abandoned shrine, the wood rotting and the roof caved in at parts, its once sacred grounds now overgrown with weeds and vines. The officers stepped outside of the car, and Kazuki's panic reached a fever pitch. "Where are you taking me?" he shouted, his voice cracking with fear. The man in the suit opened the door, gripping Kazuki's arm tightly as he pulled him from the car. "Quiet," he said coldly. "You'll understand soon enough." Kazuki struggled, but the man's grip was iron, and he was forced forward, his feet dragging across the uneven ground. They led him through the crumbling archway of the shrine, deeper into the overgrown courtyard, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the wind. At the center of the courtyard stood a single stone altar, ancient and withered, stained with the marks of time. The officers brought him to it, forcing him to his knees before the altar, the cold stone pressing against his skin. Kazuki's mind was spinning, his heart racing. He had no idea what was happening, but every fiber of his being screamed that this was wrong, terribly wrong. He opened his mouth to shout, to demand answers, but a new voice, deep and unfamiliar, echoed through the darkness. "Welcome, Kazuki." The voice sent a chill down his spine, and Kazuki looked up, his eyes widening in terror. From the shadows behind the altar, a figure emerged, a man tall and imposing, dressed in a dark traditional robe. His face was obscured by an intricately carved mask, its features twisted and demonic, as if mocking the very concept of humanity. The man stepped forward, his presence radiating an unnatural authority, his every movement deliberate and controlled. Kazuki's blood turned to ice. Who are you?" he stammered, his voice barely more than a whisper. The masked man tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. "I am the one who sees what others do not," he said softly, his voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "And I have been watching you for a very long time, Kazuki." Kazuki's heart thudded in his chest. What? What do you want?" The man reached out, placing a hand on Kazuki's head, the touch cold and heavy, like the weight of 1,000 unspoken secrets. "You're part of something far greater than you realize," the man whispered, his voice slipping into Kazuki's mind like a poison. "You've already begun the ritual. Itako was merely the catalyst." Kazuki's eyes widened. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, but the picture they formed was more horrifying than he ever could have imagined. This was never about rebellion, about escaping society's grip. This was about something darker, something ancient. He was part of a ritual, a sacrifice, and he hadn't even realized it. The masked man stepped back, raising his hands to the sky. The wind picked up, swirling around them, carrying with it a low, haunting hum that seemed to come from the earth itself. The officers stood still, their expressions blank, their roles in the dark ceremony clear now. Kazuki tried to move, tried to flee, but his body wouldn't obey. His muscles were frozen, his mind trapped in a fog of terror. The ground beneath him began to tremble, the air thickening with an oppressive force that pressed down on him, suffocating him. The masked man's voice rose, chanting in a language Kazuki didn't understand. But the words sent shivers through his very soul. The altar beneath him began to glow faintly, pulsing with a sickly, otherworldly light. Kazuki's eyes darted around wildly, searching for a way out, for any sign of hope. But then, as if in an answer to his silent pleas, he saw movement at the edge of the shrine grounds. A figure, cloaked in black, stepping out from the shadows. Itako. Their hood was down, revealing a face Kazuki had never seen, but somehow recognized. Itako was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. A face that seemed to shift and blur, as though it belonged to no one and everyone at once. "It's time," Itako said softly, the voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. The masked man turned to face Itako, his chant faltering. "You? What are you doing here?" Itako smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "You've miscalculated, old friend. Kazuki isn't yours to claim." Kazuki's heart leapt in his chest. "What's happening?" he cried, his voice breaking. Itako stepped closer, their eyes never leaving the masked man. "You were never a pawn, Kazuki. You were the key." With a wave of their hand, the wind died down, the oppressive force lifting. The glowing light from the altar flickered and then went out. The masked man staggered back, fury and confusion wearing in his eyes. "What have you done?" he spat, his voice filled with venom. Itako's smile widened. "The game was never yours to win." In that moment, Kazuki felt the invisible chains holding him break. He scrambled to his feet, his breath ragged, his mind still reeling. Itako turned to him, their expressions softening. "You've been through enough, Kazuki. It's time to end this." With a final deliberate motion, Itako raised their hand, and the world around them seemed to bend, reality warping and twisting. The masked man screamed, his body disintegrating into nothingness as the power of the ritual collapsed in around him. And then, silence. The shrine, the forest, the officers. Everything was gone. Kazuki stood alone in the middle of an empty street, the city lights of Tokyo glowing softly in the distance. It was over. He turned slowly, his eyes searching the shadows, but Itako was gone. Only their final words echoed in his mind. The game was never about escaping. It was about choosing your own fate. Kazuki stood there, trembling as the realization washed over him. He was free. But the price of his freedom was a secret he would carry for the rest of his life. And somewhere in the dark corners of Tokyo, Itako was still watching him. It began when I went hiking alone in the mountains, seeking solace in nature after the chaos of the city. The trails were quiet, the only sounds the rustling of leaves and the distant chirps of birds. But as the hours passed, the vibrant wilderness seemed to grow still. A strange, suffocating quiet crept in. The sunlight filtered weakly through the dense canopy above, painting the path in shifting shadows. I don't know how it happened, but I fell. My foot caught on an exposed root, and I tumbled headlong down a steep incline. My body slammed into the jagged earth, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. My leg twisted under me, a sharp, blinding pain shooting up from my ankle. When I opened my eyes, I was sprawled at the bottom of a narrow ravine. My vision blurred, and the forest towering walls leaned in. They were oppressive and silent. Blood trickled from a gash on my forehead, and the sun had begun its descent. I screamed for help, but the sound was swallowed by the dense, unmoving air. That's when I saw it. Above me, perched on a ledge, was a figure. A woman, at least I thought she was. Her form was gaunt, her limbs too long, and her face pale as bone. Her dark eyes glinted with a predatory sheen, and her mouth was stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, uneven teeth. She was staring directly at me. Then she spoke. Her voice was melodic, almost soothing. "You're hurt," she said, her lips curving into a grin too large for her face. "Do you need help?" Every fiber of my being screamed to run, but I couldn't. I was trapped, immobilized by my injury and her gaze. "Yes," I whispered hoarsely. She descended from the cliff with an unnatural grace, her body moving fluidly, like a shadow given form. She knelt beside me, her spindly fingers brushing against my ankle. Her touch was cold, sending a shiver through my entire body. Her smile never faltered as she examined my injury. "You're lucky I found you," she said. Her voice was calm, eerily gentle. "Out here, no one else would hear you scream." And the way she said it wasn't a warning. It felt like a promise. I tried to pull away, but pain shot through my leg, forcing me still. She tilted her head, studying me like one might expect a wounded animal. Then she leaned in, her face inches from mine. Her breath smelled of damp earth and decay. "You'll need nourishment to heal," she whispered, her lips curling into that grotesque grin again. Without waiting for a reply, she rose and disappeared into the forest. Her movements were quick, so quiet, and she seemed to melt into the shadows. I was left alone, trembling and helpless. The sun dipped lower, and the world around me grew darker. The forest that once felt serene and now seemed alive, its trees twisting unnaturally in the fading light. Every rustle and creak sent shivers down my spine. Then she returned, carrying something in her hands. It was a bird, black-feathered and limp. Its neck hung at an unnatural angle, and its eyes were dull. "Eat," she said, extending it toward me. I recoiled, my stomach twisting in revulsion. I can't," I stammered. Her smile faltered for the first time. The glint in her eyes darkened, her expression sharpening into something colder, more predatory. "You have to," she insisted. Her voice was no longer soothing. It was commanding. She crouched closer, the bird's lifeless body dangling from her fingers. "If you want to survive, you'll eat." I stared at the dead bird, bile rising in my throat. The woman, or whatever she was, held it out, her grin returning, though now it seemed more sinister, as if daring me to defy her. My body trembled. The pain in my leg was throbbing with every beat of my panicked heart. "I can't," I whispered again. Her smile vanished entirely this time. She crouched so close that I could see the faint patterns of veins under her paper-thin skin. I could smell the damp rot clinging to her. Her long fingers gripped my jaw, tilting my head upward, forcing me to look directly into her unblinking eyes. "You're weak," she hissed, her breath chilling my skin. "Without me, you'll die here. Do you understand?" I nodded weakly, tears spilling from my eyes. "Good," she said, her voice softening once more. "Now open your mouth." My body moved before my mind could stop it. I opened my mouth, and she pressed the bird's cold flesh against my lips. Its feathers prickled against my skin, its metallic scent filling my nose. When I tried to resist, her grip tightened painfully. I had no choice. As the bird's raw meat slid past my throat, I gagged, the taste of iron and decay flooding my senses. My stomach churned violently, and I thought I might vomit. But I swallowed, and her grip loosened. "There," she said, her smile returning. "You've done well." She settled beside me, her skeletal frame folding into the earth like she belonged there. "You'll heal soon," she said, as if she were comforting a child. To my horror, she wasn't lying. The throbbing in my ankle dulled to a faint ache, and when I touched it, the swelling seemed less severe. But the relief was poisoned by the knowledge of what I had done, and by the presence of the woman, who had now watched me with an eerie satisfaction. That night, I drifted in and out of a feverish sleep, haunted by strange dreams. I saw her face, her grin, her dark eyes staring into mine. The blackbird's taste lingered in my mouth, bitter and foul. When I awoke, she was still there, sitting cross-legged a few feet away. The dawn painted her pale skin in unnatural hues, and the forest was eerily silent once more. "I've helped you, and now you'll help me," she said, as if reminding me of some unspoken agreement. Her words froze me. "Help you?" I croaked, my voice cracking under the weight of fear and exhaustion. She tilted her head, her neck bending at an unnatural angle. "Yes," she said, her smile widening once again. "It's only fair, isn't it?" I wanted to argue, to tell her I owed her nothing, but the words caught in my throat. Something in her gaze silenced me, a cold, predatory gleam that promised unspeakable consequences if refused. She stood, her impossibly long limbs unfolding like a shadow stretching at dusk. She motioned for me to follow her. "I can't walk," I muttered, gesturing weakly to my leg. Her laughter was sharp and brittle, like the snap of breaking twigs. "You'll manage," she said, her tone leaving no room for debate. To my astonishment and dread, when I moved my leg, it responded. The pain was still there, but dulled, as if my body were no longer my own. I stumbled to my feet, leaning heavily on a makeshift crutch fashioned from a nearby branch. She led me deeper into the forest, the trees growing denser and more twisted with every step. This story is brought to you by Junji Ito's spine-chilling masterpieces. Step into the nightmarish world of Uzumaki, where spirals twist a small town into madness. Brace yourself for Gyo, a tale of grotesque horrors creeping out of the sea, bringing death with every step. And meet Tomi, the immortal woman whose beauty is as deadly as it is mesmerizing. You can grab all 3 books as a bundle or pick them up individually. Click the link in the show notes to start your journey into horror and support the show. But beware, these stories may haunt you long after the last page. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, until it felt as though we had crossed into another realm entirely. Then we arrived. It was a clearing, but unlike any I'd ever seen. The ground was blackened and scorched, as if a fire had swept through, yet the air was damp and heavy. At the center of the clearing was a massive tree, its trunk gnarled and split open like a yawning maw. The branches stretched high, but no leaves adorned them, only bones. She beckoned me forward, her skeletal fingers curling. My body obeyed, though my mind screamed at me to run. "I need you to listen," she said, her voice low and commanding. "Inside this tree lies something precious, but I cannot retrieve it myself." "Why not?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Her grin faltered, and for the first time, I saw something flicker across her face, something that looked like fear. "It doesn't permit me," she said, her tone clipped. "But you are different." My instincts screamed at me to refuse, to turn and flee, but her gaze pinned me in place. Reluctantly, I limped toward the tree. The air grew heavier as I approached, pressing against my chest like an invisible weight. The gaping hollow at the tree's center loomed before me, dark and pulsating with an unnatural energy. "I don't want to do this," I said, my voice cracking. "You must," she hissed. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hollow. The hollow enveloped me in an oppressive darkness, the air inside thick and stifling. My breaths came shallow as I shuffled forward, the walls of the tree slick and cold against my trembling hands. Somewhere deep within, a faint sound echoed, a wet, rhythmic squelch, like something alive was breathing in the depths. My every instinct told me to turn back, but her voice called from outside. "Keep going," she urged, her melodic tone echoing unnaturally, as if it seeped through the wood itself. I pressed on, the darkness seeming to coil in around me, until I saw it. At the center of the hollow, suspended by writhing, sinewy roots, it was an object, a pulsating, glistening mass. It was too organic, too alive to be an ordinary object. It looked like a heart, swollen and black, its surface rippling as if something moved beneath its skin. "Take it!" her voice commanded, though it was no longer gentle. It was sharp, desperate. My hand shook as I reached out. The slick surface of this thing was warm and damp under my fingers. The moment I touched it, a searing pain shot through my body, like icy claws tearing through my veins. I screamed, the sound swallowed by the hollow, and my vision blurred. In the agony, I felt something, an awareness. The thing I held wasn't just alive, it was sentient, and whatever it was, hated me. I tried to drop it, but my hands refused to obey. The roots seemed to tighten, anchoring the object to me. Whispers filled my ears, unintelligible but filled with malice, rising to a deafening crescendo. "Bring it to me!" she cried from outside, her voice now frantic. With every ounce of strength I had left, I stumbled out of the hollow, the grotesque thing still clutched in my hands. As I emerged, gasping and shaking, her face lit up with an unsettling joy. Her grin stretched wider than ever, the edges of her mouth splitting to reveal many teeth. "You've done it," she said, her voice trembling with anticipation. I tried to step back, but she closed the distance between us in an instant. Her hands latched onto the object, her fingers intertwining with mine. "Let go," she commanded. But I couldn't. The object pulsed in my grasp, its hatred radiating through me, binding me to it. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. Her expression darkened, and for the first time, she snarled. It was an animalistic, guttural sound, her face contorting into something truly monstrous. "You dare defy me?" she hissed. With a feral cry, she lunged, her teeth sinking into my shoulder. Pain erupted as she tore at my flesh, her inhuman strength overpowering me. Blood streamed down my body, but still, I couldn't release the object. The whispers in my mind grew louder, a single word forming amidst the chaos. "Destroy." The whispers became a deafening roar, drowning out my screams and her feral growls. My body was no longer my own. My arms moved as if guided by an unseen force. I raised the pulsating object high, its surface throbbing violently in my grasp. Her eyes widened in rage and fear. She shrieked and lunged at me again. But it was too late. My hands, driven by the relentless command in my mind, slammed the black heart-like mass against the jagged edge of the tree's hollow. The thing split open with a wet, sickening sound, and from its shattered core, a surge of thick black ichor erupted, spraying in every direction. She screamed an inhuman wail that tore through the forest, shaking the ground beneath us. Her body convulsed violently, her limbs jerking as if some invisible force was ripping her apart from the inside. Her mouth gaped wider than should have been possible, a vortex of darkness spilling from within her. The black ichor spread rapidly, consuming everything it touched. The tree, once looming and grotesque, began to shrivel, its branches snapping like brittle bones. The forest itself seemed to recoil, the twisted trees leaning away as if in fear. I staggered back, my body trembling. The ichor reached her feet, climbing her skeletal frame like a living tar. She clawed at it, her once commanding presence reduced to frantic, pitiful shrieks. "You've ruined everything!" she screamed at me, her voice cracking into something shrill and alien. "You don't understand! You'll die with me!" The ichor consumed her completely, her body collapsing into the writhing mass as it spread outward, devouring the clearing. I turned to run, my injured legs screaming in protest, but the forest seemed endless. Every path twisted back on itself, and the trees stretched taller, their shadows merging into a suffocating labyrinth. The whispers hadn't stopped, they had only changed. "You were chosen. You are marked. You will never escape." My breaths were ragged as I stumbled through the darkness, the ground beneath me slick with the spreading ichor. No matter how far I ran, the whispers followed, clawing at the edges of my sanity. Finally, I collapsed, my strength drained. The forest was silent again, save for the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I looked down at my hands, still stained with the black substance, and I realized that this ichor was sinking into my skin. It burned, searing like molten fire, but I couldn't scream anymore. My voice was gone. My body convulsed, and the world around me blurred. When I woke up, I was back at the edge of the ravine where I'd fallen, the morning sun filtering through the trees. My leg was no longer injured, and the forest looked normal, serene even. But something was wrong. My hands were pale, almost translucent, the veins beneath my skin dark and writhing. My reflection in a nearby pool of water showed eyes that weren't mine, eyes too dark, too hollow. And in the distance I heard it, the soft rustle of wings. A black bird perched on a branch, watching me intently, its head tilted, its lifeless eyes locking onto mine. The whispers returned, faint but insistent. You belong to us now. As the bird's sharp beak parted, its unnatural grin stretched wide, I realized the truth. I hadn't escaped. I never would. The force claimed me, and somewhere, that woman was still waiting. In a classified government facility, Dr. Marcus Holloway is tasked with studying Subject 31, a patient with multiple personalities, one of which shouldn't exist. I should have never agreed to this assignment. That's the first thought that crosses my mind as I stare at the thick, reinforced glass separating me from Subject 31. He sits completely still in his chair, hands folded neatly on his lap, dressed in the standard gray uniform all long-term patients wear. To anyone else, he would seem normal. He has no scars, no twitches, no vacant stares. He even smiles at me, a polite, almost friendly expression that makes my skin crawl. But I know better. I shuffle through my notes, forcing my hands to stay steady. Dr. Marcus Holloway, senior researcher, behavioral studies. That's who I am. That's who I've always been. I remind myself of this because ever since I stepped into this facility, I felt like I'm forgetting something. A cold voice crackles through my earpiece. Proceed with the interview, Dr. Holloway. Let's not waste time. Right. I click the intercom. Good evening, Subject 31. He lifts his gaze, meeting mine with sharp blue eyes. For a moment, I feel like I'm the one being observed, studied like an insect under glass. Good evening, Doctor, he says softly. His voice is calm, steady, too steady. I scan his file again. Real name, unknown. Diagnosis, dissociative identity disorder, DID. Confirmed personalities, 14. Current personality active, Harvey, nonviolent. Harvey is the safe one, polite, passive. The researchers before me have only spoken to him. The other personalities, not so much. How are you feeling today? I ask. I'm doing well, Doctor. I always enjoy our talks. Lie. We've never even spoken before today. I shifted my seat. Good. Let's continue from yesterday. I stop. There was no yesterday. This was my first session. He smiles, tilting his head slightly. Something wrong, Doctor? My mouth goes dry. I lie. I don't know why I said that. The earpiece crackles again. Ask him about the witness. A chill runs down my spine. Subject 31, tell me about the witness. The smile disappears. His whole body stiffens, fingers twitching slightly on his lap. A slow breath hisses from his lips, and then he starts laughing. Not loud, not exaggerated, just a quiet, knowing chuckle. The witness? He repeats, looking up at me with new eyes. Eyes that seem too deep, too dark, like staring into a black hole. I don't even speak. I just let him talk. The witness isn't an identity, Doctor. It's not a voice in my head. It's not a fractured piece of my mind. He leans forward slightly. The witness is watching you. I swear the room gets colder. I glance at their observation mirror. No one says anything in my earpiece. Just silence. What do you mean? I ask carefully. You already know, don't you? He chuckles again, voice dropping to a whisper. How many times have we had this conversation? Something in me twists. This is our first session. Is it? I feel lightheaded. A pressure builds behind my eyes, like a headache trying to break through. I grip the edges of my desk to ground myself. He watches me with too much interest. His expression isn't that of a confused patient. It's amused, like he's watching something play out exactly the way he expected. Tell me, Doctor, do you ever feel like you've forgotten something? My stomach lurches. That's enough, the voice in my earpiece barks. End the session. I don't argue. I stand up, my chair scraping against the floor. Subject 31 doesn't move. I'll see you tomorrow, he says cheerfully. I don't reply, because as I step toward the exit, I catch something in the observation mirror. A shadow. Something standing directly behind me. I whirl around. Nothing. Just the stare of white walls. But Subject 31 is still smiling. And I swear to God, his reflection in the mirror is still looking at me. I don't sleep that night. Not because of the conversation. Not because of the way Subject 31 smiled at me like he knew something I didn't. No, I don't sleep because I keep seeing that reflection. Every time I close my eyes, I picture it. Subject 31 sitting calmly in his chair, smiling at me. But in the mirror, he's staring at me, watching, studying. The witness is watching you. The words burrow into my skull like parasites. I tell myself I imagined it, that it's just sleep deprivation, stress, or the isolation of working in an underground facility. It's nothing. I tell myself this even as I check my reflection 3 times before leaving my quarters. But I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. 8 a.m., Observation Room B. Dr. Holloway, are you listening? I blink and focus back on Dr. Elliot Shaw, my colleague and lead researcher on the Subject 31 project. He's standing across from me in the break room, arms crossed, eyebrows raised. Yeah, sorry. What were you saying? Shaw sighs. He's always been impatient, but today there's something else in his expression. Not annoyance. Concern. If Subject 31's getting to you, you can request reassignment, Shaw says. You're new to this project, but let me be blunt. No one lasts long working with him. His previous researcher, Dr. Kinsley, 2 months in, she had a breakdown and quit. The guy before her, he started hearing things. My fingers tighten around my coffee mug. What kind of things? Shaw shakes his head. Doesn't matter. Just don't get too attached to the subject, and don't believe a damn word he says. I nod, but Shaw's warning doesn't ease my mind. If anything, it only confirms what I already suspected. This isn't just another patient. And I think I'm starting to understand why. 9:30 a.m., Subject 31's containment cell. I sit down across from Subject 31. He's already smiling, like he was expecting me. You look tired, Doctor. I ignore the comment, clicking my pen and opening my notepad. Today, I want to continue discussing the witness. He tilts his head. Why? Did you see it? See what? I ask carefully. He grins. You already know. I feel an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, like I've had this conversation before, but that's impossible. I press forward. Is the witness one of your personalities? His smile fades. No, Doctor. Then what is it? A pause. Then, in a voice lower than a whisper, he whispers, It comes after you forget who you are. Goosebumps ripple up my arms. Do you know why you were assigned to me? Because I specialize in dissociative identity disorder cases. Subject 31 laughs, a quiet, knowing chuckle. Is that what they told you? My heart pounds. I glance at the 2-way mirror. I know the observation team is watching, but for some reason, I feel like I'm alone in here. Subject 31 leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. Tell me, Doctor, do you ever feel like you're forgetting something? I feel like I'm going to be sick, because that's exactly what I felt last night. The pressure in my skull, the vague sense that I'm missing something important. Maybe you should check your notes, he says. A cold dread washes over me. Slowly, I lower my gaze to my notepad. The last page is blank. So is the one before it, and the one before that. My pulse quickens. I flip through more pages. All of my notes from yesterday's session are gone. No, Not gone. The pages are still there, but someone has erased every word. My hands tremble as I flip faster until I reach the very last page. There's writing there, but it's not my handwriting. Stop looking. The pen falls from my fingers. The witness is watching you. The air in the room feels heavier. I didn't realize how hard I'm breathing until Subject 31 speaks again, voice soft and teasing. Would you like to hear a secret, Doctor? I swallow hard. My throat is dry. What? He leans in, eyes dark and gleaming with something ancient. You were never meant to leave. The room tilts. My vision blurs for half a second, like reality just flickered. Then the door buzzes open, and a guard steps in. Session's over, he says. I look back at Subject 31. He's smiling, and when I glance at the two-way mirror, I see it again, his reflection still watching me. I push away from the table and walk out, hands clenched. My head is spinning. My thoughts feel wrong, rearranged. As I step into the hallway, Shaw's waiting for me. His expression is unreadable. Come with me, he says. There's something you need to see. 10:15 a.m., secure archives. Dr. Shaw doesn't say a word as he leads me down the dimly lit hallway. The fluorescent lights above flicker, casting jagged shadows along the sterile white walls. I try to steady my breathing. Try to tell myself that what just happened in that room was nothing, just a mind game. Subject 31 is an expert manipulator. Of course he knew how to push my buttons. But the blank page in my notebook says otherwise. And so does that writing. Stop looking. Where are we going? I ask finally. Restricted archives, Shaw mutters. There's something you need to see before you go any further with Subject 31. We reach a heavy steel door at the end of the corridor. A red scanner blinks beside it. Shaw presses his palm to the screen. The machine hums. Then a robotic voice crackles. Access granted. The door slides open. I follow him inside. 10:18 a.m. Restricted archives. Rows of filing cabinets and digital servers line the small windowless room. The air's thick with the scent of paper, ink, and something else. Something metallic. Blood? Shaw moves quickly, pulling a dusty file folder from a locked cabinet. He slaps it onto the metal table in the center of the room and gestures for me to sit. Before you continue with your sessions, he says, you need to understand what Subject 31 really is. I hesitate, then open the file. Subject 31, initial report. Acquisition date, redacted. Origin, unknown. Number of personalities identified, 23. Anomalous behavior detected, yes. But the last section is what stops me cold. Experimental purpose. Subject 31 is not human. The entity known as the Witness manifests exclusively through Subject 31's dissociative states, displaying abilities beyond human psychology. Evidence suggests the entity is parasitic in nature, seeking hosts with invulnerable minds. Further research is required. What the hell is this? Shaw rubs a hand over his face. He looks tired, defeated. It means you were never interviewing a patient, Holloway. You were being studied. Subject 31 isn't the experiment. You are. A ringing builds in my ears. That's impossible. He's just a man with DID. A severe case, but still. Shaw slams his fist onto the table. Wake up, Marcus! We don't even know where he came from. He was found wandering the halls of an abandoned psychiatric hospital in 1997. No records, no fingerprints, no family. He just appeared out of nowhere, babbling about the Witness. I shake my head. No, this doesn't make any sense. You said there were 23 personalities, I say, my voice shaky. But in the last session, Subject 31 told me the Witness wasn't a personality. Shaw exhales sharply. He pulls another folder from the cabinet. This one looks older, worn, almost charred. He opens it to a page with a single photo. It's black and white, grainy. A group of patients standing in a line, dressed in old-fashioned asylum uniforms. In the middle of the group, a tall, thin man stares directly into the camera. His face is identical to Subject 31. My heart stops. The date of the photo reads 1912. I shove back from the table. No, it's not. Shaw agrees. But here we are. I press a hand to my temple. A headache's forming. Sharp. Stabbing. So, you're telling me Subject 31 has been alive for over a century? That the witness is some kind of parasite? Shaw doesn't answer immediately. When he does, his voice is quiet. I'm telling you, the witness doesn't just inhabit minds. He meets my gaze, his expression unreadable. It erases them. 11:45 a.m., research wing. I don't remember leaving the archives. One moment, I was sitting across from Shaw, staring at that cursed photo. The next, I'm here, standing in the hallway outside my lab. My hands are trembling. My thoughts feel wrong. Like something has rearranged them while I wasn't looking. I take a deep breath and rub my eyes. Get it together, Marcus. Maybe Shaw's right. Maybe I'm getting too close to this. But I have one last question. One last experiment to run. 12 p.m. Subject 31's containment cell. I want to speak to the witness. Subject 31 looks up from his chair, his polite Harvey expression still in place. The witness isn't here, Doctor, he says. It only comes when it's needed. I lean forward. Needed for what? Something flickers across his face. A glitch. For just a fraction of a second, his features distort, like a bad signal on a screen. Then, he smiles again. I don't know what you mean, Doctor. My blood runs cold. I can feel it. Something watching me. Not him. Something behind him. And then, I realize it's not behind him. It's behind me. I snap my head toward the two-way mirror. I expect to see my reflection, but instead, there are two of me. One standing exactly where I am, and another standing just slightly behind. Its head tilts, its lips curl into a slow, awful grin. I can't breathe. I can't move. Then, in perfect unison, Subject 31 and the thing in the mirror speak at the same time. You were never meant to leave. 12:01 p.m., Subject 31's containment cell. I don't remember leaving the room. One second I'm staring at my own double in the mirror, its lips curling into that slow, awful grin. The next, I'm in the hallway outside the observation room, my back pressed against the cold wall, gasping for air. What just happened? I squeeze my eyes shut, try to remember, but the last few seconds are missing, like someone cut them out of my mind with a scalpel. No, this is just sleep deprivation, stress. I've been staring at Subject 31 for too long, letting him get into my head. That's all it is. I force myself to breathe. I'm fine. I'm fine. I step away from the wall and freeze. The door to Subject 31's cell is still open, but the mirror inside the room is completely black. Not reflecting, just a void. Like an open mouth, waiting. I take a step back. The air feels wrong, heavy, thick, like I'm walking through molasses. And then, a whisper. You were never meant to leave. My vision tilts, reality stutters, and everything goes black. When I wake up, I'm sitting at my desk. My office, my quarters. Everything looks normal, but my clock is blinking. It just shows zeros. Something feels off. I reach for my notebook, flip through the pages. They're all blank. No notes, no records, just a single message on the last page, written in deep black ink. Stop looking. My pulse races. I slam the notebook shut, pushing back from the desk. My hands are shaking. How did I get here? I check my watch. It's not working. I check my reflection, and I stop breathing. Because in the mirror, I'm still sitting at the desk, but my reflection is smiling. I don't remember leaving my office, but now I'm in a hallway I don't recognize. The walls are darker here. Wrong. They look the same as the rest of the facility, but something in my brain is screaming that this isn't real. I turn a corner, and there's another me. standing at the end of the hallway. Not a reflection, a copy. It smiles and whispers, "Almost ready." I turn and run. 6:45 p.m., Dr. Shaw's office. I don't know how much time I've lost. I burst into Shaw's office, panting. His eyes widen when he sees me. "Jesus, Holloway, where have you been?" he asks. "I don't know. Something's wrong, Shaw. Something's really wrong." He stands up. He looks afraid. "Holloway, listen to me. You need to leave this facility." "What? You were never supposed to be assigned to Subject 31. His voice is urgent now, panicked. "They chose you for a reason." "What reason?" Shaw hesitates. And then he says the last thing I ever expected to hear. "Because you were a patient here once." My blood runs cold. "No," I shake my head. "No, that's impossible." "Think, Marcus. Have you ever actually been outside this facility? Have you ever left?" I open my mouth to argue, but I can't. Because suddenly, I can't remember how I got here, or where I was before, or who I was before. I grab the edge of the desk as the room spins. "No, this isn't real." Shaw steps forward. "Holloway, listen to me. If you keep digging, the witness will take you completely. You need to stop." But I can't stop, because I know the truth now. I was never meant to leave, because I was never outside to begin with. 6:59 p.m. Final session with Subject 31. I don't remember walking here, but I'm back in Subject 31's containment cell. He smiles when he sees me, like he's been waiting. "Are you ready now?" he asks. I swallowed hard. "For what?" He leans forward. "For the switch." The words burrow into my brain like worms wriggling into the spaces between my thoughts. I try to move, to respond, but I can't. I'm frozen in place. Subject 31 watches me across the table, smiling, calm, patient, like he's done this before. I force myself to speak. My voice comes out hoarse. "What does that mean?" His smile widens. "It means it's time, Doctor. Time for you to wake up." The room tilts. My head throbs, memories flickering like a dying light bulb. Something is wrong. "I am awake," I whisper. His eyes darken, pitying. "No, Marcus, you're not." 7:05 p.m., the breaking point. I grip the edges of the table, holding on to something real. "I'm done with your riddles. Just tell me the truth." Subject 31 exhales, tilting his head. "But I already have." The light above us flickers. The room warps, the walls bending inward like a crushing lung. My skin crawls. "Do you remember the first time we met, Marcus?" 3 days ago." His smile falters. 3 days ago," he repeats softly. Then he laughs. "Marcus, you've been here for 6 months." "No, that's not true." "Isn't it?" He gestures to my notepad. "Check your notes, Doctor." My hand trembles as I flip through the pages. I expect them to be blank. They aren't. The words are there, but they're wrong. It's my handwriting, my notes, but every date is months older than I remember. 6 months of sessions, 6 months of conversations. I don't remember any of them. I can't remember them. My heart pounds so hard it hurts. "No, that's impossible. I was assigned to you 3 days ago. I had a meeting with Dr. Shaw." "You mean Dr. Shaw, who's been dead for 5 months?" The air leaves my lungs. No. I just saw him." "Did you?" A horrible pressure builds behind my skull. My vision flickers, like a screen losing signal. I see flashes. Shaw's face, but his skin is gray, sunken. He's in a body bag. A security recording labeled "Incident Report, Dr. Marcus Holloway." My own reflection, staring at me from the two-way mirror, but the grin doesn't belong to me. I clutch my head. This isn't real. You're lying! I snap. Subject 31 leans forward. Then tell me, Doctor, what's the last thing you truly remember? My breath is ragged. My brain races. I dig deep, trying to remember before the facility, before Subject 31, before any of this. But there's nothing. No childhood. No home. No life outside these walls. Just an endless stretch of white, sterile hallways. I was never meant to leave, because I was never outside to begin with. The realization hits me like a train. I was never a scientist. I was a patient. The files, the gaps in my memory, the way Shaw looked at me like he was keeping a secret. It was never about studying Subject 31. It was about studying me. Because I was the experiment. A laugh bubbles up from my throat. Hysterical. Broken. I've been here for 6 months, running in circles, chasing questions I was never meant to answer. I look up at Subject 31. He's smiling. You're ready now. I finally understand. For what? I say. He reaches out, presses his hand against mine. The moment our skin touches, my vision fractures. The walls vanish. The facility disappears. And suddenly, I'm him, and he's me. I wake up in a chair, strapped down, a metal table in front of me. A man sits across from me, a scientist, notebook in hand. He studies me with sharp blue eyes. Good evening, Subject 31. My blood freezes. No, that's not my name. The scientist smiles. Are you ready to begin our session? Elsewhere, a man stands in front of a mirror. Dr. Marcus Holloway. The new Dr. Marcus Holloway. He adjusts his lab coat, rolling his shoulders, settling into the skin. A perfect fit. He picks up the notebook, turns to the first blank page, and writes. Subject 31, initial interview. He smiles at his reflection, and this time, it smiles back. I never wanted to come back to Leeds Hollow, but when my uncle went missing, I had no choice. The last living Leeds relative besides me, Uncle Roy, had always been a paranoid recluse. I hadn't seen him in years, and when I did, it was brief. Cryptic warnings, rambling about the Hollow, and how I was the last one left. Now his old house sat at the end of a long, cracked dirt road, rotting in the middle of the Pine Barrens, a place I swore I'd never return to. And yet, here I was. The front porch sagged under my weight as I climbed the steps. The house smelled like mildew and old wood, the kind of scent that clings to places that haven't been lived in for a long time. But Uncle Roy had been living here. His truck was still out front, coated in a layer of dirt and pine needles. The door was unlocked, swinging open slightly as if inviting me in. I hesitated. Something felt wrong. I stepped inside. The walls were covered in carvings, symbols, old runes I didn't recognize. Some had been scratched out, as if someone had tried to erase them but failed. Uncle Roy? I called out. Silence. Dust particles floated in the dim light filtering through the windows. His study was a mess. Papers strewn across the desk. Books open to pages filled with frantic scribbles. And then, I saw the journal. My name was written on the cover. I opened it with shaking hands. The first few pages were normal, detailing repairs on the house, rants about the locals not respecting the Hollow. Then, the entries changed. They became desperate. I hear them at night. The trees whisper her name. Clara. It's choosing her. I tried to run. You can't run. The Leeds blood pulls you back. If she doesn't take my place, God help us all. My breath came faster. This was insane. He was losing it. The last entry. They found me. I can hear them outside. It won't be long now. Clara, if you're reading this, I'm sorry. You have to take my place. A gust of wind slammed against the house, rattling the windows. And then, from somewhere outside, I heard something move. Something big. A shadow passed by the window. I froze. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I grabbed my phone. No service. Of course not. Out here in the middle of nowhere? I was completely alone. Then the scratching started. Soft at first. Fingernails? Claws. Scraping against the wooden walls. A slow, deliberate sound. I took a shaky step back. My instincts screamed at me to lock the doors, hide, to do anything. But instead, I looked out the window and saw two glowing red eyes staring back at me. I stumbled backward. My breath hitched. My mind screamed run, but my legs wouldn't move because the thing outside, it wasn't attacking. It was waiting for me. It just stood there, half hidden by the tree line, its red eyes burning in the dark. I should have run, should have grabbed my keys and peeled out of there, but my legs felt rooted to the floor. A deep, sick feeling curled in my stomach, like my body already knew there was no leaving. I gripped my Uncle Roy's journal, flipping frantically through the pages. There had to be something, anything that explained what was outside that window. Then, I found the passage. The lead's blood is cursed. We were never meant to be normal. Not since Deborah. Not since the Hollow took her. If you see its eyes, it means the Hollow has chosen you. And if the Hollow has chosen you, it's already inside you. A sharp pain shot through my skull. I gasped, gripping my temples. Flashes of something I shouldn't remember. A woman screaming in the woods, her body twisting, breaking, her fingers stretching into claws. The image snapped away. I was panting, sweating, and the thing outside, it was smiling. I grabbed the fireplace poker, gripping it tight as I inched toward the door. I didn't want to open it, but something in my bones did. The deeper I breathed, the heavier I felt. My skin was too tight, like it wasn't made for me. My teeth ached. I had to know. Hands shaking, I unlocked the door and swung it open. The woods were silent. No wind, no insects. Just the clicking sound, deep and rhythmic. It took me a second to realize. It was breathing. Then, from the darkness, a voice rasped. "You came back." My blood turned to ice, because I recognized that voice. "Uncle Roy?" I whispered. The shape in the woods lurched forward. A tall, twisting thing stepped into the dim porch light. It was him, or what was left of him. His body was warped, arms too long, skin stretched over sharp, unnatural angles. His mouth was filled with too many teeth, and his eyes, oh God, they were red, he croaked. His voice sounded half human, like something was pulling it apart. I staggered back. "What happened to you?" His face twisted, something struggling beneath the skin. "I tried to stop it. Thought if I left, if I ran. But you can't run from your own blood." He took another step forward, his movements jerky, like he wasn't fully in control. "They told me you were next. Told me you'd hear them too." My pulse pounded. "Who told you?" His breathing hitched. He looked past me toward the hollow. "The trees." A violent spasm rocked through his body. A horrible crack echoed through the night as his spine bent the wrong way. "Roy!" I lunged forward, grabbing his arm. His skin was burning hot. His fingers dug into my wrist, his face contorted in agony. Then he whispered, "Run," and something ripped him into the trees. I screamed. I didn't even think. I just ran, bolting into the woods after him. My flashlight beam bounced wildly through the trees. The darkness swallowed him whole. "Uncle Roy!" My voice felt small out here. Silence. And then, something laughed. Not Uncle Roy. Not human. Something else. The trees shifted around me, their gnarled branches moving like fingers. The ground felt softer. Too soft. Like I was walking on something alive. I gasped, stepping back. My foot sank into the dirt with a wet squelch. I looked down. The earth was pulsing. My stomach lurched. I stumbled away, but the ground felt wrong, like the hollow itself was trying to pull me in. And then, I heard it. A second pair of footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Something was right behind me. I turned just in time to see two massive wings unfurl in the darkness. Something ancient rose from the trees, and as it did, I felt it deep in my bones. The thing inside me. The curse waking up. I couldn't breathe. The thing rising from the trees was massive, a hulking shadow with leathery wings that stretched out so far they seemed to swallow the moonlight. Its horned head tilted as if studying me, red eyes gleaming with something unnervingly familiar. I knew what I was looking at. The Jersey Devil. But the worst part? It was looking at me like it recognized me too. And deep in my bones, I could feel something waking up. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. My whole body felt wrong. My skin too tight, my nails aching as if something underneath was trying to push through. The lead's blood is cursed. I gritted my teeth. No, I wasn't like Roy. I wasn't like that thing. Then the Jersey Devil moved, not lunging, not attacking. It just lowered its head, like it was waiting. A gust of wind ripped through the trees, and the ground beneath me seemed to pulse, like something deep below was shifting. I could feel it in my bones. Something under Leeds Hollow was waking up. And for some reason, the Jersey Devil didn't feel like the real threat anymore. A deep groaning sound echoed through the forest, and the ground split open. Something rose from the dirt. At first, I thought it was tree roots, but then I saw the faces, stretched, screaming, pressed into the gnarled, pulsing mass that clawed its way out of the hollow. It wasn't a creature. It was many. Hundreds of bodies fused together, writhing, whispering in voices I didn't recognize. Some of them had horns, some had claws, but they were all human ones. And then, as one, they spoke. She does not belong to you. My stomach dropped. They weren't talking to me. They were talking to the Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil let out a low, rattling snarl, stepping between me and the thing rising from the hollow. I didn't understand. I turned back to the thing in the ground, the pulsing mass of bodies, the writhing, cursed forms. And suddenly, I knew. The Jersey Devil wasn't the curse. It was the prison. The Leeds family wasn't punished for birthing a monster. We were chosen to contain it. And now, with Roy gone, I was the last one left. The whispering grew louder. The hollow was waking up. I felt it in my blood. A pull. A choice I didn't understand, but somehow already knew. Either I let the hollow take me, I let it consume me like it did the others, or I could let the curse finish its work. I could become what I was meant to be. The Jersey Devil turned to me, its wings folding slightly, its eyes burning into mine. It didn't speak, but I felt the message all the same. Choose. I took a shaking breath, and I stepped forward. The air felt heavy, thick with something ancient. The thing rising from the hollow, that writhing, twisted mass of bodies and voices, it kept whispering, pulling at my veins, my bones, my blood. The Jersey Devil stood between me and it, wings half spread, muscles tensed. It wasn't attacking, it was guarding. And I finally understood. I wasn't meant to kill the Jersey Devil. I was meant to become it. The voices in the hollow spoke as one. Step forward. Let us take what is ours. The ground cracked beneath me, and my body felt like it was on fire. I fell to my knees, clutching my chest as a horrible tearing sensation ripped through me. My skin felt wrong, my bones shifting, my nails lengthening. I could see it, the memories of the ones before me. Roy, the Leeds before him, Deborah. I saw her, the first Jersey Devil, the one who had chosen to become the monster rather than let the hollow escape. I saw her body twisting. I saw her wings bursting from her back, heard her screaming as she left her humanity behind. And now, it was my turn. The hollow pulled at me, but the Jersey Devil let out a guttural snarl, a challenge. The meaning was clear. She's mine. The pain inside me exploded. I screamed as my fingernails split into claws, as my spine snapped and stretched, as my lungs burned with something new. My skin darkened, my muscles shifted, my mind split. I wasn't just Clara Leeds anymore. I was all of them. The hollow roared, reaching for me with its many hands, but I unfurled my wings, and I screamed. The force of my scream sent shockwaves through the forest. Trees bent backward, the hollow shuddered, and the twisted faces within it began to dissolve, screaming as if they were ripped apart. The thing in the hollow sank back into the earth, screeching as it shriveled, collapsed, and disappeared. And then, for the first time in centuries, the Pine Barrens were silent. I stood there, my body no longer human, my wings stretched out, my horns casting shadows against the trees. I flexed my claws, feeling the air shift around them. I could still think, still remember, but I knew I was different. Stronger, hungrier. I turned my red eyes toward the hollow one last time. The ground had sealed itself. but I could still feel it beneath me, waiting. It would never be gone. And as long as I lived, I could never leave. This is my fate now. The last of the leads. The New Jersey Devil. And Hollow's prison warden. There's something wrong with the new girl. Her name is Reina Kisaragi, and she arrived at Hoshinoka Academy last month. Our school's isolated, buried deep in the mountains, surrounded by thick forests that never seem to end. It's the kind of place that always feels a little haunted. But Reina, she brings something else. Something worse. She's beautiful, but not in the normal way. Not even in a way that makes sense. Her presence warps people. Girls who used to hate each other now claw at each other's throats over a chance to sit with her at lunch. Boys trip over themselves, stammering and trembling like their minds are unraveling just being near her. And then there's the other thing. I found an old yearbook in the library. Hoshinoka Academy's been around for decades, and this one was from 40 years ago. Faded, yellowed pages, names and faces of students long gone. But near the end, in a grainy black and white class photo, there she was, Reina, smiling. Same face, same long, inky black hair. Not a single difference. It was impossible. But I wasn't the only one who noticed. There's 4 of us in the dorm room that night. Me, Hiro, Aoi, and Satoshi. Our school has strict rules, but we gathered in my room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the old yearbook. Aoi spoke first, her voice hushed. It has to be a coincidence. Satoshi shakes his head. That's not a coincidence. It's her. Hiro, normally the loudest among us, is dead silent. His fingers trace over Reina's face in the old photo. We should ask her, he murmurs. Ayo shivers. Are you crazy? I mean, it's weird, right? Hiro ignores her. Does she have an older sister? A grandmother? Maybe we're just... It's her. Satoshi's voice is tight. He looks pale, and he's sweating. His fingers tremble as he flips another page, revealing more photos. Reina, again. In different years, with different students. Decades of her. Unchanged, unaging, always smiling. We don't sleep much that night. By morning, Hiro seems to have forgotten the entire thing, dismissing it as a joke. Aoi wants to throw the yearbook away, but I keep it hidden. I can't let it go. I need to understand. At breakfast, Reina's sitting at her usual spot near the window. She's surrounded by students, all leaning in, whispering, hanging off her every word. She notices me looking, and smiles. Not like in the photos, though. This time, it feels different. Like she knows. And then, later that day, something else happens. Hiro, who had spent the most time staring at her photo last night, stops talking to us. He won't look at us. He won't answer us. Instead, he starts following Reina around. Silent and obsessed. Like she's the only thing that matters. Like the rest of us no longer exist. Hiro's gone. Not physically. He still sleeps in our dorm, still sits in class, but he's not here anymore. He only has eyes for Reina. At first, it was subtle. A seat change in the dining hall, lingering stares, a mindless nod when she spoke. But within days, he stopped acknowledging the rest of us altogether. We tried confronting him. Aren't we friends? Satoshi had snapped, grabbing Hiro's arm. She's messing with your head. Hiro just laughed. Not his usual laugh. Not loud, not obnoxious. This one was empty. Like he didn't even know us anymore. That was 3 days ago. We haven't spoken since. But last night, I woke up to a sound. Something wet. Something dripping. When I turned, I saw Hiro sitting upright in his bed, his eyes open, unblinking, with a smile stretched too wide on his face. His nose was bleeding. Thick, dark drops slid down his chin, staining his sheets. He just sat there, staring at nothing, like he was listening to something only he could hear. And then, his lips parted. I think I love her. Satoshi refuses to sleep in our room anymore. I don't blame him. I'm telling you, it's spreading, he hisses, pacing the hallway. She's fucking doing something to him. First Hiro, now... He stops. He doesn't have to say it. Aoi's changing too. Not like Hiro. She doesn't follow Reina around like a dog, but she defends her now. Constantly. Anytime we mention the yearbook, Reina's effect on Hiro, or any of the things we saw, Aoi just brushes it off. You guys are just paranoid. She sighs, rolling her eyes. She's nice. Maybe you should actually talk to her. Still, she pulls me aside when she's not around. She was with us that night, he whispers. She saw the photo. She knew something was wrong. I don't say it out loud, but I know exactly what he was implying. She's already too close. Soon, she'll be just like Hiro. I talked to Reina. I don't want to, but I have to. Satoshi's getting more paranoid by the day, and Aoi's slipping further away. If I don't figure this out now, I'm next. So, after dinner, I approach her. She's standing by the window again, watching the snowfall outside. Students drift past, casting long glances, too scared to speak to her first. But when I step forward, she already knows I'm there. You've been watching me. Her voice is soft, sweet. Up close, she's even more perfect than I realized. Like a painting. Too flawless to be real. I swallow hard. I found a photo of you. Reina tilts her head. Oh. It's old. Decades old. But you look exactly the same. She smiles, and then she leans in, her breath warm against my ear. I've always been here. Something inside me shatters. My stomach twists, my skin crawls, my head pounds. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be near her. I stagger back. Reina just watches me, smiling, as if she already knows what's about to happen to me. That night, I dream of her. I'm standing in the forest barefoot in the snow, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I don't know how I got here, but she's there. Reina, waiting for me. Her eyes glow gold in the moonlight, her smile's too wide, her teeth too sharp. I should run, but I can't. I take a step forward, then another. A voice slithers into my skull, warm and sticky, like honey and rot. You love me, don't you? I try to speak, try to say no, but my mouth won't move. Instead, I sink to my knees, my fingers twitch. I need to touch her. I jolt awake, my pillow's wet with blood, my nose is bleeding. Just like Hiro, I can still hear a voice in my skull, whispering, curling around my thoughts like a parasite. And the worst part, you love me, don't you? And the worst part, somewhere deep inside me, a part of me wants to say yes. I can hear her voice even when I'm awake now. Soft, sweet, dripping with warmth, wrapping around my thoughts like silken thorns. She whispers my name. She asks me if I love her. And every time, it gets harder to say no. Aoi's gone. Not like Hiro. She didn't turn into one of them. She didn't start following Reina around like a shadow. She disappeared. Her bed was empty when I woke up. Her shoes were still by the door. Her coat was still on the hanger. The teachers didn't even acknowledge her absence. When I asked about her in class, they just stared at me, confused. Like she had never been here at all. Like she had never existed. But I remember. And so does Satoshi. But that means we're next. The yearbook wasn't enough. The photos weren't enough. Even the whispers of other missing students buried deep in old records weren't enough. So Satoshi and I do something stupid. We break into the headmaster's office. It's past midnight. The halls are silent. The air thick and heavy, like the school itself is watching us. We dig through the locked drawers. Old files, faded records. And then, we find it. A black and white photo from 1956. A classroom. Students lined up in neat rows, smiling faces. And Reina. Not in the front. Not posing. She's standing in the very back, partially hidden behind another student. Like she wasn't supposed to be there. But the longer I look, the more I realize. She's in every class photo. Every single one. From the very first year Hoshinoka Academy was built. The school isn't just old. It was built around her. Satoshi flips through more files, his hand shaking, then he stops. The student roster, he whispers. There's a page missing. He holds up the old registry. The paper's torn out, ripped clean from the book, but the edges are stained, and when I look closer, my stomach twists. The stain isn't ink, it's blood. Satoshi's breathing quickens. What if she was never a student? His voice is barely a breath now. What if she was never supposed to be here? I think about the photos, how she always lingered in the background, how she never seems to belong to any specific class, how her face never changes. And then, the office door creaks open. A girl stands in the doorway, smiling. Her golden eyes glint like candlelight. It's Reina. My mind twists, my body locks up. Satoshi screams, but I barely hear him. Because now, standing in the dim light of the headmaster's office, I finally understand. I finally see. Reina's beauty's unnatural, because she isn't real. Not in the way we are. Her body flickers like a signal struggling to stay connected. Her smile stretches too wide, her teeth gleaming like shards of glass. And behind her, something moves. Something wet. Something many-limbed and writhing, as if she isn't a girl at all, but a thing trying to be one. She tilts her head the same way she did when I first spoke to her. Do you love me? Her voice is wrong now. Too many layers. Too many echoes. I can feel something crawling inside my skull, like hands wrapping around my brain, forcing me to say yes. My lips part. No! It's Satoshi. He grabs my arm, yanking me back to reality. And then we run. We tear through the halls, our footsteps slamming against the wooden floors, the walls seeming to close in around us. She doesn't chase us. She doesn't have to. Her voice is already inside our heads. I don't know how we got outside. The school looms behind us. I wake up in the snow. I don't know how we got outside. The school looms behind us, its windows dark and empty. Satoshi's on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I touch my face. My nose is bleeding again. My skull feels cracked open, thoughts unraveling like thread. But the voice is quiet now. She let us go. But why? And then I realize Satoshi and I are the only ones left. No students, no teachers, no Hiro, no Aoi, just us. And deep inside the school, through the tallest window, I see her, smiling, waiting, because she knows no one ever really leaves her. Not completely, not forever. She'll always be here, and so will we. The cold hits differently here. It's not like the crisp winter mornings I'm used to in the city, with their salted sidewalks and coffee-steamed air. No, this cold has teeth. It gnaws at your skin, creeps under your clothes, and wraps itself around your bones. It's the kind of cold that never lets you forget you're alive, but just barely. I hadn't set foot in Little Hollow in 10 years, not since I left for college. My brother, Derek, stayed behind, too stubborn or too proud to leave. I called, even visited when I could, but we drifted apart. And then, last winter, he disappeared. The last call I got from Derek was a voicemail. He sounded drunk, or terrified, maybe both. They're out there, in the woods. It's not just stories. Don't come back here, okay? Just... That was it. When spring came and the snow melted, search parties went into the woods, but all they found were scattered tracks. Tracks no one could explain. The kind that stop in the middle of nowhere, as if something had taken them off straight into the sky. Now, I'm back. The town looks worse than I remember. Half the stores on Main Street are boarded up, and the few people outside move quickly, their heads down like they're trying to stay unnoticed. Little Hollow always felt small, but now it feels suffocating. I rented a room at the inn, one of the only places still open. The woman at the front desk, Miss Gardner, remembered me right away. Her smile faltered when I told her why I was back. You're Derek's little sister, right? The one who just went off to the city? She shook her head, wringing her hands. I'm real sorry about your brother, but you should leave it alone. Sometimes it's better not to dig too deep. What's that supposed to mean? She just mumbled something about the woods and winter before handing me the keys and shuffling off. The house was worse. Derek's house sat on the edge of town, where the buildings gave way to the frozen fields and the dense tree line beyond. Snow had drifted up against the porch, and the windows were covered in frost. The sheriff gave me the keys after he called off the search. He said Derek wouldn't mind me taking what I needed. That was months ago, but no one else has been inside since. It was like he just walked out one day. His boots were still by the door, his jacket hanging from the rack. The air inside was stale, heavy with a faint metallic tang. But it was his bedroom that caught me off guard. The walls were covered in maps, photos, and even newspaper clippings. Red string connected them like a spider's web, but I couldn't make sense of any of it. The only thing clear was a list scribbled on the wall in marker. Don't listen to the voices. Don't go out after dark. Don't eat the meat. The rest of the day was uneventful, at least until I decided to take a walk. I couldn't stay cooped up in Derek's house, not with the feeling that someone or something was watching me. The snow crunched under my boots as I followed the path leading into the woods. The trees towered around me, their bare branches twisting together like skeletal fingers. I don't know how far I walked before I saw it. A clearing. In the middle of the clearing was something that froze the air in my lungs. A pit, half covered by snow, lined with gnawed bones. Most of them were animal, but not all. And then I heard it, my brother's voice. "Help me." It was faint, carried on the wind, but unmistakable. I turned, searching for him. "Derek?" The tree swayed, though there was no breeze. The shadows seemed to shift, pulling closer. That's when I saw the tracks. They were huge, inhuman, and they led deeper into the woods. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the tracks. They were massive, larger than any animal I'd ever seen. Long-toed, clawed impressions sunken deep into the snow. Whatever made them had weight and power, and the thought of it sent a chill crawling up my spine. And yet, they led deeper into the woods, and Derek's voice, soft, desperate, it still lingered on the icy wind. "Help me." I wanted to believe it was him. I needed to believe it. The deeper I went, the darker it got. The trees grew so close together that they blocked out what little sunlight was left, casting everything in a dim gray haze. It wasn't just the light, it was the silence, the kind that presses on you, making your own breathing seem unnaturally loud. The tracks stopped abruptly in the middle of the path, just like the ones the search party had found. They didn't fade away or scatter, they just ended, like whatever made them had been plucked straight out of existence. I crouched down, touching the disturbed snow. It was wet, slushy, and streaked with something dark. It was blood. "Derek?" I called out, my voice trembling. Something snapped behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was nothing there, just the trees. But the silence wasn't the same anymore. It felt heavier, like it wasn't just silence, like it was something alive, watching me. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a person standing between the trees, but it wasn't. It was too tall, its limbs too long and thin, its posture unnaturally hunched. Its face, or what I thought was its face, was a pale, featureless oval, except for two deep sunken pits where its eyes should have been. Its antlers twisted out of its head, black and gnarled like the roots of a dead tree. I froze, unable to move. Its head tilted slowly, almost curiously, and I felt a wave of nausea roll through me. Then it opened its mouth. "Help me," it said in Derek's voice. I don't remember running. I don't remember how I made it back to the house, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was slamming the door shut behind me. I don't remember running. I don't remember how I made it back to the house, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was slamming the door shut behind me, my chest heaving and my breath clouding in the freezing air. That thing, the Wendigo, hadn't followed me. At least, I didn't think it had. But I could still hear Derek's voice in my head, the same pleading tone repeating over and over again. "Help me." The next morning, I went into town. I needed answers. Someone had to know what was going on. I found Sheriff Tate at the diner. He was sitting alone in a booth, nursing a cup of coffee. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. When he saw me, his face went pale. "You need to leave," he said before I could sit down. "Not until you tell me what's going on," I shot back. "What happened to my brother? What's in those woods?" He sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. For a moment, I thought he wouldn't answer, but then he said, "You wouldn't understand. Some things are better left buried." "I don't care. Tell me." He stared at me for a long time before finally speaking. "Last winter, when the storm hit, Derek and some of the others got trapped out there. Supplies ran low. People got desperate. He paused, his voice lowering. They ate something they shouldn't have. I felt my stomach churn. You're saying... It changes people, he said quickly, cutting me off. The stories. Wendigo, spirits, curses. They're not just stories. It's real. Once you taste human flesh, you're marked. And it doesn't stop there. The hunger spreads. It infects. I stared at him horrified. And Derek? His eyes dropped to the table. I don't know. We didn't find him. But if he's still out there, it's too late. This story is brought to you by Audible, where you can get a free audiobook and a 30-day free trial just by signing up with the link in the description. Dive into a massive library of audiobooks, including some of the best horror stories and thrillers that'll keep you hooked. Whether you're into mysteries or haunting classics, Audible has something for everyone. So, click the link in the description and grab your free audiobook, and let the scares come to life. I didn't care what the sheriff said. I wasn't leaving without my brother. That night, I packed a flashlight, some food, and a hunting knife I found in Derek's house. I wasn't sure what I'd find in the woods, but I had to try. The tracks were still there, waiting for me like an invitation. The deeper I went, the worse the force felt. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches clawing at the sky. The air grew colder, and the silence pressed down on me again, heavier this time. Help me. The voice was closer now. It sounded like it was just beyond the next tree, the next ridge. I followed it, even though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. That's when I saw the cabin. It was small, barely more than a shack, with snow piled high against its walls. Smoke curled weakly from a hole in the roof, and the faint glow of firelight spilled from the cracks. I crept closer, my heart pounding. Inside, I could hear movement, a scraping, shuffling sound, and then chewing. Derek, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The chewing stopped. Slowly, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped out into the firelight. It was Derek, or at least it had been. His skin was pale and stretched too tight over his bones, his eyes sunken and black. His lips were cracked and smeared with blood, and his hands were clawed and stained red. He looked at me, and for a moment, I thought I saw recognition. Then he smiled, his teeth sharp and jagged. You shouldn't have come, he said, his voice twisted and inhuman. And then, from the darkness behind him, something moved. The Wendigo. Derek took a slow step toward me, and I stumbled backward, my flashlight trembling in my hand. His face was almost unrecognizable, a grotesque parody of the brother I'd known. The sharp angles of his cheekbones jutted out beneath the sunken flesh. And his smile was too wide. Behind him, the Wendigo stood in the doorway of the cabin, half in shadow. Its twisted skeletal frame seemed even larger now, its antlers scraping against the wood as it tilted its head to watch me. Derek, what happened to you? My voice trembling as I spoke. He laughed. It was hollow, rasping, and utterly devoid of humanity. You wouldn't understand. The hunger, it changes you. I swallowed hard, my grip tightening on the hunting knife. I came to bring you home. This is home now, he said, spreading his arms to gesture at the forest, the cabin, and the thing looming behind him. Out here, we don't have to pretend. Out here, the hunger is all that matters. The Wendigo shifted slightly, its long claws tapping against the wooden frame of the door. Its hollow eye sockets burned into me, and I felt like it wasn't just staring. It was boring into my mind, peeling back the layers of my thoughts. I felt something wrong, like it was inside me, tugging at my deepest fears. Run, Derek said, his voice dropping to a growl. If you want to live, run! But I couldn't leave. I wouldn't. You're still my brother, I said, stepping forward, though my knees shook. You're still in there. For a moment, something flickered in his expression. Something human. Then the Wendigo hissed, a sound so sharp and high-pitched it felt like knives stabbing into my ears. Derek's body jerked, and his head snapped toward the creature. His movements weren't his own anymore. It was like he was being pulled by invisible strings. You should have stayed away, he whispered. And then he lunged. I barely had time to react. Derek crashed into me, his strength far greater than it should have been. We tumbled into the snow, and I felt his claws rake against my jacket, narrowly missing my skin. I kicked out, shoving him off me, and scrambled to my feet. "Run!" he snarled, though his body lunged toward me again. His voice was still his, but it was strained, like he was fighting against something stronger. The Wendigo stepped out of the cabin, its movements slow and deliberate, as if it knew I had nowhere to go. I turned and ran. The forest closed in around me. The trees seemed to twist and shift as I stumbled through the snow. My flashlight flickered, and every shadow felt alive. Behind me, I could hear the crunch of footsteps, Derek's heavy, erratic strides, and the lighter, almost skittering movements of the Wendigo. I didn't dare to look back. "Help me," Derek's voice echoed through the trees, but it wasn't coming from behind me anymore. It was ahead, and to the left, and to the right. The words were playing tricks on me, or maybe the Wendigo was. I tripped over something buried in the snow and fell hard, the flashlight flying from my hand and landing a few feet away. When I scrambled to get it, my fingers brushed against something cold and solid. I wiped the snow away from it and froze. It was a skull, but it wasn't human. The antlers sprouting from its cracked surface made that clear, but there was something wrong about it, something that made my stomach churn. It wasn't just a dead thing. It felt like it was still watching me. Behind me, the footsteps stopped. I turned slowly, the flashlight shaking in my hands. Derek stood a few feet away, his chest heaving, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. His eyes, black and endless, locked onto mine. "Kill me." "What?" "Kill me," he repeated. "It's the only way to stop it. The only way to stop me." The Wendigo emerged from the shadows, its antlers casting jagged silhouettes against the trees. It didn't speak, but it didn't need to. Its presence was suffocating, its hunger radiating like heat. Derek fell to his knees, clawing at the snow as his body convulsed. "Please," he begged. "It's inside me. I can't hold it back." Tears blurred my vision as I raised the knife. "I can't," I whispered. "You're my brother. You have to," he said, his voice breaking. "If you don't, it'll take me completely, and it'll come for you next." The Wendigo let out a low, guttural growl, and Derek's head snapped upward. His eyes were gone, replaced by the same hollow voids as the creature behind him. I didn't have a choice. I lunged forward, driving the knife into his chest. He gasped, and a shuddering, broken sound followed. And for a moment, his expression softened. "Thank you," he whispered. The Wendigo screamed. The sound was otherworldly, shaking the trees and splitting the air. Its body began to twist and contort, the antlers splintering as it shrank back into the shadows. Derek collapsed into the snow, his body still. It was over. I staggered back to town as dawn broke, my body numb and my mind shattered. Sheriff Tate was waiting for me at the edge of the woods. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, then at the blood-streaked knife in my hand, and he nodded. It was over. I had broken the curse. At least, I thought I did. Last night, I heard Derek's voice again. "Help me." It came from the woods, and when I looked out the window, I saw the antlers rising above the tree line. I never should have gone back to Westwood Elementary. Not just because the place was falling apart. Collapsing ceilings, rotting floors, windows blackened with years of dust, but because of what I found there. Or more accurately, what found me. It started as a simple urban exploration video for my YouTube channel. Abandoned Places with Matt wasn't exactly blowing up, but I had a solid following. People who loved creepy history, forgotten buildings, and ghost stories. And this place, it had all three. Westwood had been shut down for years. Officially, it was due to budget cuts. Unofficially, everyone in town knew about the incident. No one liked to talk about it. Teachers transferred, families moved away. And now, it was just another decaying husk, waiting to be torn down. I had been a student there once. Back when the classrooms weren't filled with mold and rats. Back when the halls weren't silent. Back when he was still there. I slipped through a broken side door, my flashlight cutting through the dust-heavy air. The place smelled like mildew and old paper. My footsteps echoed too loud. Most of the classrooms had been stripped bare. Broken desks, toppled bookshelves, the occasional forgotten lesson scrawled on a chalkboard. But in the main hallway, I found something weird. A trap door. It was barely noticeable, hidden beneath a layer of grime. A heavy iron ring jutted from the floor. I set my camera up on a tripod, making sure to get a good shot. This wasn't in the original blueprints, I muttered, wiping the dirt away. I yanked the door open. A gust of stale air hit me. Darkness yawned beneath, a cramped space lined with wooden beams and dust-covered objects. I hesitated, but the view count I'd get from this discovery, worth it. I lowered myself down. The crawl space smelled like old wood and something sour. I swept my flashlight around. That's when I saw it. Tucked in the corner, half buried in dust, was a clown doll. It was old, porcelain face cracked, glassy eyes staring, a faded red suit, ruffled collar, stiff little hands curled in its lap. But the worst part, a metal crank protruded from its back. I swallowed. I knew better than to mess with creepy old toys, but I also knew my subscribers would love this. Guys, this is the creepiest thing I've ever found, I whispered to the camera. And I'm not touching it. I reached out. My fingers brushed the crank. The doll laughed. Not a recording, not a mechanical chime. A real, high-pitched giggle. I yanked my hand back, heart slamming. Did you guys hear that? My voice shook. Something moved behind me. A scraping sound. I spun, flashlight darting over the space. Nothing. Just rotting wood and dust. My breathing was too loud. My hands were shaking. It was just my imagination. Just an old broken toy. That's what I told myself. And like an idiot, I took it home. Bringing the clown doll home was the biggest mistake of my life. I should have left it in that crawl space, let it rot with the rest of Westwood's history. But no, I had to be the dumbass YouTuber who thought, hey, let's make this a 2-part video series. People love haunted shit. I propped it on my bookshelf, right between an old gas mask and a vintage Ouija board. My whole setup had an aesthetic, you know? Creepy, mysterious, a little dangerous. The clown fit right in. I filmed a quick intro for my channel. Alright, guys, this is the most messed up thing I've ever found. This old-ass clown doll from an abandoned school. And get this, when I touched the crank, it laughed. No batteries, no wind-up. It just started laughing. I shook my head. I don't know how it works, but I'm gonna test it out. I hesitated. My fingers hovered over the crank. The apartment was dead silent. The only noise, the hum of my computer. I turned the handle. One slow, deliberate twist. Nothing happened. I frowned and tried again. Still, nothing. The laughter I heard at the school. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I freaked myself out. I sighed. Guess it's broken. But later that night, I woke up to the sound of something moving. I sat up, heart hammering. My room was dark, the only light a faint glow from my monitor. Something creaked. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight. The beam swept over my desk, the floor. Everything looked normal. Then, I turned toward the bookshelf. The clown doll was gone. I froze. No fucking way. A giggle. Low, choking, right behind me. I spun, phone light darting over the room. Empty. My skin went cold. Slowly, I turned back to my desk. The clown was sitting on my chair. I bolted out of my room so fast I nearly ate shit in the hallway. I didn't go back in until sunrise. I did what any sane person would do. I stuffed the clown in a box and shoved it in my closet. Out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I had imagined everything. Maybe I moved it myself, half asleep. And that's what I told myself. Until Danny died. Danny was my best friend. We'd been filming together for years. He was the one who got me into urban exploring. And the one who taught me how to pick locks and avoid security cameras. We had plans to check out an abandoned hospital next weekend. Then, I got the call. Car accident. Freak thing. Tires blew out on the freeway. Instant death. I didn't put it together at first, but then I checked the timestamp on our last conversation. 2:43 a.m. The same time I heard the clown doll giggle. The same time I found it sitting in my chair. I felt fucking sick, like something inside me was unspooling. He killed him. I don't know how. I don't know why. But I knew. I fucking knew. I had to get rid of it. I took the box outside, found an empty lot down the street, hidden behind an old construction site. I doused it in lighter fluid and struck a match. The flames roared up instantly. The wood popped, the cardboard curled, smoke billowed into the sky. I felt relief. Finally, the fucking thing was gone. Then, I heard it. A scream. Not from a person, from inside the fire. High-pitched, piercing, like a child being burned alive. I stumbled back, heart slamming. The flames twisted, shapes forming a face, a wide, grinning mouth, dark, empty eyes. I ran. Didn't stop until I was back in my apartment, locking the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. And when I turned around, the clown doll was sitting on my bed. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, staring at the clown doll on my bed, trying to convince myself that this shit wasn't real. Maybe I was sleep deprived. Maybe my brain was short-circuiting from some type of stress. But then, the doll moved. Not much, just a slight tilt of its head, a slow twitch in its porcelain fingers. But enough to notice. Enough to make me sprint out the room and slam the door behind me. I didn't go back inside until the sun was up. And when I did, the doll was gone. I wasn't stupid enough to think it was over. Danny was dead. I know the clown had something to do with it. So, I started digging, searching for anything about Westwood Elementary, the crawl space, the thing I had found. Most of the school's history was mundane. Opened in 1953, closed in 2011. But then, I found something buried deep in an old forum. A post from 2009. Did anyone else hear about Westwood Experiment? My uncle used to work there as a janitor. Said they had a special class in the 80s for kids who were different. They ran experiments on them. Said it was supposed to be about learning techniques. But kids started getting sick. Weird accidents. Nightmares. One of them, Tommy something, died in the classroom. The school covered it up. I sat back, stomach twisting. I kept searching. There wasn't much, but I found an old newspaper article about a teacher named Mr. Holloway. He was in charge of special development programs at Westwood. The article didn't say much, just that he resigned suddenly in 1987. I searched his name. Nothing. No records. It was like he had just disappeared. But then, I found the yearbook picture. A black and white photo of his classroom. Kids in neat little rows, staring blankly at the camera. And in the teacher's arms, sitting on his lap, the clown doll. Same cracked porcelain face, same faded red suit, same metal crank jutting from its back. I slammed my laptop shut. My breath was coming too fast, my hands slick with sweat. This thing was old, older than I had thought. That night, I crashed on my couch. I wasn't going back in my room. Fuck that. At some point, I drifted off. Then, at exactly 2:43 a.m., I woke up. I heard the sound of the crank turning. I went cold. It was in the room with me. I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing. The darkness felt too heavy, pressing down like a weight. I could hear my heartbeat loud in my ears. Then I heard it again. Then I heard the sound of the crank turning again. Then, the laugh. Right behind me. My body moved before my brain did. I lunged for the lamp, flipping it on. Empty room. No doll. But when I turned toward the TV, I saw the reflection. The clown doll, sitting on the coffee table, staring at me. I spun around. Nothing was there. My hands were shaking. I grabbed my phone, flipping to the camera app. And there it was. It only existed in reflections. My breath hitched. I turned the camera to myself, saw my own terrified face, then moved it back. The clown was closer now. It was watching me. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just did the only thing I could think of. I turned the phone off. And when I looked up, the room was empty. I knew I couldn't keep it. Not if I wanted to survive. So, I found a buyer. There's a whole online world of haunted object collectors, and I found the perfect guy. A dude named Elliot Grayson. He ran a website called Occult Emporium, specializing in cursed items, spirit-infested dolls, all that horror movie shit. I sent him a message. Antique clown doll, hand-cranked, possible supernatural properties, looking to sell. He replied within 10 minutes. I'll take it. Name your price. I didn't care about the money. I just wanted it gone. We agreed to meet the next day. I packed the doll in a box, taped it shut, stuffed it in my closet. One last night with it. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because I was scared, but because I kept hearing it. The crank turning from inside the box. I was up before the sun. The second the clock hit 7 a.m., I grabbed the box, shoved it in my trunk, and started driving. Elliot Grayson, the collector, had a shop about 2 towns over. A little hole-in-the-wall place filled with dusty antiques and cursed objects. I didn't care what he did with the clown. Locked it in a vault, sold it to some other poor bastard, threw it in the ocean, whatever. I just wanted that fucking thing out of my life. Elliot was waiting when I pulled up. He was exactly the kind of guy you'd expect to deal in haunted shit. Thin, pale, wire-rimmed glasses, and this weird intensity in his eyes. Like he was too interested in things normal people avoided. You brought it? He asked. I popped the trunk and handed him the box. He ran a hand over the tape, eyes narrowing, like he could feel something inside. Then he smiled. Oh, yeah, this one's special. I didn't want to know what he meant by that. Great, I said. It's yours. He handed me an envelope. Cash, like we agreed. I didn't even count it. I just turned, ready to leave, to forget. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. You played it, didn't you? I froze. Elliot chuckled, shaking his head. They always do. He taped the lid of the box. See, these things, they need to be seen. They need an audience. That's why they find people like you. The hair on my arm stood up. Enjoy your money, he said, turning toward his shop. But if I were you, I'd stay away from mirrors for a while. I drove home. I told myself it was over. I even filmed a new video. Something light. Just a dumb tour of a local ghost town. I didn't even think about the clown. I didn't think about Elliot. I was scrolling through the news when a headline stopped me cold. Local shop owner missing. Occult Emporium closed. I clicked the article. The cops found his shop abandoned. Lights still on, door unlocked. Nothing taken. No signs of a struggle. Just empty. Like he'd vanished into thin air. The only thing they found? His phone. The last picture he took was still open. A selfie. And in the reflection behind him, the clown doll. I didn't sleep that night. I just kept refreshing Occult Emporium's website, watching the closed for business message blink on the screen. Then, around 2:43 a.m., something changed. The website flickered, the screen glitched, and then a new listing appeared. For sale, antique clown doll, hand-cranked mechanism, laughs when played. Price, best offer. I stared at it, blood running cold. At the bottom of the listing, in small red letters, it wants to be seen. My screen glitched again. And then, somewhere in my apartment, I heard a giggle. I should have never answered the ad. The bold headline screamed Santa needed for an exclusive event. It promised $1,500 for a single night's work. That kind of cash for one night of playing Santa felt too good to pass up. The ad mentioned it was for a wealthy client hosting a private Christmas party in a remote cabin. I figured it would just be a spoiled rich kid's party with overindulgent parents trying to buy a picture-perfect holiday memory. I filled out the application and submitted a photo of myself in a Santa suit that I'd use for mall gigs. My belly was real, but my beard, though fake, looked convincing. The next day, I got an email with directions to the cabin. No phone number, no additional details. Just GPS coordinates deep in the woods and instructed to arrive at 8 p.m. sharp on Christmas Eve. The drive out was unnerving. Snow fell thick and heavy, turning the winding roads into a slippery nightmare. My GPS struggled to maintain a signal, recalculating every 5 minutes. By the time I arrived, the cabin loomed out of the trees like something from a fairy tale. Twinkling lights strung along the eaves seemed festive enough, but something about the place felt wrong. The air was too still, the silence oppressive. My headlights caught something odd as I parked. A dozen deer skulls mounted along the fence, their hollow eye sockets staring blankly into the dark. I grabbed the bag of cheap toys I picked up last minute and knocked on the door. It creaked open on its own, revealing a darkened interior. A single candle burned on a table near the door, its flickering light casting dancing shadows across the walls. "Hello?" I called out, stepping inside. The door slammed shut behind me, and my stomach twisted. A voice answered from the shadows. "Right on time, Santa." It was a woman, her tone clipped and cold. She stepped into the candlelight, a tall, thin figure wrapped in a crimson cloak trimmed with fur. Her face was pale, her lips blood red, and her eyes, they didn't seem to reflect the light. They absorbed it. "Where are the children?" I asked. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Patience. First, you'll read the stories." She gestured to a massive leather-bound book resting on a nearby chair. Its cover was embossed with strange runes, the kind that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. "I wasn't told anything about this," I protested, my hand already on the door handle. The woman's smile vanished. "You agreed. You will stay." Before I could argue, something heavy skittered across the ceiling. The sound froze me in place, and the air grew icy. The breath puffed in small clouds as I slowly turned my gaze upward. Something long and angular crawled through the rafters, its body obscured by the shadows. I read the stories. The book was ancient, its pages brittle and yellowed. Each story was more disturbing than the last. Children lured by the promises of toys and sweets, only to vanish forever. The illustrations were grotesque, showing figures in crimson cloaks, just like the woman's, dragging screaming children into the dark woods. "Who wrote these?" I asked, my voice trembling. "They are not written," she replied. "They are recorded." The room seemed darker now, the candle barely illuminating the space around me. The skittering above grew louder, joined by faint whispers that I couldn't quite make out. I wanted to leave, but every time I glanced at the door, I saw those strange runes from the book faintly glowing on its surface. "You must finish," the woman commanded, her voice echoing unnaturally. When I finished the last story, she handed me a bell. It was small and silver, with an intricate pattern etched into the surface. "Ring it," she said. "I don't think I want to," I stammered, backing away. Her smile returned, sharper now. "Santa rings the bell. It's tradition." The whispers became louder, almost deafening, as the thing in the rafters dropped into the corner of the room. It was humanoid, but its limbs were too long, its joints bending the wrong way. Its face was a blank slate of flesh, other than its jagged, lipless mouth. "Ring it," she hissed, her voice now layered with something inhuman. With trembling hands, I rang the bell. Its sound was pure and bright, cutting through the oppressive noise like a blade. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then the door burst open, and a gust of icy wind extinguished the candle. The children came. But they weren't children. Not anymore. They emerged from the darkness, one by one, their small frames twisted and malformed. Their eyes glowed faintly, and their mouths hung open in silent screams. Each one carried a tattered gift box, which they placed at my feet. "What is this?" I whispered, unable to look away. "Your gifts," the woman said, her voice dripping with mockery. "Open them." I didn't want to, but my hands moved on their own, tearing through the brittle paper. Inside each box was a fragment of something horrifying. A small, bloodied shoe, a lock of matted hair, a child's finger still wearing a tiny ring. "You see, Santa," she said, "you do not bring gifts. You collect them." The realization hit me too late. The runes on the door began to glow brighter, and the whispers returned, now screaming in unison. The children closed in around me, their hands clawing at my suit, dragging me toward the book. "You are the offering this year," the woman said. "Every Santa must pay the toll." I tried to fight, but the children's strength was unnatural. They forced me onto the book, its pages flipping wildly beneath me. The last thing I saw before the world went black was the woman's face, her smile stretching impossibly wide as she whispered, "Merry Christmas." The blackness was not empty. When I awoke, I was no longer in the cabin. I stood in a dense forest, the trees twisted in unnatural shapes, their branches curled like claws, blotting out the sky. Though faint crimson light seeped through the gaps, the air smelled of iron and decay, and the silence pressed against me like a living thing. I wasn't alone. The children were there, their misshapen forms circling me, their glowing eyes unblinking. They whispered in unison, a single chilling phrase repeated over and over. "Santa must deliver." I stumbled backward, trying to find an escape, but every direction looked the same. Trees that seemed to shift and close ranks, cutting off any path forward. Then, out of the shadows, the woman emerged again, her crimson cloak trailing behind her like a pool of blood. "Your sleigh awaits," she said, gesturing toward an open clearing. The sleigh was no sleigh at all. It was a grotesque creation of bone, its frame built from the same deer skulls I'd seen outside the cabin. Long tendrils of flesh pulsed where reins should have been, leading to beasts I could barely comprehend. They had the shape of reindeer, but their bodies were gaunt, their skin stretched thin over protruding bones. Their heads were covered in jagged antlers, and their mouths dripped with a vicious black ichor. I shook my head. "I'm not going anywhere with that." The woman's eyes narrowed. "You will." She raised her hand and the bell appeared again, now larger and darker, the etchings glowing faintly. The sound of it was deafening when she rang it, though I never saw her touch it. Pain seared through my body as my vision blurred. When it cleared, I was no longer wearing the cheap Santa suit I'd bought. Instead, I was clad in a suit made of stitched leather, cold and damp against my skin. The smell of it made my stomach churn. It wasn't leather. It was skin. My skin. The sleigh moved on its own, dragging me with it. I climbed aboard, compelled by some unseen force. The beasts lunged forward, their movements jerky and unnatural, like marionettes controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. As we soared into the crimson sky, I could see the forest stretching endlessly in every direction. Beneath us, shadows writhed and shifted, taking forms I couldn't begin to describe. The bag of toys was at my feet, but it had changed too. What once held cheap plastic trinkets was now bulging with something alive. The bag twitched and writhed, emitting faint whimpers and muffled cries. "Where are we going?" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the wind. "To deliver," came the woman's voice, though she was nowhere to be seen. The first house appeared out of nowhere. It was an old farmhouse, its windows dark, the paint peeling from its walls. The sleigh landed with a jarring thud, and the beast let out a low, guttural growl. The bag at my feet shuddered violently. "Take the gift," the voice commanded. My hands moved against my will, reaching into the bag. I pulled out a small wooden box, its surface etched with runes similar to those on the book. It was warm to the touch, almost pulsating. I approached the house, the box growing heavier with each step. When I reached the door, it swung open on its own, revealing a dimly lit interior. A child stood there, no older than 6. Their eyes were wide with fear. "Leave it," the voice whispered in my ear. I placed the box at the child's feet. As soon as I stepped back, the box snapped open, and something long and spindly shot out, wrapping the child and dragging them inside. The door slammed shut, cutting off their screams. The deliveries continued. Each stop was worse than the last. The houses grew darker, the children more terrified. Some begged, others screamed, but I was powerless to stop it. Each gift was different. A doll that moves on its own, a jack-in-the-box that laughed before snapping its jaws shut, and a spinning top that emitted an ear-piercing wail. At the final house, there was no child waiting. Instead, an older man stood in the doorway, his face lined with years of hardship. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice trembling. I tried to speak, but no words came out. My hands moved on their own, presenting the last box. The man's eyes widened in horror. "No," he whispered, stepping back. "Not me. Please, not me." The box opened, and the man was pulled inside, his screams echoing long after the door slammed shut. When it was over, I returned to the forest. The woman was waiting for me, her expression serene. "You have done well," she said, her voice dripping with mockery. I fell to my knees, the weight of what I had just done crushing me. "Why? Why me?" She knelt beside me, her cold hand brushing against my cheek. "Because you answered the call. Santa always answers the call." The bell appeared in her hand once more, and this time she placed it in mine. "No," I said, trying to drop it, but my fingers wouldn't obey. "You are Santa now," she said, standing, "and Santa must deliver." The sleigh appeared behind her, the beast snorting and pawing at the ground. The last thing I remember was the bell ringing. Now I'm here, waiting, watching. The bag is already full, and the list has been written in a language I can't read, but somehow understand. It's Christmas Eve again, and this time, I'll be the one coming down the chimney. I wish I could tell you that it ended there. I wish I could say that I escaped, that I found a way back home, but I can't. The cabin, the forest, the twisted sleigh, and those impossible beasts, they become my entire world. Time here doesn't work in the way it should. Days stretch into weeks, and weeks bleed into months. Sometimes I think years pass between Christmas Eves, but then the bag twitches, the list appears, and the crimson sky reminds me that my sentence is eternal. The thing about becoming Santa, well, this Santa, is that you learn the truth about Christmas. The stories we've been told, the myths of a kind, jolly old man bringing joy to kids, they're a sanitized shadow of what used to be. The original Santa wasn't a giver of gifts. He was a taker, a collector. And I'm just the latest in a long, unbroken line of poor souls tricked into taking on the mantle. But this year's different. The first sign came when I saw the child. It was during one of the deliveries. The houses all look the same now. Darkened windows, peeling paint, the smell of rot. The sleigh lands with a customary jolt, and the beasts snarl as I approach. The gifts, the cursed, writhing abominations, practically leap from the bag. I've stopped resisting. Fighting the compulsion is pointless. But this time, as I placed the box on the doorstep and turned to leave, I felt a shift. "Santa?" a small voice called. I froze. They never speak to me. They're too scared, too aware of what's coming. But this child stepped forward, their tiny frame outlined in the flickering light from within the house. "Are you here to take me?" they asked, clutching a threadbare blanket to their chest. I tried to answer, but my mouth wouldn't move. I wanted to scream, to tell them to run, but my body betrayed me, as it always does. My hands raised, presenting the box, and the child's eyes filled with tears. But then, something strange happened. The box didn't open. It trembled violently in my hands, the runes glowing brighter and brighter until they burned my skin. The child gasped, stepping back, and for a brief moment, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Hope. I returned to the forest with a question burning in my mind. What had stopped the box? Was it the kid? Was it me? I replayed the moment over and over, searching for some clue, some sign that I could use against her. Against them. The woman was waiting as always, her crimson cloak billowing in the windless air. She didn't ask about the delivery. She never does. But I caught the faintest flicker of something in her expression. Surprise. Maybe even doubt. "What happened?" I demanded, my voice hoarse from lack of use. Her smile was sharp and cruel. "You faltered," she said, circling me. "Santa does not falter." I wanted to argue, to push back, but her presence suffocated me. Her gaze felt like it was peeling back layers of my mind, searching for something it couldn't hide. "Don't make me replace you," she hissed. You wouldn't like what comes next. I started to notice other cracks in their world. The sleigh didn't glide as smoothly as it used to, and the beasts seemed slower, less obedient. One night, as I prepared for yet another journey, I saw one of them flinch when I raised my hand. It was subtle, barely noticeable, but it was there. A flicker of fear in those hollow, glowing eyes. I began to test the limits. I started small, hesitating just a moment longer before each delivery. I tried speaking to the kids, whispering warnings they might not understand. And though the compulsion to obey was still strong, it wasn't absolute. One night, I refused to open the bag. The beast roared, the sleigh buckled violently, and the crimson sky churned with angry clouds. But the woman didn't appear. Instead, the whispers came, louder, angrier, but not omnipotent. I realized then that they couldn't hurt me directly. Not yet. The real turning point came when I found the list. The list is always there, written in that strange, shifting language, but I never paid it much attention before. It simply appeared in my mind, dictating where to go and what to deliver. But this time, I saw something different. My name was on it. It wasn't at the top where the deliveries are. It was near the bottom, scrawled in blood-red ink, next to a date that sent a chill through my bones. December 25th, 2025. That was next year. I was being replaced. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just about the children or the cursed gifts. This was about me. They were preparing for a new Santa, and I was the final offering. I needed a plan. Escape was impossible. The forest was endless, the cabin impenetrable, and the sleigh only went where the list commanded. But if I couldn't leave, I could still fight back. The bell. It always started and ended the journeys. Its sound had power, though I didn't fully understand it. I began experimenting, ringing it in different ways when I was alone in the forest. Sometimes it summoned the beasts, other times it made the shadows retreat. Once, it caused the runes on my suit to flicker, almost as if they were unraveling. I realized that the bell was the key to all of this. Christmas Eve came, and this time, I was ready. The bag was heavier than ever, its contents writhing and moaning. The beasts snarled impatiently, their glowing eyes fixed on me as I climbed into the sleigh. The list burned in my mind, each name etched with terrible precision. But this time, I didn't go to the first house. Instead, I rang the bell 3 times, loud and sharp, each chime echoing through the forest. The beasts reared back, the snarls turning to whimpers. The sleigh lurched violently, but I held on, forcing it to obey. The forest began to shift, the trees bending and twisting as if they were alive. The crimson sky darkened, and the whispers grew louder, overlapping in a cacophony of rage and fear. "You cannot defy us," the woman's voice said, but I could tell she was afraid. I rang the bell again, and the sleigh bucked like a wild animal. The beasts screeched, their forms twisting into shapes I could barely comprehend. The bag burst open, its contents spilling out. Shards of bones, scraps of fabric, and something that looked like a beating heart. I screamed, pouring every ounce of defiance I had into the bell's final chime. The force erupted into chaos, the ground splitting open to reveal a churning void beneath. The woman appeared, her cloak billowing like a storm, her face contorted with fury. "You cannot escape," she hissed. "I'm not trying to escape," I spat, raising the bell. "I'm taking you with me." The bell's chimes was deafening, a sound that tore through reality itself. The force collapsed, the beast disintegrated, and the woman's scream was the last thing I heard before everything went black. I woke up in the snow. The cabin was gone. The sleigh, the beasts, the bag, everything had vanished. I was lying in a small clearing, the bell clutched in my hand. For a moment, I thought I was free. But then, I saw the footprints. Small, countless footprints circling me in the snow. The whispers returned, faint, but unmistakable. And then, when I looked down at the bell, I saw the runes glowing once more. They hadn't let me go. They'd only let me wait. I should have thrown that letter away. It came last Monday, slipped under my apartment door with no stamp, no return address, just my name scrawled in smeared blue ink. The envelope was damp, the edges swollen as if it had been soaked in water and left to dry. Inside was a single sheet of paper, wrinkled and smelling faintly of salt. "Come back, Danny. It's time for your swim." I stared at it for a long time, just confused. My name isn't Danny. It's Ethan. At first, I thought it was junk mail. A mistake. Maybe some weird advertisement. I crumpled it up and tossed it in the trash. Then, the second letter arrived. This one was even more wet. The ink had bled across the page, but I could still read the words. "You've been gone for so long. We miss you." A chill crawled up my spine. There was something else inside. A photograph. It showed a young boy, maybe 6 years old, standing in front of an oversized cartoon fish mascot. Guppy the Wonderfish. I felt something twist in my stomach. I don't remember ever taking this photo. I don't even remember going to that park. But the boy in the picture, he looked just like me. I flipped the photo over. There was writing on the back, smeared and uneven. "You never left." I spent the next hour online, digging through old articles. Ocean View Adventures, a water-themed amusement park popular in the 90s, now long abandoned. The place had shut down over 15 years ago after a bizarre accident. One of the rides, the deep-sea simulator, had mysteriously filled with real water during an operational day. The doors wouldn't open. Everyone inside drowned. I scanned the names of the victims. None of them were familiar, but something about the date nagged me. The accident happened the same year I was born. I tried to push it out of my mind. The letters had to be a prank. Maybe a marketing stunt from some urban explorer YouTube channel, trying to cash in on the whole creepy abandoned places trend. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. That night, I dreamt of water. I was floating, weightless, deep in the ocean. Everything around me was dark, endless. Then, something huge moved in the depths below me. I couldn't see it, only the way the water churned, the way shadows twisted. And then, I heard it. A voice, warped, garbled, like an old recording playing underwater. I woke up gasping, my sheets soaked in sweat, but as I sat up, my breath caught in my throat. My floor was wet. A dark puddle stretched out from my bed, leading to my front door. Something had been here. And waiting just inside the doorway was another letter. I picked it up with shaking hands, feeling the damp paper stick to my fingers. There was no message this time, just a single new photograph. It showed my apartment. A picture taken from outside my window. The angle was impossible. I live on the 3rd floor. I turned it over. "You're almost here." I dropped the letter and took a step back. A noise echoed through my empty apartment, a wet, sloshing sound. I turned toward the bathroom. The sink faucet was on, water dribbling down the basin. I swore I didn't use it that night, but something was off. The water, it wasn't clear. It was dark, murky, like salt water, like it had come from the ocean. I shut it off, my pulse hammering. My hands were shaking. This was all in my head. It had to be. I turned back to the letters, now sitting in a fresh puddle on my kitchen table. I should have thrown them away. Instead, I grabbed my laptop. I needed answers. I barely slept after the 3rd letter. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in the water, floating in the deep, feeling something huge moving beneath me. I didn't go to work. I barely ate. I spent the whole day searching for info about Ocean View Adventures. The drowning incident was everywhere in old news archives. Dozens of families had filed lawsuits, but no one could explain how the deep-sea simulator ride had filled with real seawater. And the reports mentioned that some of the bodies were never found. But what bothered me most wasn't the accident. It was the park's mascot. Every old ad, every grainy YouTube commercial, every newspaper clipping showed the same grinning character. Guppy the Wonderfish. In every photo, his eyes looked wrong. Too round, too glossy, too real. That's how I found Howard Lynch. He was the last surviving park manager, and the one who had been working the night of the accident. I found his address in a decades-old interview, and drove an hour outside town to find him. His house was a rotting old bungalow, sagging under years of neglect. When he answered the door, he looked like a corpse. Hollow cheeks, eyes sunken and yellowed, darting around like he was waiting for something to crawl out of the walls. I told him about the letters, the photographs, the dreams. Howard stared at me for a long time without speaking, in a voice like rusted metal. You were there that night. I felt cold. No, I said, shaking my head. That's impossible. I was born that year. Howard's lip twitched. You don't remember, do you? He turned and beckoned me inside. I hesitated, but then I saw the drawings. His living room was covered in them. Hundreds of crumpled sheets of paper pinned to the walls, littering the floor. All of them were the same. Guppy. Different versions. Some in his old mascot costume. Some looking wrong. Too long. Too stretched. His eyes too big. Near the door, a drawing of me. I recognized my own face, crudely sketched, standing next to Guppy. I don't remember this. My voice felt distant. Howard laughed softly, not amused, just tired. They never do. I swallowed hard. Who's they? Howard's hands were shaking. The others. The ones that got out. Something crawled up my spine. The others? Who escaped? Howard didn't answer. He just pressed his fingers to his temples. His voice was almost a whisper. You don't leave the park, Danny. It leaves you. A noise cut through the room, a wet, sloshing sound. I turned toward the hallway. Howard's bathroom door was cracked open. Water dribbled from the sink faucet. I could see it pooling on the floor. Howard went still. His breathing quickened. His mouth opened slightly. He's here. I watched in horror as water poured from his mouth. The words barely left his lips before he choked. Not vomit. Seawater. Thick. Dark. What's happening? Howard gasped, but more water forced its way up his throat. His body convulsed, his arms jerking like a puppet on strings. He fell forward onto the table. The sound of dripping water filled the room. And then, silence. Howard wasn't moving anymore. I stood there, shaking, waiting for him to breathe again. But he didn't. He just sat there, limp, his head on the table, completely dry, like nothing had happened. I grabbed my keys and ran. When I reached my car, my hands were still shaking. I jammed the keys into the ignition, glancing up at Howard's house. The bathroom light was still on. Water spilled out beneath his front door. I threw the car into drive and peeled out of there. By the time I made it home, my heart had finally slowed. I stepped out of the car, rubbing at my face. And that's when I saw it. A fresh puddle in front of my apartment door. A new envelope. I picked it up, my fingers trembling as I tore it open. No messages this time, just a new photograph. I turned it over. It was a picture of my car, taken from inside Howard's house. I didn't sleep, not after what happened to Howard, not after seeing that last photograph. Someone had been watching me. Someone inside Howard's house had taken that picture. But Howard was alone. And now, I couldn't even finish the thought. The only thing I knew for sure was that I needed answers. I needed to go to Ocean View Adventures, the abandoned theme park where everything started. It wasn't hard to find. Ocean View Adventures sat on the edge of town, surrounded by rusting fences and dead trees. The road leading up to it had been swallowed by nature, cracked pavement slipped by weeds. Through the gaps in the trees, I could see faded remnants of the park, the towering silhouette of the Ferris wheel, the skeletal remains of a roller coaster, the rusted gates barely holding together. The entrance sign was still there. Ocean View Adventures. Just keep swimming. The letters had rotted away in place, eaten by rust and mold. The gate was open. I hesitated. I had expected to climb a fence or force my way in, but this, it felt like it was waiting for me. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the air changed. The crisp autumn breeze vanished. The air grew thick, humid. It smelled like the ocean. No, not the fresh, salty breeze of a beach. This was something else. Something rotting. I walked slowly past the broken ticket booths and into the main plaza. The rides were all dead. The Ferris wheel sat motionless, its gondola swaying slightly in the still air. The water park slides were dry, tangled with ivy. The game stalls stood empty, their prizes reduced to moldy stuffed corpses. But the worst part? The music was still playing. Somewhere in the park, old speakers crackled to life. A soft, distant tune played a distorted version of Guppy's jingle. I shuddered. It sounded warped, slowed down, like a dying battery winding to a stop. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I told myself I'd only look for a few minutes, find something, anything that explained what was happening. Then I'd leave. But then I saw him. He stood at the end of the plaza, half hidden behind an old popcorn cart. Guppy the Wonderfish. At first, I thought it was just a statue. He was completely motionless. His foam mascot suit was bloated, too big, like it was full of water. His oversized fish head tilted slightly, his huge glassy eyes staring straight at me. I saw it, dripping. Water poured from the suit, a slow, steady trickle, soaking the pavement beneath him. A dark puddle spread out from his feet. I froze. Guppy didn't move. I took a shaky step back. My pulse hammered in my ears. Another step. The speakers crackled. A voice, deep and warped, whispered through the static. "Welcome home, Danny." I ran. I didn't look back. I just ran. The air felt wrong. Thicker. Heavier. Like I was running underwater. My clothes clung to me. Damp and sticky. No, not damp. Wet. I stumbled to a stop and looked down. My jeans were soaked. My shoes squelched. My hoodie dripped. It was like I had been submerged. My breathing came fast and ragged. I hadn't touched the water. I hadn't even gone near it. And yet, I was soaked. A sound echoed behind me, not footsteps. Sloshing, like something dragged itself through the water. I turned my head, slowly. Guppy was closer now, standing at the edge of the plaza. His huge plastic eyes stared at me. His grin looked wider than before. Another step back. The ground shifted beneath me. I looked down. The pavement was wet. No, not wet. Flooded. A thin layer of dark, murky water stretched out in all directions, rippling under the pale moonlight, and from its depths, something emerged. A shape, a shadow, huge and curling, shifting beneath the surface. I didn't wait. I turned and ran toward the staff buildings, away from the plaza, away from Guppy, away from whatever the fuck was watching me from the water. I needed to find shelter. That's when I saw the door. An old metal door, rusted and dented, barely hanging on to its hinges. A sign was above it, faded and peeling. Mascot storage and maintenance. I didn't think. I just grabbed the handle and shoved my way inside. The door slammed behind me. I turned and froze. The room was filled with them. Guppy suits, dozens of them, hanging from metal racks. Some were old and rotting. Others looked newer, too new. They dripped. Water pooled on the floor beneath them, black and slick. The room was drenched in shadows. Rows of Guppy suits hung from rusted metal racks, swaying slightly, as if disturbed by a breeze. But there was no breeze. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of salt and rot. And then, one of the suits twitched. I staggered back, my breath caught in my throat. My shoes squelched against the wet floor, sending ripples through the thin layer of black water pooling beneath me. Another suit shuddered. The foam body jerked violently, like something inside was trying to move. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to breathe. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe the suits were old, decaying, collapsing under their own weight. Then, from somewhere in the room, a voice. Low, gargled, like it was spoken from underwater. Us keep swimming. My stomach nodded. The suits weren't empty. Something was inside them. A loud drip echoed from behind me. I turned my head slowly. At the far end of the storage room, a single door stood slightly ajar. The placard above it read, "Maintenance access. Employees only." From the gap in the doorway, water leaked onto the floor. Thick, dark. I took a cautious step forward. The whole room groaned around me, metal creaking, as if the whole weight of something unseen was pressing down. The guppy suits twitched again. This time, I saw it. One of them, hanging from a hook on the farthest rack, shifted on its own. Its foam arms raised slightly, like it was reaching for me. I bolted for the door. The maintenance hallway was worse. The air was hot and damp, like the inside of a boiler room. Water dripped from the ceiling, forming slick puddles along the cracked tile floor. I moved carefully, my pulse hammering. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear the faint hum of machinery. The walls were lined with old animatronic parts, discarded mascot heads, mechanic limbs, deflated costume pieces. The once bright colors of Ocean View Adventures had rotted away, leaving only a sickly, bloated ruin. A deep slosh echoed behind me. I turned too late. The water in the hallway rippled violently, and something stepped out from the darkness. It was Guppy, but not the same Guppy I'd seen before. This one was wrong. His foam body was swollen, seams stretched to the brink of bursting. His once cartoonish grin was too wide now, too full of teeth. His bulging eyes glistened in the dim light, reflecting something inhuman. His arms hung limp at his sides, fingers twitching. His whole body dripped. Water gushed from the gaps in his costume, cascading onto the floor in a steady, bubbling stream. He didn't move at first. He just watched me. He tilted his head.
You'll never laugh, Dang.
His voice was wrong. Not an animatronic recording. Not human. Something hollow, like it had been dragged from the ocean floor. The lights flickered. The water in the hallway surged upward, swallowing my ankles. I ran. The hallway stretched on forever. The water kept rising. By the time I reached another door, it was already up to my knees. I grabbed the handle and shoved it open, stumbling into the next room. I barely had time to register what I was seeing before the door slammed shut behind me. I wasn't alone. The room was circular, metallic. This wasn't part of the park. At the center, a massive glass tank sat embedded in the floor, cracks spiderwebbed along its surface. The water inside churned violently, as if something was stirring beneath. I stepped closer, my breath coming in short gasps. Something was down there. A shape, a shadow, coiled deep in this abyss. Then, from behind me, a whisper.
It's time for your swim.
I spun around. Guppy stood in the doorway. The water surged forward, crashing into me, and I stumbled back. The glass beneath me cracked. The last thing I saw was Guppy's unblinking eyes as the floor gave way beneath me. And then I was falling down into the black abyss below. I hit the water hard. The impact knocked the air from my lungs, sending me spiraling into the freezing depths. Everything was dark, endless, heavy. I kicked frantically, trying to surface, but there was no surface. No up, no down. Just the abyss, swallowing me whole. Something moved in the blackness below. I couldn't see it, only the water trembled, a distant pulse of something massive shifting. And then, a whisper, muffled, warbling through the deep. A jingle. I choked on my scream. I wasn't alone. Shapes drifted in the water around me. Figures, barely visible in the gloom. Bodies. Their limbs swayed, their faces hidden in the dark. Their mouths moved. They were singing. That same horrible broken jingle. The words lost in the choking water. A hand brushed my leg. I kicked away, desperate, my lungs screaming for air. From above, light, faint, shimmering. I forced myself upward, fighting against the weight of the abyss. The singing followed me. The voices rising, warping. Something huge stirred below. The light grew brighter. I reached for it, and suddenly, I was somewhere else. I gasped, collapsing onto wet pavement. The cold air burned my lungs. I was back in the park, or what was left of it. The rides were moving again. The Ferris wheel creaked in slow, jerking rotations. The carousel spun, the seahorses waterlogged and limp. The roller coaster rumbled along its tracks, though half of it had collapsed into the rising flood. The whole park was sinking. Seawater poured from the rides, the buildings, the crowd itself. And at the center of it all, Guppy. He wasn't a mascot anymore. His form stretched upward, grotesquely bloated, his arms too long and fingers webbed, his mouth too wide now, teeth glistening, and his eyes, not glass, real, huge, bulbous, unblinking. He raised one dripping arm and gestured toward me. His voice slithered through the drowning park, rising above the rush of water.
You never left, Danny.
I shook my head, my heart slamming against my ribs. I'm not Danny! I croaked. I don't know who the hell you think I am, but I was never here! Guppy tilted his head. His mouth gaped open, and from deep inside his chest, garbled, warbling voice rose. Not one voice. Dozens. Hundreds. Layered over each other. Distant and choking and lost. And suddenly, I knew. I had been here before. Not as Ethan. As Danny. A child, lost in the crowd, holding my mother's hand as we stepped onto the deep-sea simulator. I remembered the door locking. I remembered the water rushing in. The screams, the panic, and then nothing. I had drowned, and somehow I had left. Somehow I had been given another life. But the park, it remembered. And now, it was taking me back. The water swelled around me, creeping up my legs, my waist. I turned, searching for an exit, for anything, but there was nothing left. Just the ocean, just Guppy. He took a step forward, his bloated, towering form casting a shadow over me, his mouth stretched open. I screamed as the water rushed over my head. The next day, the park was silent again. Abandoned. Forgotten. But in the mascot storage room, among the old suits and decaying foam, a new Guppy suit had appeared. It was wet, and its bulging eyes seemed just a little too real. Tokyo's brutal when you're broke. After losing my job, I'm stuck living out of a capsule hotel in Shinjuku, choking down half-expired rice balls and pretending I'm not circling the drain. So when I find a full one-bedroom apartment in Setagaya listed for 48,000 yen a month, bills included, I didn't even hesitate. I don't ask questions. I sign the lease the same day. The building's a gray concrete block, wedged between a family mart and some ramen shop with its shutters permanently down. No elevator. The stairwell reeks of mold and old tempura grease. My unit, 3C, is tiny but clean. The walls are thin. The window faces a wall of dirty pipes, but it's mine. The landlord is this quiet, stone-faced old man. When we meet, he won't stop glancing out the window while I fill out the forms. He's polite, formal, almost too formal. When I crack a joke, something dumb, like, "At that price, I'm expecting ghosts," he doesn't even laugh. Doesn't smile. He just slides the key across the table and says, "Don't leave food outside your door. And if you hear anything from 4F, ignore it. That unit's sealed." At first, I assumed it's just some weird old man superstition, or maybe a way of warning me about noisy neighbors, until I realized there's no Unit 4F on the directory in the lobby. The 4th floor exists. There's 4A, 4B, 4C, But then, a blank space. No 4F. No buzzer. Just a door at the far end of the hallway, painted matte black, bolted shut with a thick chain. Above the peephole, there's a paper charm stuck to the doorframe. Faded brushstrokes on yellowed paper. A Shinto ofura, the kind they use to ward off spirits. The other doors in the buildings are all beige, fake wood. This one looks like it belongs in a shrine, or a tomb. The first night I hear the scratching. It's late, past 2 a.m. I'm in bed, half asleep, phone in hand, when I hear it. A slow scraping sound directly above me. Not random creaks or pipes. This is deliberate. Scrape, scrape, tap, pause, scrape, tap. It goes on for hours. I knock on the ceiling, yell once, nothing. The sound doesn't stop, just slows down for a bit, then starts up again. In the morning, I catch my neighbor, this frail woman with a bent spine and thick Coke bottle glasses. I ask her if she hears anything strange at night. She doesn't answer. Just looks at me for a moment, expression blank, unreadable, and says, "Don't talk about the 4th floor," then closes her door. That night, I dream of my sister. She's standing at the edge of the river behind our old house. Her school uniform's soaked, her hair's dripping, her skin's pale, almost translucent. In the dream, I call her name, but no sound comes out. She doesn't move, just stares, eyes wide, lips trembling. I haven't seen her like that in years. Not since the accident. Not since I told them it was an accident. I wake up drenched in sweat, my throat dry. The scratching's still there, louder now, closer. Like it's not above me anymore, but right outside my door. The next night, I go out for a smoke around 3. The hallway's dead quiet, the air heavy and warm. I look up at the stairwell and freeze. There's someone standing in front of the 4F door. They're facing it, back to me. Long black hair, pale arms hanging loose at their sides. They don't move. They don't make a sound. They just stand there, motionless, like they're waiting for something. I call out, tentative, quiet. "Are you good?" No answer. Then, without turning, they sink into the shadows. Not walk, not vanish, sink, like mist curling under a door. I don't sleep that night. The next morning, I do something stupid. I go up to the 4th floor. The hallway feels colder. The light above the door is flickering. The black door looks exactly the same. Chained, sealed, charm still clinging to the frame. I stand in front of it for a while. My palms are sweating. My chest feels tight. I knock. 3 slow, firm knocks. Nothing. Just silence. I turn to leave, and that's when I hear it. A voice, soft and clear, from the other side of the door. "It wasn't your fault, but you let them believe it was." It's my sister's voice. Not how she sounded in the dream, but real, alive. No one else knows what happened that night by the river. No one else knows what I did. And something behind that door does. I wake up the next day and find something lying just inside my apartment. A slip of paper. Old. Yellowed. No one knocked. No one rang. But it's there. Just a few inches from where I sleep. There's writing on it. I can't read the kanji, but the top is marked with a symbol that matches the charm on 4F's door. I haven't touched it. I won't. I leave the paper on the floor for 3 days. I step over it every morning, every night, telling myself I'll throw it away. But I don't. I can't. Every time I reach for it, my hand starts to shake. My vision blurs, like I'm looking through water. The writing shifts on the page. Not literally, just in that wrong, off way. Like he doesn't want to be read. On the third night, I wake up and the paper's gone. I don't sleep after that. I start asking questions around the building. Most people won't talk. They pretend not to understand Japanese, even though I heard them chatting in the halls. The ones who do respond just shake their heads. Old building, they say. Creaks, pests, bullshit. But there's one guy, late 20s, maybe lives in 5B, directly above 4F. I catch him smoking on the roof. At first, he's standoffish, but when I mention the scratching sounds, something in his face changes. Not fear, something worse. Recognition. I moved in 6 months ago, he says, not looking at me. First week, I had dreams. Things I'd forgotten. Things I thought I made peace with. He pauses, takes a long drag from his cigarette. You'll start seeing her soon. I don't ask what he means. I already know. The hallway outside 4F changes at night. It's subtle at first. The overhead light flickers a little longer. The walls seem stretched. The air feels thicker, like walking into a sauna. One night, I catch a glimpse of something through the peephole. Just for a second, a pale hand reaches the chain on the 4F door. Slow, careful, like it doesn't want to make noise. When I rip the door open, there's nothing there. But the chain on 4F is a little lower than it was before. The ofada's curling at the edges, like it's decaying, like it's weakening. I check the building's history. The address doesn't come up in any public database. There are no rental listings, no tax records, no reviews. It's like the place doesn't officially exist. I find an archived forum post from 7 years ago. Someone asking about a strange woman seen pacing the 4th floor of a building in Saragaya. One reply. Just one. If you live there, never open the door. She only needs one crack. I see her for the first time a week later. It's raining. The hallway's gray and washed out. I'm heading up the stairs when I feel something shift behind me. A drop in pressure, like the air's been sucked out. I turn and she's standing at the top of the stairwell, bare feet, white robe clinging to her skin, long black hair matted to her face. Her eyes are what stopped me. They're wide, glassy, and wrong, like she's looking through me, past me. She doesn't move. I blink and she's gone, but her footsteps remain, wet bare prints across the linoleum leading straight to my door. I have another dream that night, except it doesn't feel like a dream. I'm standing in the hallway outside 4F. The door's open. Inside, it's dark, not just unlit, empty, like the room swallows light. The air smells like wet earth and rust. I take one step inside. I hear her whisper right behind me. What did you bury? I wake up gasping. My shirt is damped with sweat. My window's open, though I'm sure I locked it. And my door? The apartment door is cracked open an inch. Just enough. Enough for someone to watch me sleep. I don't go to work the next day. I dig deeper instead. Old records, archived blogs, anything I can find. Eventually, I stumble onto a name tied to the building. Kozu Natsume. A woman who went missing 12 years ago, last seen entering this exact building, never came out. They say she lived in 4F. Rumors spread that she was unstable, that she believed the building was alive, that it remembered, that it fed on the people inside it. The last known record of her voice, an old voicemail sent to her sister, ends with the words, I tried to confess. I tried to let it go. But it's still here. It's still hungry. That night, I sit in front of my door, staring down the hallway toward 4F. I think about my sister again, about the river. about what I let them believe. I never told anyone what I saw, what I didn't do. I think about what Kozu said, about how the building feeds. Maybe it's not the guilt it wants. Maybe it's the silence. So, I speak. Out loud. Quietly. I say everything. Every detail. I confess. The lights in the hallway buzz, then go out. I feel something lean against the door from the other side. Slow. Heavy. Pressing against it just barely. And then, her voice. Soft and warm. And surprisingly kind. Too late. The next morning, the building feels different. No sound from the streets, no light from the windows. It's like the entire block's been swallowed into a pocket of silence. When I step into the hallway, I realize the lights are off. Not just dim or flickering, but dead. Even the emergency exit signs are dark. And the door to 4F is open. Not just unlocked, open. The chain dangles from the handle. The outfit is gone, only a torn corner stuck to the frame. The air leaking out from the unit is cold and wet, and it smells like rotting leaves and rusted metal. It reminds me of the riverbank where she died. I should run. I want to. But my legs move on their own. I step inside. There's no apartment, just a hallway, narrow and dark, stretching deeper than the building should allow. The floor's damp. The walls are breathing. Not metaphorically, actually moving in and out, like the whole corridor has lungs. I keep walking. My footsteps don't echo. The space seems to stretch and pull. My body feels light, then heavy, then light again. Somewhere behind me, I hear the door close, a soft click, like a lock sliding into place. The hallway opens into a room, a perfect square. Tatami mats blackened with mold, shoji screens soaked through and sagging. In the center, there's a low table. On it, an old cassette recorder still running. I press stop, then rewind. Then play. It's my voice from last night. I let her go. I let her fall in. I told them it was an accident. A wet laugh crackles through the speaker. Good, the voice says. But it's not mine anymore. You'll fit. The room begins to shift. The walls peel back like paper. Behind them, images, scenes, moments I've tried to forget. My sister stands in the rain, begging me to come closer. My silence, my cowardice, her slipping feet, the stillness afterward. Then, other memories, ones I don't recognize. A man crying in a bathtub, slashing at his arm with a utility knife. A child locked in a closet, whispering apologies to something in the dark. Kozu Natsume, curled up in the corner of this very room, scratching at the floorboards until her fingers bled. The floorboards under me groan. A voice hums from beneath them. Not words, just a low, rattling hum, like teeth chattering underwater. I turn to leave. There is no door. She steps from the wall like peeling paper, pale, dripping, eyes wide with something like joy. Her mouth doesn't move, but her voice fills the room with smoke. You opened it. You fed it. It likes you. She reaches toward me. Her fingers are long. You can leave if you give it to someone else. She tilts her head. Or you stay and forget everything. Become part of the house. The guilt will soften. Eventually. Behind her, the hallway shifts. Shapes form in the dark. Others. Dozens of them. Faces blurred. Mouths whispering things they'll never get to say. Kozu's among them. Smiling now. Empty. I back away. She doesn't follow. We don't take. You offer. The light in the room goes out. I wake up in my apartment, door shut, lights working, Tokyo sounds leaking in through the windows, traffic, birds, a siren in the distance. It's like nothing happened, except the paper's back, lying beside my bed. This time, it's blank, but I understand it now. An invitation, a promise, or a debt. I start packing. I don't know where I'll go. I just need to leave. This building remembers. It doesn't forget. It sees the parts of you you bury, and it offers you a way out. But it always costs someone. As I reach the front door of my last box, I see someone standing in the stairwell. A young guy, new tenant maybe, wide-eyed, nervous, holding a bag of groceries. He asks if the place is as cheap as they say, if it's quiet, if the neighbors are nice. I look at him for a long time, and I nod. Then, I hand him the slip of paper. I was supposed to be done with this city. 32 years on the force, 20 in homicide. I had the transfer papers signed, my retirement party scheduled. Quiet house on the edge of nowhere, just waiting for me. One last week, a few more reports, and I'd be out. But then, the call came. Detective Archer, we got a body. I almost let it go to voicemail. Should've, really. But old habits die hard. And some part of me, some stupid, stubborn part, answered anyway. The rain hadn't stopped in 3 days. It turned the streets into mirrors, the gutters into overflowing veins. This part of the city always stank of mildew, piss, and gasoline, but the rain gave it an extra layer of filth, the kind that soaked into your bones. The body was in an abandoned church. Of course it was. I stepped under the faded stone archway, my boots sinking into the rotting wood. Stained glass windows loomed above, cracked and blackened with soot. The place had been closed for years. Gangs used it for dealing, squatters for shelter. Now, it had a new occupant. The first thing that hit me was the smell, the stink of old blood mixed with damp rot. The second thing was the silence. Even the rain outside seemed muffled, like the church itself was swallowing the sound. Then, I saw the body. A man was kneeling at the altar, arms stretched unnaturally wide, as if in a mock prayer. But it wasn't faith that kept him there. Thick iron spikes had been driven through his wrists and ankles, pinning him to the floorboards. His head tilted back, mouth frozen in a silent scream. His eyes were missing. Not just gone, replaced. 2 smooth white stones sat in the empty sockets, each one carved with an unfamiliar symbol. Behind him, smeared across the wall in thick, dark strokes, was a single word. Repent. I crouched beside the body, my partner standing stiffly behind me. Detective Eric Vale, young, eager, fresh out of ice, still thought he could save the world. He was staring at the corpse like he was going to be sick.
What the hell is this?
He muttered. A message, I said.
A message for who?
I didn't answer. We ID'd the victim as Daniel Hargrove, a corporate lawyer known for getting criminals off on technicalities, the kind of guy who made big money defending the worst kind of people. No signs of forced entry, no witnesses. The church had been abandoned for years, but that didn't mean much. The rain had washed away any outside footprints, and inside, the floor was too warped to hold tracks. There was one final detail, a small one, but it made my stomach turn. Hargrove's tongue had been cut out, It was sitting on the altar in front of him, like some kind of offering. I've seen some sick shit in my time. Bodies dumped in alleys, heads in dumpsters, killers who don't even blink when you read them their rights. But this shit wasn't just murder. This was theater. And I had the sinking feeling that it was just the opening act. The second body came 2 days later. If I had any doubt that the first one was part of something bigger, this one erased it. This was a pattern, a statement, and it was only getting worse. The apartment stank before I even walked inside, a thick, choking stench of rotting food, bile, and decay. I stepped over flies as I crossed the threshold, my partner gagging behind me. The kitchen table was set for one, a single chair in front of a massive feast. The victim was still there, slumped forward into a pile of half-eaten food. But his stomach, Jesus, it had split open, like a balloon overfilled with water. His abdomen had burst, spilling partially digested food, bile, and blood onto the floor. His insides were bloated beyond natural limits, as if he'd been force-fed until his body couldn't take it anymore. And just like the first victim, his eyes were missing, replaced with 2 smooth white stones. Scrawled across the kitchen wall, written in thick, greasy handprints, was another message. Indulge. The victim was Philip Rossetti, a notorious Wall Street investor known for profiting off economic crashes. He ruined thousands of lives with shady deals. The fridge was completely empty, like everything inside had been used for this one meal. No signs of forced entry. The food on the table included rotting meat, moldy bread, rancid butter. It was like he'd been forced to keep eating even after the food had gone bad. The cause of death was clear. His stomach ruptured internally, sending him into shock before he drowned in his own vomit. Just like the last victim, his tongue had been removed and placed on his plate like a final course. Hargrove was a lawyer. Rossetti was a finance guy. Both had profited off others' suffering. Both had their tongues removed. Both had been left with a message. My gut twisted. I already knew what was coming next. We weren't looking for a killer. We were looking for a bloody executioner. And then, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Are you paying attention, detective? Before I could reply, another message came through. Unknown number. You should be. Then, a final text. An address. And below it, a single word. Confess. The text sat on my screen like a loaded gun. Confess. I stared at the address below it. My stomach clenched. You okay? Vale asked from across the squad room. I locked my phone and shoved it into my pocket. Yeah, I wasn't. It was nearly midnight by the time I reached the location. An abandoned warehouse, sitting on the edge of the industrial district, long since gutted and left to rot. Rust dripped down the walls like dried blood. The streetlights barely worked, flickering weakly against the rain. I killed the engine and sat there for a moment, gripping the wheel. My pulse was too steady, too calm. The kind of calm that only came when you'd seen too much. Then, I stepped out. The door to the warehouse was already open. A trail of wet footprints led inside. Someone had been waiting for me. The interior was a graveyard of old machinery. Rusted conveyor belts, broken crates, stacks of forgotten pallets. The air was thick with mildew and oil, and something else. Something rotting. My boots echoed as I stepped inside. My fingers hovered over my holster. A single light flickered in the distance, casting long, shifting shadows against the far wall. And in the center of the room, a chair. Someone was sitting in it. A bag covered their head. Their hands were bound behind them, chest rising and falling in panicked breaths. Blood pooled beneath the chair. Not fresh, dark and sticky. I moved closer. The smell hit me full force. Copper and sweat. Something spoiled underneath. Then I saw the note pinned to their chest. One word, scrawled in thick black ink. Confess. I pulled the bag off. It was a man in his late 50s, eyes wild with fear. His mouth was duct-taped shut, cheeks streaked with dried tears. His clothes were soaked in blood, but he was still alive. For now. I recognized him instantly. Pastor Michael Lane. His church had been shut down years ago, after allegations surfaced. Hushed whispers of abuse, embezzlement, exploitation. Nothing had ever been proven. No charges stuck. And now, here he was, waiting for judgment. I ripped the tape off his mouth.
Please,
he gasped.
You have to help me. He's still here.
A sound echoed behind me, something metallic scraping against concrete. I spun around, gun raised. Nothing. Just the shadows shifting along the walls. Lane was sobbing now, struggling against the restraints.
He said you'd understand,
he choked.
He said you'd...
A sharp snap rang through the air. Lane's body seized up violently, his back arching, muscles locking. His eyes rolled back, and then he collapsed, dead. A wire had been looped around his neck, thin, razor sharp, the kind that would tighten with the slightest movement. It had been buried just beneath his collar, invisible at first glance. The second he jerked too hard, it had sliced straight through his windpipe. A death trap, and I walked right into it. I turned back to the chair. The blood was still spreading outward, soaking into the concrete. Then I saw something else. A small white envelope taped to the back of the chair. My name was written across it. Archer. I tore it open with shaking fingers. Inside was a single Polaroid. My breath caught in my throat. It was a photo of me, taken tonight, taken from inside the warehouse. A perfect shot of me standing over Lane's body, like I was the one who killed him. The ink was still drying. Someone had been in the room with me, watching, waiting, leaving me a gift. And at the bottom of the Polaroid, a message was scrawled in familiar, jagged handwriting. Look closer. I flipped the photo over. Another address was written on the back. Somewhere I knew. Somewhere I hadn't been in years. My stomach twisted. This wasn't just a killer targeting sinners anymore. This was personal. The next victim was tied to me, and if I didn't stop it, I already knew what the next message would say. Judge. The address led me to a place I hadn't been in years. 104 Silvercrest Drive. A rundown house in a forgotten part of the city. The kind that blended into the rot. Boarded windows, dead grass. The rain made it worse. Water pooled in the cracks, the whole place sagging under the weight of its own decay. I sat in my car for a long time. Something felt wrong. Not just dangerous. Final. Like walking into my own grave. But I went inside anyway. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the house was empty. Just dust and silence. No furniture. No light. Just a single chair in the center of the living room. On it sat a manila folder with my name written across the top. I picked it up, flipping it open, and my blood froze. Crime scene photos. But not from our case. They were from 30 years ago. An old forgotten case from my first year in homicide. A botched investigation. One where I had arrested the wrong man. His name was Alan Reeves, accused of murder, convicted on shaky evidence. He had pleaded innocence until the day they put him in the chair. The real killer was never found. And now, as I flipped through the files, I saw something that shouldn't be there. A photo of me. A photo of me standing over the victim, gun drawn. A photo that didn't exist. Until now. My phone buzzed. A new message. Unknown number. It's over, Detective. Then, sirens. Bright red and blue lights flooded through the windows. A loudspeaker crackled to life.
Archer, drop your weapon and step out with your hands up.
I staggered backward, my pulse slamming against my ribs. They set me up. This whole case, the murders, the messages, the patterns. It was never about stopping a killer. It was about turning me into one. They arrested me like I was some two-bit criminal, threw me to the ground, wrenched my arms behind my back. Someone read me my rights, but the words felt distant, like a dream I wasn't awake for. Inside my head, I was screaming. I had spent 3 decades chasing monsters, and now I was wearing their face. I tried to explain, tried to tell them about the texts, the staged evidence, the real killer. But no one listened, because every piece of truth had already been rewritten into a lie. The press called me the righteous killer. The public believed I had spent years hiding my sickness behind a badge. And worst of it all, some part of me started to believe it too. Because if I was innocent, then that meant that the world I had spent my life protecting was never just. That meant the rules were never real. And that was something that I couldn't accept. They made it quick. They always do when it's one of their own. The prosecution painted me as a sadistic, righteous killer, punishing sinners like some kind of twisted executioner. I had no alibi, no one to vouch for me. I watched the jury's faces, and I knew it was over. When they read the verdict, it felt distant, like hearing someone else's death sentence. Guilty on all counts. I spent 2 years on death row waiting for the end. 2 years locked in a cell, counting the days, listening to the whispers of other inmates. Some of them knew me. I had put them here. Now they laughed when they passed my door.
Finally got yours, huh, Detective?
I stopped answering. There was no point. They walked me to the chamber on a cold winter morning. The warden asked if I had any last words. I thought about it. Thought about saying I'm innocent. Thought about telling the world that they had let a real monster go free. But I already knew. No one would believe me. They strapped me down. A priest mumbled something about forgiveness, but we both know this wasn't about redemption. This was punishment. A needle slid into my arm. The world blurred at the edges. And just before the darkness took me, I saw him, standing in the viewing room, watching. The real killer. His face was calm, almost gentle. He smiled, and I finally understood. I wasn't the final victim. I was the final masterpiece. The one who would die without ever being guilty. The one whose death would complete the pattern. The lights dimmed. The world slipped away. And the last thing I heard was a whisper. Repent. A week after my execution, another body was found. Same symbols, same staging, same message. The papers called it a copycat. The department dismissed it. But I knew the truth, because I'd seen his face, and I knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was never gonna stop. Because this was never about punishing sinners. It was about creating the perfect ending. A story so believable, so complete, that no one would ever question it. A narrative murder. A crime where the villain never existed. And the real killer? He was probably watching the news right now. Smiling. Waiting for his next character to play their role. And the cycle would start again. So, I just got out of jail. That's not the scary part. At least, not for me. I did 15 months for a nonviolent drug charge. Dumb stuff. I didn't hurt anyone. Just got caught holding enough that the DA could make an example out of me. Whatever. I'm clean now. I'm focused. I'm trying. I got the job at McDonald's through a re-entry program. Nothing glamorous, but it's something. Pays enough to keep me in a shared room with 3 other guys in a busted AC unit. No one asks questions as long as I show up on time, don't steal, and keep my head down. Night shift's weird though. It's quiet. Like, too quiet, as dumb as that sounds. There's this constant hum from the freezers and the fryers. But once you tune it out, you realize how dead everything feels. The place is lit like a hospital waiting room, all fluorescent and sterile. At 2 a.m., the only customers we get are delivery drivers, meth heads, or folks from the encampment out back. And then there's the manager, Keith. Keith is one of those overly nice types. Smiles too much, talks like everything's a business pitch. "You're a second chance kind of guy, aren't ya?" he said during my first shift, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "That's good. We like loyalty here. We're a family." He's always saying shit like that. Family this, loyalty that. The kind of stuff that sounds inspiring, until you realize it's just a way of making sure you don't ask too many questions. Like about the meat deliveries, or the freezer. Week 2, I started noticing stuff. Little things. No trucks coming in, but the walk-in freezer's always full. Like, always. And the dates on the boxes don't make sense. Some are months old, stamped with labels from meatpacking companies I've never heard of. Others have no labels at all. I asked Keith once casually, "Hey, when's the Cisco truck supposed to come again?" He just smiled. "Oh, we've got a local arrangement. Cuts down on costs. You'll see, we take care of our own." He said it like I'd asked something personal, like I'd stepped out of line. Last night I was taking the trash out to the dumpster. It's in the alley out back, next to the tents from the encampment. I try not to look over too long. Some of those folks are rough, and I don't want any trouble. Anyway, the bag tore a little as I was dragging it out. Grease leaked onto my shoes. I gagged. It smelled off, even for fast food waste. Something slid out of the bag and hit the pavement with a wet thud. It was meat. Raw. Pinkish gray. But the texture wasn't right. It wasn't ground. It wasn't even steak. It looked fibrous. Like it had tendons still inside it. And I swear to God, it had a goddamn fingerprint on it. Just one, near the corner. Like part of a thumb fused into the muscle. I didn't say anything. I just kicked it into the dumpster, wiped my hands on my apron, and went back inside. Keith was standing by the fry station when I walked in. He didn't say a word, just stared at me. Like he knew. Later, when I clocked out, I noticed my time card had a smiley face drawn on it. No explanation. I haven't slept. I don't know what I'm working with here, but I'm not crazy. Something's wrong with that meat. And if I say anything, who's gonna believe me? I'm a felon flipping burgers on the graveyard shift. Keith's a clean-cut manager with a perfect record and a framed photo of Ronald McDonald in his office. But I saw that fingerprint, and I think someone wants me to see more. I seriously considered just quitting. But here's the thing. When you've done time, your options are shit. I don't have parents to crash with. My PO checks on me twice a week. I miss rent once. I'm back in county with a cot and a cellmate who snores like a dying moose. And Keith, he knows that. That's the worst part. He treats you like family, but only after he's figured out how badly you need one. The next few nights, I keep my head down. I did my work, cleaned the shake machine, stocked sauces, wiped down tables that no one even sat at. I just tried to not think about that meat. Told myself maybe I imagined the fingerprint. Maybe I was just too tired. Then, Tuesday happened. It started with Bree. She was one of the line cooks. Young, maybe 19. Kept to herself. Always wore a hoodie under a uniform and earbuds in one ear. Real quiet, but solid. She was the kind of employee who actually made the job tolerable. Anyway, I came in around 10 p.m. and she wasn't there. Her name was still on the schedule, and her apron was hanging in the break room. But no Bree. When I asked Keith, he said, "She quit. Didn't even give notice." And that didn't sound like her. So when he walked off to answer a call, I checked the system. We have this piece of shit terminal with employee logs and shift data. Bree clocked in the night before at 9:58 p.m. She never clocked out. I started watching everything more carefully after that. At 3 a.m., I caught Keith slipping out the back with a heavy-duty garbage bag over his shoulder. He didn't use the dumpster. He cut through the alley and disappeared into the shadows behind the fence where the tents are. I waited 5 minutes, then followed. I didn't find Keith, but I did find a patch of red on the pavement that smelled like copper and rot, and a crumbled name tag near the fence. Bree. That same night, we ran out of patties mid-shift. I figured we were finally going to close early, but Keith just said, "Check the bottom shelf of the freezer. There's a backup batch." That's when I saw the box. It wasn't sealed like the others. No branding. Just a piece of masking tape on top and written in Sharpie, "Do not use Friday's batch." I opened it. It wasn't beef. I don't know what it was, but the cuts were all irregular. Chunks of flesh or skin still on some of them. I swear to God one had a tattoo, like faded prison ink, a barcode or some numbers. I threw up into the mop bucket. When I told Keith I couldn't serve it, he just smiled and said, "That's why I like you. You've got standards. But sometimes you gotta be flexible in this line of work." I called in sick the next night. First time I missed a shift. I spent the whole night pacing my room, trying to decide if I was gonna blow the whistle. Next morning, a guy from the encampment showed up outside our building, shirtless, screaming my name. He kept yelling, "Don't eat the meat!" and "You know what they're doing!" over and over until the cops came and dragged him off. He slipped something under the gate before they took him. It was a ketchup packet, folded up around a torn piece of napkin, scrawled in shaky handwriting. "If they offer you a bonus, say no. That's when it starts." Last night, Keith called me into the office, said he was proud of me, said he saw real potential. Then he handed me an envelope. Inside, $500 cash. He called it a loyalty reward. I didn't take it. He smiled, nodded slowly, and said, "That's okay. You'll come around." When I got home, my door was open. Nothing stolen. Just a note on my pillow. "You've seen too much." I didn't sleep the night after the envelope. I lie there staring at the ceiling fan, listening to every creak of the floorboards outside my room. The house I'm renting a room in is one of those old city ones that smells like mold and cigarettes, no matter how many candles you burn. My door doesn't lock right. I jammed a chair under the handle just in case. That note? "You've seen too much." It wasn't a threat. It felt more like a countdown. When I showed up to my shift the next night, Keith was already waiting for me out front. He looked calm. Too calm. "Come with me," he said, and before I could even clock in, he was leading me through the kitchen, past the fryers, straight to the walk-in freezer. "You've earned my trust. Time for a real responsibility." He unlocked the freezer with a key I'd never seen before. The air inside was dense, colder than any freezer I'd been in. Not the sharp kind of cold, more like wet, like walking into a meat locker filled with secrets. The lights flickered once, then stayed on. That's when I saw the back door. A second door, flush with the wall, marked with a red X in faded spray paint. It wasn't part of the original setup. This was built in. Keith looked at me like a proud dad. "You're ready for the favor," he said. Behind the second door was a smaller room, a prep area maybe. Metal table, drains in the floor, heavy-duty meat hooks along the walls. The smell hit me in the teeth, rotting flesh and bleach, and something metallic that made my eyes water. On the table was a body, still warm. Male, mid-30s, maybe older. Clothes torn off. His arms and legs had been cleanly removed, like surgical. His torso was intact, but the skin was gone in sections. I could see a prison tattoo across what was left of his chest. CDCR, California Department of Corrections. I stumbled back and hit the wall. Don't freak out. He was gonna die anyway. OD'd behind the dumpster. We just made sure he didn't go to waste. He said it like he was talking about recycling. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My ears started ringing. Keith stepped closer. We're not monsters. We're practical. The corporation knows. It's written into our internal loss policy. You think these locations break even off $1 menu items? I must have made a sound, like a whimper. He put his hand on my shoulder. Look, I know this is a lot, but you've seen what's out there. The system doesn't care about people like us. You want to stay out? Stay clean? Stay fed? You do what needs doing. You stay loyal. He handed me a knife. Just help me process this one. After that, you don't have to touch anything again. You'll be taken care of, for life. I didn't help him. I ran. Out the back, through the alley. Didn't even clock out. I went to the cops, told them everything. Names, dates, freezer, body, everything. They smiled politely, jotted notes. Then one of them asked for my name. When I told them, their expressions changed. Cold, professional. You on parole? One asked. I nodded. You know filing a false report can violate your conditions. I said I wasn't lying, and they just laughed. They told me to leave before I caused a problem. When I got home that night, my roommate was gone. His mattress was still there, but the sheets were gone. No clothes, no toiletries, nothing. Just an open window and a single bag of McNuggets sitting on the floor, still warm. I haven't gone back to work. I've been sleeping with a knife under my pillow, jumping every time someone knocks at the door. My phone started glitching. The screen flashes red sometimes when I open the McDonald's scheduling app. No clue if that's paranoia or something else. I don't know what to do. I tried to tell someone, and now they know I'm not gonna fall in line. The question is, what happens when you say no to the favor? It's been 3 days since I walked out of the McDonald's freezer, and I swear to God I can still feel the cold in my bones. I haven't slept. Not really. I've been staying in a cheap motel off 99. One of those places where the bed's harder than the floor, and the front desk guy stares at you too long. I leave the TV on all night for background noise, but every time it goes quiet between commercials, I swear I can hear the freezer door slamming shut again. I keep checking the news, refreshing Reddit, looking for reports of missing people, health code violations, fucking something. But nothing. Bree's still gone. My roommate? No word. His phone goes straight to voicemail. The landlord says rent was paid for the rest of the month. Cash, in an envelope left in the mailbox. Last night, someone slipped a flyer under my motel door. It was one of those glossy Team Success corporate ones you see in the break room. Bright yellow, McSmiles plastered all over it. Across the top, congratulations to our employee of the month. Underneath was a picture of me, smiling, holding a spatula. Except I never posed for that. I never took that photo. I don't even smile like that anymore. At the bottom, in smaller print, promotion pending. See Keith for details. So, I went back. I know, I shouldn't have. But I needed proof. Something to show the world that what's happening in that place isn't just in my head. The restaurant was dead when I got there. 3:22 a.m. Open sign buzzing. One guy asleep at a booth. The doors weren't even locked. The kitchen was spotless. Too spotless. Fryers off. No meat thawing. No prep. The freezer was unlocked. I almost turned around. But then, I saw the wall. Behind the boxes of patties, someone had cleared a space. Taped up photos like a shrine. Polaroids, ID cards, employee name tags. Bree was up there. So was my roommate. So were a lot of people. Most of them I didn't recognize. But some looked vaguely familiar. Faces from the encampment. A guy who used to beg out front. A woman I used to hand fries to when Keith wasn't looking. All gone. Below each photo was a label, not names, just things like good yield, clean cuts, low noise, volunteer. And at the center, framed in a grease-stained plastic sleeve, was a laminated list. Quarterly inventory targets, Tier 3 locations. There were checkboxes, numbers, and next to our store number, a red stamp that said, exceeded expectations. I don't remember leaving. I just remember running. I took one photo with my phone before I left. It came out blurry as hell, like the lens couldn't focus right, like the camera didn't want to show it. This morning, I tried to upload it to Reddit. I got a post removed, violates content policy message. Then, my phone restarted on its own, twice, and the photo was gone. I don't think Keith ever wanted me to quit. I think this whole time, he's been waiting to see if I'd break, if I'd join. I haven't touched that envelope of money. It's still sitting in the drawer here at the motel. But part of me keeps looking at it. $500 would cover 2 weeks here, maybe more. Enough time to figure out what to do next. And I keep thinking about what Keith said. The system doesn't care about people like us. Maybe he was right. Maybe loyalty is the only way to survive. If I disappear after this, just know, they don't waste anything. Not even us.